every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Well, good morning to another day, a brand new day it is, Thursday, the 30th. Is it the 30th? No, the 30th. The 30th day in the month of October. This is VOP Television, and the program is VOP This Morning. I'm Moses Humphrey. Now let's take you through our conversation for today over the next 2 hours, of course. Tinubu removes Miriam Sanda, kidnappers, drug dealers from the list of those to be pardoned. FCT Minister Wike under fire for taking sons to Dubai as official delegates. And also, the National Assembly approves Tinubu's $2.35 billion external loan request. Now, these are the major conversations for this morning. Come along with us.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro.
And I'm Pino Kichi. You're going to be wondering, how do you then join the moving trades? Very simple. On social media platform, exactly, I think on YouTube, we had Voice of the People TV World Portal, and on all the platforms, you have VOP TV Live. We also have a website, www.vop.ng. There you have fresh and trending news. And talking about trending news, we have one of it to be that the African Action Congress, has condemned sexist jokes and coded language directly at its governorship candidate in the upcoming Anambra State election. Chioma Ife-Neludike describes such attacks as a distraction from substantive political discourse. Earlier, recalled that a particular newspaper in Nigeria reported that Ife-Neludike was gaining significant attention online after sharing a series of photos and videos that spotlight her message of inclusive governance and challenge a long-held patriarchal beliefs in politics. In a statement signed by the National Public Secretary of the AAC, Femi Adeyeye, on Wednesday, the party said its National Working Committee had observed in the last 24 hours how the candidate, a vibrant and ideologically clear woman, is being judged by her outfit, choice, and physical features rather than the quality of her ideas. The statement highlighted the deep-rooted patriarchy in Nigerian politics, noting that instead of engaging with Ifemeludiki's governance plan, some people have chosen to police her looks. It cited the experience of Bianca Ojukwu during her ministerial confirmation and Senator Natasha Oteodagun's unpleasant treatment as example. The AAC emphasized the women in politics face double scrutiny, having to prove their competence while also meeting society's shifting expectation of acceptable femininity. Quite interesting. I saw the picture, of this lady, the picture that so many persons started to react to. She did not expose any part of her body, if you ask me. She wore a bodycon gown, to snap a picture, and boom! Instead of people to check the plan she have, a lot of persons have started, oh, what is that? People are just talking about her looks and her physique, and it just made me to ask a simple question. So beautiful women at this point in time, are beautiful women not expected to occupy some positions? Recall when we have the first female GMD for a particular bank in Nigeria. It also raised another eyebrow. Oh, a woman. Some people actually went as far as say, well, she this was, so many people were talking about the lady or the achievement of women. I'm happy that Adeyeye pointed out to what some people actually have been faced, especially women that have been elected to be in some offices. He made mention of the likes of Natasha Oteodagun and also Bianca Ojukwu, who happens to be a beauty queen too. People actually are always out there to talk. She got this from looks. She used her looks. Must we be judgmental towards women, especially those who are trying to get their footing in politics? One breath, people are saying women are evil. We have to make it even. We have to let this thing be the way it is. Let them go there and fight their way. We shouldn't give them special seats. And in all the world, to see men now making it look like any woman who happens to be in politics is either going there to sell a body or this or that. It shouldn't be that way, for crying out loud. It shouldn't really be that way. Nigeria should have, let me not just limit it to Nigeria. I think it's more like an African thing. Because here, some persons will tell you, if you go to the Western world, the law is there favor the women. What happened in Africa? The laws actually are kind of trying to diminish the light a woman actually is to shine. Nothing is wrong with her putting a picture there. I'm so pained when people are being judgmental.
See the pictures in question, but it's it's a good deviation from the pattern of eating corn and going to schools to eat with children. It's it's a lot better than what our politicians used to do. Well, I don't think anybody, from the comments I read, I don't think anybody said that she intends to sell her body or anything like that. But, it's one thing for sure is that we have young people delving into politics, and she's one of them, and she should of course get the support of the women. But unfortunately, what do we have? We have a lot of feminists, the majority of them women, because some men too are, the majority of them women, coming down on her for the dressing. The fact that it was too tight, showing her curves. Now, you might say there's nothing to it, but there is a saying that you dress the way you should be addressed. If you look at certain figures, especially women in positions of authority, there are certain kinds of dressing that you shouldn't be seen wearing. Our own dear Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is one shining example. She would always avoid revealing her. The woman's body is attractive, no matter how she looks. So if she puts on anything that sticks to her skin, it will cause distraction. It's how the woman is built. It will, if women could make angels fall, I mean, who are we? So it will cause distraction. So I think it will be in the best interest of any woman. I mean, Kamala Harris also will put on a jacket over something like that. You know, you could still look beautiful if you wear things that will not accentuate your curves, because when you accentuate your physical body, it takes away from the message you're trying to put out there. And I think that's what what's her name now? Ife Melodike is going through.
No, maybe very
right
soon
now.
to more people will have to tie two-wrapper. Women who are naturally will have to tie two-piece.
Somebody's saying.
It's not a matter of tying two-piece. Moses took it from my mouth. She reeled out examples. Examples that I had in mind. I had Kamala Harris in mind. I had Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala in mind. I had Angela Merkel in mind. The new Japanese Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi. You can't see them wearing what body hug and all of that. Her cups, And what's of all, the thing is that if Melodike knows that she won't win the election, she knows, and she's not going to win. But that is not my concern. She has the right to vote and to be voted for. It will be a miracle. I will consider that a miracle if she wins the election. So she's just trying to gain traction. She also
when you say, she knew she's not going to win the election, on what basis?
She knows she will not win.
So,
how strong is
AAC in Anambra State.
I
just say that it will be a miracle. It will be a miracle if she wins the election. Realistically, we are talking about reality now.
I bet you disagree, because the election, we don't even know the people who are
she's not going to win the election. I can bet my 1 year salary on that. She's not going to win the election. And it will be a miracle if she does that. Now, I don't know what the AAC is trying to defend. What she wore, clearly, is out of sync with morality, what we call morality here. Because I've listed quite a few examples, to show the models, that the young women should look up to. Worst of all, I might have my personal biases because I may be conservative and all of that. She also wore a leg chain.
No.
I said I have biases against that. Yeah. I have my biases against that.
All right.
Did she wear a leg chain?
Yeah, she's wearing a leg chain.
Okay.
She's wearing a leg chain. I'm not here to make anybody happy. Okay. I don't like it. Because a lot of people don't know.
I can see a leg chain in this.
No, there is. The one that she's wearing a leg chain. A lot of people, a lot of young women who wear leg chain don't even know the history behind leg chain.
Tell us.
Now, let me tell you, leg chain is way back in British English tradition. At a point when the king, used to entertain guests and all of that, and they used to bring in prostitutes to come and entertain them. So at a point they started mixing up with the king's daughters, and those visitors now started mistaking the king's daughters, for prostitutes.
The commercial sex workers. Yes.
You understand, and started going after them, and the thing caused a row in the palace. So it was instructed that the prostitutes will start wearing leg chains. That is the.
There are a lot of things people don't pay attention to.
You understand?
Talk about tattoos as well.
And I'm talking about my biases. I don't care. If I see you wear a leg chain, I write you off. That's you don't have to be me. I'm just telling you. So what AAC is trying to do.
You're not a modern day man.
I'm quite conservative. So conservative. My point is this: if you want to be a role model, if you want to be a governor, please dress in a manner that will encourage young women.
My dear, if you want to be anything, anyhow you want to be it, try as much as you can to find peace with yourself. Dress and be confident in yourself. Don't let anything limit you. You must not tie babariga and wear big clothes for you to come out there and do anything. But as far as I am serious,
go naked in the street.
Because it's going to get to a point where we'll have to wake up and relegate people who we know are competent to help us to project Nigeria to where it should be because of this, because of the way she dressed, because of the extension she's putting on. It's way beyond that. As far as I am concerned, if, for example,
Fina, can you tell me one woman of means in Nigeria, in the world that has come out like this before?
I have come out this way. Fina, have come out this way. I'm a woman.
Woman of substance.
And I can tell you too.
Superwoman Fina.
That
Oh, well, thank you very much. Let's move away from that. Now, the Vice Chancellor of Bowen University in Osun State, Professor Jonathan Babalola, has faulted the federal government's exclusion of private university students from the Nigerian Education Loan Fund. Well, Babalola said students of private and public institutions are Nigerians deserving equal opportunities, adding that the loans given to public university students are sourced through taxes paid by private individuals. Well, the VC stated this on Wednesday while briefing journalists on the activities of the 20th convocation ceremony of the university coming up on Saturday. That's next tomorrow. NEL Fund was established to implement the Nigerian Student Loan Scheme signed into law by President Bola Tinubu in April 2024. Commenting further on the development, Balola said it was insincerity on the part of the federal government to deny private university students access to NEL Fund, noting that indigent students were also in private universities. Well, the point of it is this. The Vice Chancellor of Balola has made a very valid point that someone attends a private university doesn't exclude him from being Nigerian. So, as a matter of fact, it should be extended, to private university students. But the contradiction there is that what we have, the private universities, a lot of people make the mistake. They think that all private universities are expensive. Some of them are not quite expensive. So you also have middle-class people, who are by some standard indigent attend such universities. I think it should be extended to them. All of them are not high-end. Some of them are middle and low-end. So if you have Nigerian students in private universities, I don't see any reason why they shouldn't have access to NEL Fund. I think I'm on this. I support what the Vice Chancellor has said.
Well, private universities in Nigeria right now are pretty expensive.
Not all.
Tell me if you are not expensive.
Not all.
And what's your definition of expensive?
Okay, if you end up paying, if your school fees is about 10% higher or within the range
Just give us a figure.
I mean, if your school fees per annum, per session, it's like 300,000 naira. It's equivalent.
I don't think there's any private university
That's what I'm telling you. There are low-end private universities. You might not know.
Yes, I don't know.
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, and I'm also saying that I don't know.
But I'm telling you. I don't want to mention.
Even federal government institutions don't collect that low.
I'm telling you.
300,000.
Yes.
For tuition.
I'm telling you.
Well,
I don't want to.
As far as I am concerned.
Off air, I'll give you names of some schools that I know.
Okay, I would appreciate that. But as far as I'm concerned, private institutions are pretty expensive in Nigeria. And for an institution that will charge $1 million plus, which is what I know that they charge, if there is any that is about 300, please tell me. I would like to go there and help promote that institution on all my platforms. All right? But if you can afford that, I would think that ordinarily we would leave the students who are struggling. I mean, that was the essence of the NEL Fund, to make it possible for those who are struggling to afford tuition to be able to get education. And that is the downtrodden, those who cannot fend for themselves, those whose parents, one of the things mentioned in that is those whose parents who earn a certain amount, and it's pretty low. I can't remember the exact figure. But if your parents earn above that amount, then you ordinarily do not qualify for the student loan. So I think we should just leave student loan for those who really need it and not those who have means already. That's my take on this.
All right, the only thing I want to say to this regard is if we're having a student loan, it should be for all students in Nigeria. We shouldn't cherry pick. We shouldn't limit it to those in public universities. If a student come up to say, I need a loan to fund my education, the loan should be made available. And I believe within myself that we have a clause that say if you cannot pay back after you've graduated and maybe after 2 years after that, she will go in for it. So if someone actually wanted to attend a private university, desired to go that way through or using a loan from the NEL Fund, and I don't see the reason would be restricting them or making it look like people who are in private universities are rich children or rich kids, and those of the public universities are indigent. So that is actually what I would say to that regard. Now, Morgan, all right. Away from that, we have a particular statement from the Minister of Works, David Mahi, as he come up to he told Nigerians that President Bola Tinubu's administration is laying a foundation for a new generation of highway designed to last between 50 and 100 years. Ooh la la, nice one. Marking a sharp departure from Nigeria's long history of poorly constructed and short-lived roads, Umahi spoke during an inspection of the Abuja-Kaduna-Zaria-Kano Expressway Section 1, where he said the ministry had adopted a new approach that prioritizes durability, innovation, and cost-effectiveness over the traditional cut and fill method, blamed for frequent road failures. In a statement issued by the ministry's Director of Press and Public Relations, Mohammed Ahmed, on Wednesday, the minister said the new design standards combine recycling, milling, and concrete reinforcement to build highway capable of withstanding decades of heavy traffic and harsh weather. It's a good one if we've decided to choose durability, over what some persons will come up to say jokes that we have most of the time in Nigeria. And then when the Minister of Work, David Umahi, is giving us this particular information that the roads that we have now will last between 50 and 100 years. I wanted to ask, who are we going to have now that help us to keep watch, in 100 years' time, if the road did not really manage to be there for that, who are we going to hold responsible? It's just that nature actually have a way it plays its own game, whereby we know we'll not have anybody that will live up to 100 years. At of what we're seeing now within the political space, additional 100 years will also hold them accountable. But anyway, I'm happy that he's coming up to tell us. I'm happy that, first of all, he was able to identify or know that most of the roads we have in Nigeria actually are short-lived roads. Yes, because of the poor nature of their construction. Sometimes you have roads without pavement, you have roads without drainages, you have roads that we know will not even withstand the test of time. Sometimes you check the thickness, the width of the road under construction, you know yourself that if maybe an articulated vehicle is supplied the road 2 or 3 times, the road will cave in. But at this point, I'm happy he's beginning to look at durability over the fast track nature of construction that we have in Nigeria or within a country during construction. Let's see how this actually turns out. And I believe within myself too that they will have people who will go to do the testing on the road to know exactly what will be the durability of the road. I'm talking about the quality of what they are putting out.
The quality of what they are putting out. He's been minister for 2 years. Some of the roads that are undergoing reconstruction are even caving in like 6 months after they are reconstructed and all of that. You see, I always say that our leaders have a false sense of accomplishment. We are not even talking about 30 years or 50 years, which is standard, with continuous maintenance. And you are talking of 100 years. These people, what do they think of all of us? As fools or what? I'm telling you that go to Enugu now, between Enugu, Port Harcourt, that is the axis that covers Enugu and Aba, Enugu and Umuahia. A certain section of that road has been under repair in this administration, in the life of this administration. By the time you go there 2-3 months, you see some portions of that road caving in. Where is the technology? Or are you using the technology for some roads in Nigeria?
Even the Calabacosa Highway, someone gave us a video of
of the roads, portions of the road that had already started caving in, even while under construction. And this is what the Minister of Works is telling us. They play politics with everything. 100 years. And you have been very economical with the truth. If you had said like 15, 20, 30 years, Nigerians would probably start listening to you. And the kind of roads that he constructed in Ebonyi State, what is this technology? Can someone help me? This technology, not asphalt.
Concrete?
Concrete, concrete that they use. Those ones could at least last, they are more durable than asphalt and all of that.
Years.
Up to 50 years, depending on the integrity, and the compression that they do while building those concretes. And not the asphalt that they just pour sand, lay it on top of it. You understand? So these things, they are neither here nor there. We have instance, I've just given an instance, and anybody that doubts me should just take a tour around that area between Enugu or Umuahia, You see some sections of that road under reconstruction by FEMA are already caving in. Or is it not part of what the minister is telling us? Let's try to be very truthful to ourselves, because that is the only way we can make progress as a people.
Of course, the minister, he would only hype what he's doing. So him saying that the roads they're constructing will last a century is laughable, to say the least. But we do know that some roads are being constructed properly. The 3rd Mainland Bridge, I like the way it was done. away from all the patches that they used to do in those days on the Third Mainland Bridge. Now it's been properly constructed. So since it's been open, you can apply that road. You know, it's good. But what I have a problem with is the fact that some of the things put on the Third Mainland Bridge, there's a name for it, but I call it blinkers. But I think there's a name for it. The blinkers on the road were removed by Nigerians, people. These things were put on the road so that people know where the culverts are and will not drive into the culverts. The street lights, it was solar-powered street lights on those roads. And by the way, it's not a big deal if we have street lights on every road in Nigeria. It's not something magnificent. It's what should be obtainable. So the streetlights on Third Mainland Bridge, I have a problem with how they operate these days. I know they're solar powered, but sometimes you drive on the bridge and it's dark. Last night, the lights were on, but they were very dim, and I wonder the quality of the solar power streetlights that were put there. So it's one thing to construct some roads, and yes, like my colleague said, concrete roads will last the longest, but I think with asphalt, there's a level of thickness depending on, usage that is obtainable. And another thing that affects our roads is heavy-duty vehicle plying every type of road. There should be some sort of regulation to that. If a road will be plied by, heavy-duty vehicles, then I would advocate for that to be a concrete road. That way, with all the things involved, it will last longer, 20, 30, maybe 50, if it's maintained. But the Apapa Woroshoki Road, it's concrete. It's concrete. But if you, I wonder what happens. I mean, is it the people? Is it our maintenance culture? Some parts of that road have been broken, And you start to wonder what kind of tires, what kind of vehicles will create holes on a concrete road.
Your impact over time.
Over time.
Yes, could do that.
How long ago had that road been on? I think it was started.
Of course, there could be a hole underneath that allows that to happen.
That speaks to the impact assessment conducted before construction of the road. So those are the things that the minister should actually tell us if those things are done properly. And also, it's not just about construction. Let us know how much these roads cost per kilometer and the rest. I'm looking for trouble. But anyway,
glad you know you are.
But anyway, congratulations to the minister. Well, let us be the ones to sing your praises when we see the work that you've done. Well, let's move away from those trending conversations to some of the issues, headlines now. Let's look at headlines from the dailies. And I don't know if you have access to the headlines, you can just take it away.
I do, and then I would like to start off from the cover page of the first daily today. Beside the masthead, bandits abduct Christian nurses from Plateau Hospital, assault them in mountain hideout. And that is coming from Reverend Dachomo. The banner headline on the cover page of the first daily today reads, Tinubu bows to pressure, purges presidential pardon list. Right after that, bars are kidnappers, drug, human trafficking convicts. Reverses Miriam Sanders' pardon, slam 12-year jail term. Reps approves Tinubu's $2.3 billion loan plan for 2025 budget, Eurobond refinancing. Nigeria must not become another Iraq, NOA warns. Tension rocks National Assembly as JAMB officials walk out on lawmakers. Desperate politicians behind false school claims, Silva. Showore to FG, free Nnamdi Kanu now. Nigeria's leadership has failed. FG releases 2.3 billion naira to clear lecturers' arrears while sweeping education reform. And we have the bottom strip headline to be new army chiefs vow to crush Lakurawa terrorists. Those are the stories on the cover page of the first daily newspaper today.
Okay, quickly through this day newspaper. New service chiefs set Senate confirmation. I'll check that again. New service chiefs get Senate confirmation. Via reforms to tackle insecurity, boost troops' welfare. with the rider, NAS, I'll check that again. With the rider, NAS okays Tinubu's request for new external borrowing to finance 2025 budget deficit, refinance maturing euro bonds. This day ranked among 2025 Nigeria's top 50 brands. FG bows to public pressure, reverses pardon list. Now the big story, NNPC shops for equity partners to high-grade its comatose refineries. But that court, Warri, Kaduna facilities will work, says Ojulari. Prices to rise further as federal government approved 15% tariff on imported fuel. Official letter indicates it will trigger 99.72 per liter increase in Lagos, but argues it will allow domestic refiners to cover costs. Arewa Forum meets Shetima. That's it from the This Day newspaper.
All right, so to the Guardian now. Some of the dailies have the pictures of the service chiefs, and I wonder why that's anyway. The Guardian newspaper has these headlines: Service chiefs unveil ambitious plans at Senate confirmation. Opaque oil incentives may cost Nigeria 6 trillion naira yearly. Neiti, Sislak won. Reps approve Tinubu's $2.34 billion loan, empower EFCC to seize assets without conviction. Okay, that's a conversation for newspaper review. We'll go into that one. FG backtracks on pardon as Nigerians question due process. Yes, of course. And then you have the pictures of the service chiefs. Tantita Security Services Nigeria Limited is congratulating the service chiefs. And he has that on the Guardian, has that on the cover page of the Punch as well. Has that on the cover page of Vanguard.
Nigerian Tribune.
Has that on the cover page of Nigerian Tribune. And, you know, Chukwuma used to be an editor, you know, and I know he knows how much it costs to have these things on cover pages. It runs into millions. I'm not going to mention, you know, the figure that he gave me some time back, but it runs into millions of naira. Is this patronizing the service chiefs? Is that what Tantita is saying? Anyway, we'll leave that for newspaper review. We'll talk about. You want to add something to that?
No, nothing. It's okay.
Okay, we'll talk about all of that much later. But now let's get into the conversation. Tinubu removes Miriam Sanda, kidnappers, drug dealers, others from the pardon list. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happen, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth
needs a voice. The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, let's dive into the conversation for this morning. It's the story of Miriam Sanda and the list of those to be pardoned. Well, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered, the removal of Miriam Sanda, sentenced to death in 2020 for the culpable homicide of her husband, Bilyaminu Bello, from the pardon list. Now, this was made known in a statement on Wednesday by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onunuga. The statement disclosed that the President ordered the removal of individuals convicted of severe crimes, including kidnapping, drug offenses, human trafficking, fraud, and illegal firearms possession or trafficking from the list. Additionally, those who were previously pardoned on the old list have had their sentences reduced. The statement added that the action became necessary in view of the seriousness and security implications of some of the offenses, the need to be sensitive to the feelings of the victims of the crimes and society in general, the need to boost the morale of law enforcement agencies and enhance adherence, to bilateral obligations. The approved list of eligible beneficiaries have been transmitted to the Nigerian Correctional Service for implementation in line with the duly signed instruments of release. Also, to ensure that future exercises meet public expectations and best practices, the President has directed the immediate relocation of the Secretariat of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Prerogative of Mercy from the Federal Ministry of Special Duties to the Federal Ministry of Justice. Now, we do have with us in the studio a constitutional lawyer, and I would like to start with him. But let's meet our guests. We have Barrister Bolaji Oluwatosin. Good to have you with us.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning to you. We have a seasoned reporter and also a public affairs commentator, Dele Fanimo. Good to have you with us.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Nigeria.
And joining us virtually from Abuja, Ochuma Ejiga Benjamin, a lawyer, a public policy consultant. Will also be joined by Chief Dr. Emmanuel Ireyanama, a socio-political commentator and advocate of good governance. He's also a licensed human resources practitioner, a management consultant, chartered mediator, and conciliator. Good to have you join us, gentlemen. And much later, we will be joined by Barrister Sim Adams. Okay, all right, I understand that Barrister Sim Adams is in already. Okay, now it's a full house, and I hope we have enough time to go through everyone's view on this. Let me start off with you, Bolaji. You're a constitutional lawyer, and in this particular case, would you say that this case, this conviction, went through the processes and would you say Miriam now was properly sentenced? The conviction was properly done and she was sentenced. If that be the case, what would it do to the justice system that those who have been convicted by the courts with no argument as to the process of conviction are granted pardon?
Oh, okay. Thank you greatly. This challenge here is a constitutional matter, and it draws strength from Section 175 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which vests power in the president to, exercise, the prerogative of mercy, and in some instances, it clearly occasions to correct judicial excesses. And in this regard, one would expect that the prerogative of mercy, which is vested in the president, would reflect justice, would reflect mercy in the sense of it. But it is sad that it has been done in a manner that is not just disrespectful to our courts, but in a manner that has laid down a precedent which would continue to be seen as one that is incurably bad. What I mean by this is that the position of the law is clear. For one to be a beneficiary of this very power that the Constitution has vested in the president, that person's matter, the beneficiary's matter before the court must have been properly concluded. And there must not have been an appeal entered in that same matter. In this regard, it is sad that an appeal has been entered. And when is an appeal said to be entered? An appeal in law is said to be entered when the records of proceeding from the court of first instance have been transmitted to the upper courts. And in this instance, this very matter of Miriam Sanda is on appeal. It is a disrespect on our courts, it's a disrespect on our law, and it is also an insult to the office of the Attorney General of Federation, who is supposed to be the custodian of the laws and is rightly supposed to advise the president. But in this instance, it looks like I may not be correct to say this, but it looks like the Attorney General of the Federation, with great respect to him, Fagbemi, clearly, should speak to the nation on this issue, because it looks like he has not been consulted. Because a person in his ranking as a senior advocate of Nigeria, there's an expectation, a professional expectation in a lawyer, and him being a senior advocate, there is a higher expectation on him that he would have rightly advised the president on these things, on these issues. But sadly, this is what we are witnessing. So it is sad that the president have made this decision, and we are not even sure if the processes have been rightly followed, because there should be proper consultation as outlined by the Constitution, which I think has not been done. And there would still be issues raised by constitutional lawyers as touching on the fact that when this power was exercised, would the president be correct to suddenly now, after declaring this and it has now become law, now suddenly withdraw it? So these are the issues before us.
Exactly. Okay.
All right, Bolaji, you said something that is quite instructive, that according to the provisions of the Constitution,
yes,
the president shouldn't grant pardon on a case that is at the appeal level.
That is the law.
That is the law.
Yes, that is the law.
Beautiful. What is the difference between the president granting pardon on a case that is on appeal? Can the Attorney General of the Federation file a nolle prosequi on a case that is on appeal?
The position of the law is, the procedures in the courts is, when an appeal is filed and a date is given, it is when that matter is now before the Court of Appeal, it is now in the place of, it is within the powers of the Attorney General of Federation as provided by the laws. that he can enter a nolli prosequi in this instance to, discontinue such a matter. But in this instance, the Attorney General of the Federation, Fagbemi, has not even disclosed to us if a nolli has been entered. Okay. So in this instance, it is error within the bounds of our laws, to exercise this power in this instance.
So it's a constitutional lacuna.
Yes, it is, of course, and it's an incurably bad one.
All right, okay. Let's get another lawyer's position on this. Let's see if he shares your position. Barrister Sim Adams, you are also a constitutional lawyer. Now, this removal of Miriam Sanda from the list of those to be pardoned, but we also understand that her sentencing has been reduced to about 12 years. What do you make of this? Is this justice to those that cried out? And is this justice to the family? Because we hear that some of the family members, approached the court and pleaded that she be allowed to be let off because of her children. What do you make of this? And do you share the same position with your colleague here?
You see, thank you very much. Good morning. I think the first thing I have to say is that I have to first of all commend President Tinubu, for listening to the people's complaints by, going and reviewing that particular list. Because that list was embarrassing. A list of 175 people I heard is being reduced now to 120 people. Now, the list was very embarrassing, to say the least. Now, narrowing it down, the question I keep asking, what is particularly tingling? What is the tingling sensation that has to do with this Miriam Sanders matter? That people, even when the original list came out, they had to include her name. I really don't know exactly why that should be. In my own opinion, we have more deserving people, who are wasting and wasting away in correctional centers that deserve prerogative of mercies of this president. But none of them has been recommended. So this Sanders, whatever, yes, I agree with my colleague in the studio. A matter that is on appeal, there's an appeal that has been entered. You have not allowed the court to exhaust the procedure of jurisprudence. You have not allowed the courts and the litigants to read that apology of procedure of going from the lower court to the highest court. Then midway, you cut short, the appeal that was entered. For me, that was something that was unprecedented. I will say infradig the president and infradig the AG Federation, because the AG ought to have advised the president properly. In situations like that, the proper thing that would have been done is for the AG to enter into a nolli prosequi. But he didn't do that. And when the list was brought before him, why did he not pencil out sound and say, no, Mr. President, this particular matter is still before the courts. It is only when the courts have exhausted, all avenues that you can come in. Prerogative of mercy primarily is for those that have been convicted. Prerogative of mercy primarily is for those that have been convicted, not those facing trial. Those facing trial can get it, but on recommendation, either by the courts or by the AG Federation.
Okay.
That is, I repeat once more, prerogative of mercy is for those that have been convicted. Let me tell you, for instance.
All right. Okay.
Are you aware that in the Bible,
all right,
the two thieves that were before Jesus Christ were already convicted before Christ granted them prerogative of mercy? That is where we drew this prerogative of mercy issue from. It's for those convicted. It's not for those whose matters are still pending in court. The AG is the only one that can discontinue matters of that nature, then make recommendation to the president. So the president should have, followed and continue with those who have been convicted, whose matters are not even in court on appeal to Supreme Court. Those already serving their sentences on J term.
All right. Okay.
So that is what ought to be.
All right then.
It's okay, and I believe.
All right.
Okay.
Let me just ask you one more question before I go to some other guests. Now, should we blame the AG really for what you have called an oversight, or what we can call an oversight? Should we blame the Attorney General of the Federation, seeing that the Secretariat of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Prerogative of Mercy has been domiciled in the Ministry of Special Duties as against the Ministry of Justice, which the President has said it should be moved to? Should we blame the AG? And isn't this an anomaly that we have allowed for years now?
See, this is the problem we are having. I blame the office of the AG. If you go to all the courts in Nigeria today, you are going to see that you have prosecutors from the Ministry of Justice who hover around the court premises and courtrooms. That is, you have those of them from the Ministry of Justice who move around. When they see criminal matters that involve the state, they come up and represent. That is how it should be. The AG ought to be like an ambulance going around looking for sensitive documents that need legal advice, whether from Minister of Special Duties, from Minister of Labor, etc. They should forward those particular documents to him. So it means that the president does not have faith in the Minister of Justice. Maybe that is why he asked the Minister of Special Duties to send the list and then gapped, the Ministry of Justice. It means that the president does not have faith in that particular ministry. Otherwise, what would have happened is that the president, even once he receives that list, he will send it to the AG to say, Mr. Attorney General, this is a legal aspect of why you are here. Please advise me on this. So it means if he was not aware, then it's a big shame.
A big shame.
And a slight in the office of that. It's a big shame, yes. It's a shame.
A big shame, you say. And this is coming from lawyers. Well, let's get the thoughts of the Chief Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama. Then we'll bring it back to the studio. Well, I think we've lost connection to Chief Dr. Irayanama. Well, we have Ochuma Ejiga.
All right, now let me ask you or get your opinion on this, Barrister Ochuma Ejiga Benjamin. What duty or what role, would the advisory council play, especially in this particular stage, whereby we've seen that the list already was being retracted for another one to be issued? And another thing again is, are we going to see a fair, let's say, name or people who actually make it to this particular list again, ever since the president have given another direction that the list eligible beneficiaries at this particular time should be transmitted to the Nigerian Correctional Service, maybe not be made known to public again for proper scrutiny?
Thank you very much. Even though I'm having an audio challenge, I've been following the inputs made by my colleagues, and I beg to digress a little with all due respect to them. Two things here. It is very, very good for the presidency to have responded the way they did, but the ensuing crisis is a manifestation of the corruption of our system. Under normal circumstances, that list should not have come out in the first place without passing through appropriate procedures. Now, appropriate procedure means that list should have gone to the AG's office. One of my colleagues stated that much, and I agree with him. Ordinarily, it should have gone, but I do not think it is lack of confidence or belief in the proficiency or expertise of the Attorney General that made the list not to go to him. I would rather say that it is an institutional fault. The Ministry of Special Duties is supposed to have recommended to the Attorney General. Attorney General should have vetted it, given legal advice before the list goes to the President for assent. That is the way I see it, and that was not done. The Ministry of Special Duties, for whatever it's worth, padded that list, and that brought us to where we are today. And I think the presidency recognized that and simply moved that particular duty from that ministry to the Attorney General. I think the reason being that the Attorney General's office will now make a special guideline so that we will not repeat this mistake in the future. So the presidency is commended for that, because henceforth it's not going to happen again. There's going to be a proper guideline. Now, having said that, what is the effect of what has happened? It simply means we have a serious institutional problem. That something is happening, external factors can pad the list, bring in extraneous people that are not supposed to be on that list into it. There is a serious manifestation of institutional corruption in what has just played out. But the government has responded by doing what they have done, moving that particular duty from the Ministry of Special Duties to the office of the AG.
And that was the reason I asked earlier. That was the reason I asked Barrister Benjamin. I said, are we going to see the new list now being made available at this point in time to be free and clear of all this back and forth? Because we learned that, we have a new directive to say all the eligible beneficiaries that made it to the list, that they should transmit it to the Nigerian Correctional Service for implementation in line with, the way it should be. Are we going to see that now that we're not getting the list now made public? Recall that it was Bayononogo that pushed out the name and the names of the people that made it to the presidency or presidential clemency list initially. So are we going to see a fair list at this point, now that it's no longer public?
Thank you. Thank you very much. The audio is better now, and I heard you loud and clear. Now, the way I see it is this. The president responding by moving that particular role from special duties to the Attorney General is an admission of a fault. And when you have admitted there is a fault that led to the initial list, the proper thing to do is to cancel the entire thing and start afresh. That is how I see it. Sending that list, part of the list, to the correctional center is simply not good for the confidence of the polity called Nigeria. It's not good at all, because there is an admission that something went wrong with the initial list. That was why that particular role was moved from the Ministry of Special Duties to the Attorney General. The right thing to do is to cancel the entire process and start afresh. That is what I believe should be done.
Before I bring it to the studio, before I bring it to the studio, let me just ask you this very question. With what the president has done, does it give the president a way as one, or this administration as one with a listening ear? But I also heard some lawyers yesterday. I was discussing this with some lawyers, and one of them was the position that, look, having sent out the list, that the president shouldn't have reversed himself, because that it will certainly diminish his personality, his legitimacy, and his authority in government. That Nigerians will have infantry, to question whatever comes out from the presidency next time, especially if they don't feel that what the president did is right. What's your reaction to that? Do you think that the president misfired by making this reversal? Is it going to diminish his personality? Is it going to call to question further actions from the presidency? What do you think?
Yes, two things. As a leader, as the number one person in Nigeria, he's not supposed to be acting reactionarily, as in trying to correct errors. That is not what I believe he was voted for. You are supposed to ensure that crisis does not arise. It is not for him to be correcting. But, however, the problem has arisen already, and his reaction was very, very okay, trying to solve that problem. But as you said in your question, that gives him a way, his character, his charisma, it goes to it. And a lot of Nigerians will lose confidence in his ability as it is. But if he, going forward, if he decides to now act differently, ensure that blunders does not happen before he comes out to correct it, he can retake and regain that charisma and that.
Thank you very much, Barrister Ejiga. Now let's come to the studio. Let's talk to Dele Fanimo, the citizen reporter. Dele,
I'm not a lawyer.
Okay, you are not a lawyer. So I would like to have your political perspective to all of this. I want to ask you the same question I asked the lawyer, in terms of, because we are not talking about the legalese of it now, but the politics of it. Do you think that the president has a listening ear for him to have, public pressure, made a reversal, and how is that going to affect his personality? Do you think it will diminish? Somebody said yesterday, I think you were there, that look, he is the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that anything he does should stay. Do you think that the president was right in doing this?
You see, it takes a lot of statesmanship for you to reverse yourself, especially when you are in top management. I've been in management for some time, and it's a very difficult thing to reverse yourself because it will diminish your stature. It will make further decisions suspect, even when you're acting on the basis of your conviction that what you are doing is right. So for the president and the presidency to reverse this, I think we need to commend him. Because if you were to be somebody that is obstinate, that does not care about anybody going ahead, of course, if he had insisted that this is what I want, there will be uproar. At the end of the day, it will stay. You have seen it happen in the past. Obasanjo took certain decisions when he was in government that didn't go down well with the public. And the decision, stayed.
Okay, but what does this controversy, what does it say about Nigeria's approach to the rule of law and equality before the law?
You see, let me start by saying that justice starts on a tripod. I think I mentioned it here last week when this thing broke out. Justice to the victim, justice to the accused, and then justice to the society. Now, the two legs were shaking, and the other leg, which is justice to society, was almost removed in this. But the society took it upon themselves to ask that, no, you have not done justice to us. And his government decided to listen, and they had to reverse. But you see, in all of this, the lesson to be drawn from all of this is sometimes when you delegate duties, you make sure that you monitor those you delegated it to. The president is not all-knowing, is not God. He just gave a job to some people to do, and those people decided. We have seen in this country that people that died 6 months, 1 year before the list came out, we found about 5, 6 of them on the list. But it wasn't the intention of the person that sent them to put dead people's name on that list. It shows how lackadaisical and ineffective certain people are when they are given responsibility.
Okay.
And it cuts across all facets of life.
Now, cutting across all facets of life, how does this fit into the notion Nigerians have, that they are always, first of all, what does it speak to, what does it say about the quality of the president's handlers? Remind you, I recall that the NDLEA said that, look, the list we submitted, this is not the list. The police kicked too. They said, no, this list was not properly vetted. So what does that say about, one, the quality of handlers of the president? Because there are people, that need to, like you said, run through all of these, before the final release and all of that. And also, what does it say about a certain group of people, you know, who try to control the president by trying to shield him from some information that is vital, that will enable him to take final decisions?
You see, in all of this, it also shows that sometimes the president will have good intentions. I'm not even talking about Tinubu now. Even his predecessors, they would have good intentions and they tell you, okay, go and do X, Y, Z and report back to me. Corruption is at the heart of all of this. How could somebody who had been convicted of drug find its way to prerogative of mercy? What has it done to merit that privilege? Somebody who was convicted of killing her husband. This is not the first time that this thing is happening. It's just because it's on the national forum that we are looking at it. Yesterday, a lawyer in DPP in Ibadan killed her husband, was convicted. Somehow, she found herself out of prison. She's now living a free woman today. Have we done justice to the society in that? Have we done justice to the family of the man that was killed? Everything was done to make sure that the prosecution was watertight. I mean, for somebody who is a lawyer, who is also a prosecutor, to have killed her husband, you know she's knowledgeable enough to bring up alibi, to cover up. But she couldn't. And she was convicted and condemned to death.
Are you saying that, you know, one of the things that we look at has to do with age, the health condition, the conduct in prison, you know, remorseful nature, maybe changes also that happen to be one of the things that they look, evaluation they made before pushing out this list now?
How can somebody who maliciously, deliberately kill another person be remorseful? You know, what kind of remorse?
It was part of what the presidency made known to Nigerians, you know, topping the list that he made available, saying that some of the persons or people that made it to that list actually, you know, they have thought about their actions and inaction while in prison, you know, and have change of heart and change of mind. They are now remorseful and they have vowed to, you know, be of good conduct, to the point that even someone come up to say, I want to take them in. I am the one now being the guarantor that some of them will not go back to whatever thing that convicted them in the first place.
See, at one point or the other, I've worked with correctional center. You see, lighter sentences, not capital offense, will be considered for that. Especially, you know, there are some people, when they review their case, they find out that it wasn't intentional, but the law has to take its course. When you look at that, somebody, you see, the difference between manslaughter, I'm sorry if I'm delving into law, the little I know, the difference between manslaughter and murder is when the action is not deliberate and it results in murder, it's manslaughter. But if I fight with you at this moment, here, without standing up, and I have something to harm you, if I harm you, the lawyer can still go ahead and claim that it's manslaughter. But the moment I step out of this place and go close to that television and bring an object to harm you, the law recognizes that between when I'm standing up and that place, my sanity should have returned for me to know that what I'm going to do is injurious to that person. So it's pure murder.
Okay, you are speaking as a lawyer now. I want us to...
I'm not a lawyer.
You are speaking as a lawyer. The lawyers are here. Olaji, I want to ask you, I want us to move away from the law and talk about the politics of it.
Okay.
Now, with what has happened, and your colleague there said that, look, going forward, it will impact, or it might impact, you know, on how the perception Nigerians have about what comes out from the presidency. How much effort do they need to put in place to ensure that they erase that perception? Because it's going to stick. If tomorrow, Bayo Ononoga puts out something, Nigerians will say, did he run through it, and another one, did he run through it, and all of that? How much effort do you think that the government needs to do intentionally to ensure that going forward, Nigerians will believe whatever comes out from the presidency?
Okay, so I may like to you know, disagree with the fact that the president's power would be undermined going forward, given that he has reversed.
I'm not sure that word undermined, his personality.
Okay. For me, I believe strongly that when people say that the president should not have reversed this pardon list, what they are defending now in this instance is Miriam Sanda. What they are defending is wrong, executive action. And for me, I believe strongly that democracy thrives on predictability of the laws. The people must be able to say this is what the law is, this is what the facts are, and the marriage of the law and the facts would be able to give a determination for what would be the end of it. So I understand that politically the argument would be that the president going forward, each time a list is dropped, like you gave an example by Bayo Onanuga or whoever from the presidency, there would be this perception from people that I hope you have done a thorough check on this again. But I believe strongly that in a democracy, the people must have a voice. I believe strongly that the people must, going forward, be able to criticize the president. Because, when we make it seem like he is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, we forget to also say that he was voted in by the people. So the power did not just emerge suddenly. It was donated by the people. So each time the president makes, mistake, I believe that the people should be able to draw the attention of the president to what is right.
Balaji, do you acknowledge that there is discontent with how this has played out and some of the names on that list and some Nigerians who over time have had issues with taking offenders or handing offenders to the security agencies have always had this idea that when you hand offenders to security agencies, they are let off the hook if they know their way around, So that led to people getting involved in jungle justice. Now, as much as that is criticized, do you think such action will not reignite the ideology of jungle justice in the hearts of people when they feel, oh, if this person is sentenced, there is a possibility. If they know their way around, they'll be let off the hook. Or if this person is handed over to security agencies and they know their way around, they are people of means, they'll be let off the hook. What can we do now to ensure that things do not degenerate to that level again, where we start having jungle justice be meted out on offenders?
Okay, so I think what has just happened has just strengthened our democracy.
It has.
Yes, it has strengthened our democracy. Because what the people now believe is that each time we speak, and that thing is right within the ambits of the laws and morally, the presidency would make a U-turn. And that's how democracy should be. The people should be able to... You see, it baffles me when Nigerians think that the president should not be reactionary. Of course, the president should be reactionary. Even in the exercise of his power as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the commander-in-chief of armed forces, the voices of the people shouldn't be stiffened. The people should be able to expressly, state what they believe is wrong when, it collides with the laws. So I believe strongly that if the people believe that their voices are heard, there would be barely accounts of jungle justice. In my opinion, that's what I think, because where justice is seen to be done and not just done, the people would have faith in the system, and this is clearly what has happened. Against the belief that it will, in a way, alter the... Of course, it will alter the ego of the presidency, but it remains that justice has been done, the people's voice have been heard, which is our outcry.
All right, then. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Bolaji Oluwatosin. Now, let's get, as we wrap up now, concluding thoughts on this one from Barrister Asim Adams, and then we'll go back to Barrister Benjamin. Okay, so let's go to Barrister Benjamin now. What are your concluding thoughts on this? What message would you want to leave with Nigerians and the presidency? Because we know they are listening. All right, we seem to be having a network problem with the connection there to Barrister Ochuma Benjamin. Well, let's wrap up this conversation now as we move to another conversation. This one is on the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, as he is being taunted for taking his sons to Dubai as delegates. Well, let's talk about this when we come back.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. Glad to have you back at still VOP this morning. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has come under intense criticism after attending the 2025 Asia-Pacific Cities Summit and Mayors Forum in Dubai with his two sons, who were reportedly listed as official delegates. Photos and videos from the event showed Wike's sons wearing delegate tags, a development that sparked outrage online, with many Nigerians accusing the minister of using public funds for a family trip. The summit, which gathered city leaders and government representatives from across the world, was meant to promote urban development partnership. However, the sight of Wike's sons participating as delegates quickly turned the conversation to allegations of nepotism and misuse of public resources. The controversy deepened after Wike's media aide, Leroy Olayinka, mocked critics on X, formerly Twitter, writing, "Where it reach your tone, carry your enemies travel." The statement angered many Nigerians who saw it as a dismissive response to genuine question about accountability in public offices. We still have with us in the studio Bolaji Oluwatosin, an Esquire constitutional lawyer and also a public affairs analyst, and Delifani Moses, a reporter, public and political affairs commentator. And virtually we still have Barrister Asim Adams, who happens to be a public and political affairs analyst also, and Chief Dr. Emmanuel Reina, my social political commentator and advocate of good governance, will join us during the course of the conversation. In Abuja, we'll have Barrister Ochuma Ejiga Benjamin, a public and policy consultant. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for staying with us thus far. I would like to start off with you, Barrister Bolaji. What do you have to say about this particular news? How we've seen on social media that two sons of the Minister of FCT at this point in time is in Dubai attending an official delegation, and the fact that the media aide of the FCT minister went all out to tell Nigerians who are reacting to what it took to be deported and now that if he reached their turn in local palace, carry your enemy. What does this really portend? And, you know, what does this really portend for Nigeria at this point in time? Our growth, the democracy, the dissent, and also the fact that some of the elected officials we have are seeing themselves to be overlords over the people that elected them.
Now, okay, on Wike's episode, I think that maybe I would like to respond to Larry Olayinka before anything else. One would think that the spokesperson of the FCT minister would be a person who would have mental gravitas, you know, to comment on issues as touching on, you know, national matters as this, especially that Nigeria is on the front burner on the international scene. But it is sad and not surprising because this is the person of Larry Olayinka. And so I think that's that. And we'll now go on to Wike taking his sons on an official summit to Dubai. You see, this didn't start with Wike. It started with the president himself, Sheyi Tinubu, in 2023, November to be precise, when he had the audacity to attend the Federal Executive Council meeting, a hallowed chamber that is supposed to be for appointees and elected members of our nation. Sadly, what this government of the APC is doing, PDP APC, that is Wike, what they are doing is that they have turned the Federal Executive Council to the Council of Sons. They have now turned, you know, democracy into royalty, like it is you know, like it's a royalhood, in my opinion. So I believe strongly that Wike taking his sons to Dubai is not just wrong, but incurably wrong. And when I saw the images, I thought to myself, I said, could this be AI generated
side by side with
could this be AI generated images? And then I went on to confirm, to find out that he in fact took his sons to Dubai.
Now, what does the Constitution say about family members benefiting from, you know, public officials and
When
all
not
that
elected.
when not elected?
You see, public offices or public places is for public trust. And what Wike has done now is to make Nigerians believe that politics is family business and nothing more. The law may not be clear. I have to be honest with you in this instance. Constitutionally, there may not be provisions as clearly or expressly stating that the person he cannot take his. But you know, the people voted these people into offices, expecting that only persons who are statutorily empowered to attend such meetings would attend, and that fundings from public coffers would go into funding the trips of these people. So Wike needs to answer whether or not the trip was personally sponsored, or whether the monies used in sponsoring these kids to Dubai were personal or from the public coffers. These are the questions.
Let me ask you this question. Will it have made a difference? We don't know. I don't know. Probably you know. Will it have made a difference if his children work in the ministry that traveled? Will it have made a difference?
Of course, it would have made a difference if, you know, they.
What would that be?
It would have made a difference if they work in those ministries.
There wouldn't be a problem.
There wouldn't be a problem. Okay. But clearly, one of the sons just got called to the Nigerian bar very recently. Okay. Yes. And then one of the other, I honestly don't have an idea, but I know that they do not work with these ministries. They do not. These are young men who are supposed to be pursuing their, you know, career, but you know, their father is bringing them to the front burner of Nigerian politics to be criticized for the wrong reasons, setting a very bad precedent. Like I would.
No, what if they got employed with their school certificate? I know that if I ask you if they were employed, you know, after graduation, you say because they have not done youth service. What if they were employed with their school certificate? I'm just asking.
Employed with their school certificates.
Yes, in that ministry.
That is not in the records.
Okay.
Yes. So as it stands now, they do not work with any of the ministries and have no reason to have attended that summit. It is wrong to have attended that summit. So I think that Wike is emboldened because he believes that whatever he does, he would always have the president's backing. Because in, so to say, as he looks like he's Tinubu's golden boy. So he believes that whatever he does now,
should
would have
we
no
hold Nigerians responsible, seeing that Chelle, the president's son, did his and nothing was done? Yes, we heard the president speak on that issue, but it didn't really stop there because we saw him attend some of that functions that were meant for public officers. We've also seen Chelle fly the private jet. All right, now, should we blame Nigerians for not speaking up when things happen at the moment, other than waiting for someone else to repeat it? And what can be done differently now to nip this in the bud?
I think that what all of these actions call for is for our legislators to stand up or wake up from their slumber, to attend to these issues by, legislating over laws, or creating laws that will bar sons and daughters of, these political figures from benefiting from public funds that have not been earmarked by the laws for them. So I believe that laws should be created in this regard, because at some point that I saw Chelle Tinubu flying the private jet, the national private jet, going here, I had to ask myself, does this guy have the antidote to the president's sickness that would warrant him to always move with the president? If they state that it is for health reasons, we may understand. But Chelle Tinubu is not a medical doctor that should be going with the president everywhere. He's the son of the president. I believe that law should be made to curb some of these things. And I know that some reactionaries online would still go on to say there's no big deal in it. If you reach your turn, like Lady Olayinka has said, these are careless statements that should not be tolerated by Nigerians. And I think more and more Nigerians should rise up against this thing, clamp down on some of these actions by these people more and more. On this, so that laws will be made in this regard. So this is a call to the legislators to wake up.
All right. Thank you, Bolaji. Let's connect with Barrister Chuma once again. Barrister, are you there? Hello, Barrister Chuma, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Okay, beautiful. Good.
Okay, I will just add to what my colleague has said, and I will add from the aspect that where he said that there are no laws, clear laws, checkmating all of these things, I agree with him to an extent. But there is a law, the Independent Corrupt Practices Law, that's the ICPC Act, address this to an extent. You understand? So all of this favoritism, nepotism, treating government offices as a family business is clearly an abuse of office. It's an abuse of power, abuse of office. The minister of the FCT, even though he acts like governor of states, he is not actually a governor. He has no immunity. So he can't be prosecuted even while in office. And he has abused power. He has abused his office by taking his children to his official duty, making them to represent the country. My colleague has said much about that.
Okay,
but that abuse of office is against the ICPC Act.
All right, thank you.
And the Minister of FCT has no immunity.
Okay,
yes.
Barrister Jiga, I get your position, but I'd like for us to compare notes, to draw examples from the people that we copy. I like going back to the model of democracy, the United States of America. I recall, I read Bill Clinton's book, My Life. He did travel with Chelsea on Air Force One to Europe on a few occasions, and they attended public functions together. I also read Obama's book, The Promised Land. I also discovered that he traveled with Mila and Shasha, on Air Force One to Europe on official occasions. And if you look at Air Force One, that movie, it might have been make-believe, but it depicts reality. Harrison Ford at that moment traveled with his daughter. Movie, but make-believe. Is there anything wrong with the president or the minister traveling with his son to an occasion? Drawing from, if you compare with these instances that I've just given.
Yes, I heard you right. Now, let us call a spade a spade. There is a distinction between the analogies that you just made and the issue at hand.
Okay.
Now, I could recall one of the people in the studio there stated clearly that the kids were carrying delegates' cards, as if they were representing the good people of Nigeria. And another participant have stated clearly that they hold no such office. You understand? That's why I said we should distinguish that from what you said, which is about traveling. For instance, if I'm the governor or the minister and I'm traveling officially to Dubai, I can decide to travel with my children. But that is different from presenting them as representative of the people of Nigeria. That is the issue.
Okay, so will it have made a difference?
If the president is traveling to the USA,
will it have made a difference? I think the only problem we have here, Barrister Ejika, the only problem you have is that on Nigerian side is that they were wearing delegate tags. Is that the problem?
Yes, they were not supposed to be seen representing Nigeria. If they had entered the plane quietly with their father to travel out and they go shopping, I do not think it's a problem. If I'm a governor and I'm flying to the USA and my kids have one or two things to do in the USA, they can go with me on that flight, but they won't be seen. They shouldn't throw it in our face. That is an abuse of office. They shouldn't.
Who sponsors the trip? Isn't that the public fund? You know, at this point in time, taking your family members on an official trip just because, you know, you wanted them to tag along. Isn't that an abuse also of office?
Yes, it is a kind of abuse, but if you look at it from my angle here, that plane, for instance, let's look at the presidential jet. If it's flying to the USA, it is the same facility, it is the same fuel that will fly the president to the USA. Now, if my wife have shopping to do in USA and I'm flying the presidential jet there, I do not think giving my wife a lift will be a problem at all. Okay. You understand? So that is the angle I'm looking at it. I do not think that plane that took the Minister of FCT to wherever he's going, conveying the children to that location, is an issue if they had gone for something else, if they were not seen. But I think the main issue now is taking them there on official assignment. That particular trip now, apart from entering that plane, is sponsored by taxpayers' money. That is the issue. That is why we as Nigerians, we are agitated. It goes to their hotel lodgings, it goes to their feeding. It's even possible that we take allowances, because wearing those delegate tags, they were representing the good people of Nigeria, which they are not qualified to do so right now.
All right.
Their only qualification is being the children of the minister, which does not matter legally at all.
Okay.
That is no qualification at all.
Thank you very much, Barrister Benjamin. Well, I know a lot of Nigerians will want such lifts, you know, to be abroad. A lot of people will want to just tag along. Telephone email. Now what are your thoughts on this one? Because I know that you've been, you know, holding something back. Let's have it.
Well, for me, the point at which the FCT minister got it wrong was to have issued delegate cards to his.
I guess they needed that to enter certain places.
No. What you would have done was probably to it doesn't stop him from going out with his children for shopping, for some other things. He could have held them back in the hotel while he's busy with official functions, and then come back to them later to fraternize, or maybe on the sideline after the whole thing. other people can come into the foyer, other people can wine and dine, but not at the point of issuing those cards. He has erred because he had given that impression that those people actually came for that conference on the ticket of Nigeria. It was wrong at that point. But it wasn't the wrong thing for him to have taken his family. After all, most organizations, even the private sector, you get to a point that the organization will take care of you and your family, 4 children, your wife, and yourself, all expenses paid anywhere in the world for holiday. So, for me, but the issue of coming as delegates when they are not properly accredited as part of Nigerian delegation to that conference is what is wrong.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Well, let's move away from that conversation as we do understand that the conversation continues on our social media platforms. Let's talk about the National Assembly now. The National Assembly has approved the President's request for a $2.35 billion external loan request. Let's talk about this when we come back.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Well, the National Assembly on Wednesday approved President Bola Tinubu's request to secure a total of $2.347 billion from the international capital market to part finance the 2025 budget deficit and refinance maturing Eurobonds. Also granted was Tinubu's request to issue a $500 million debut sovereign sukuk in the international capital market, ICM, to fund infrastructure projects and diversify Nigeria's financing sources. Well, the approval was given after considering reports of both committees on AIDS, loans, and debt management. In the lower chamber, the House of Representatives adopted a report presented by the House Committee on AIDS, Loans, and Debt Management, chaired by Honorable Abubakar Hassan Nalaraba during plenary, presided over by Speaker Tajuddin Abbas. We still have gentlemen here with us. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Let me come to you, Dele. The president has got another approval of how much? How much is it there? $2.34 billion, to help us finance the deficit in our budget. That's it, very clear, to finance the deficit in our budget. But I thought we got information that certain agencies had met and surpassed their targets. And we also discovered that, look, oil theft has reduced and we are meeting our opaque quota and all of that. About meeting. But we have done more than 80% of that threshold. So why do we still look for money to refinance or to finance the deficit in a budget? What is the problem? And when we move away from that, we'll talk about the 500 million naira, sukuk loan that will help us finance projects and all of that. But I want you to tell us, why are we still borrowing money when we are generating almost enough internally to solve our local problems?
You see, you recall that we were together here the day the budget was released to the National Assembly. And the first hold I picked in that budget was the predication of this year's budget on $75 per barrel. There is no way we can peak at $75 per barrel, given the vagaries of the international market as we speak. One, those things that can escalate the price of oil in the international market have been escalated to some extent.
Okay.
And so now we are going into winter, maybe it will peak at maybe $65 per barrel because of the consumption of more energy during winter. And those countries that brings glut into the global market that are not in the OPEC basket, they are already settling their issues. Countries like Iran, Iraq, and all the rest that are not part of OPEC. So definitely there is no way that oil will peak. So what that translates to is, for you to be able to maintain the running of that budget, you must keep borrowing to keep pace.
Why are we borrowing when we are generating enough? Governors are getting more money from removal of fuel
You see, there are some encumbrances that would, you are looking at it from the basket, but where does the basket go? If you surpass the budget, I mean, if you surpass your IGL, your revenue, it's just a fraction that is going to the federal government. These governors has a vice grip that.
No, are you talking about states internally generated revenue?
No.
Okay.
The real basket at federal level.
Okay.
It is not owned by the federal government alone. The moment it peaks at from maybe 1,000 naira, for instance, to 1,200, the hawks will perch and say, no, you cannot use this extra 200 to service debt. This money must be shared equally on a ratio by the state and federal government.
No.
So it is not the prerogative.
The point.
It is not the prerogative of the federal government to determine how much a state collects every month from the allocation. It is derived from how much stroke percentage that must accrue. You remember the sovereign wealth funds that the then president said, let us save for rainy day. Okonjo-Iweala came and advised, but they insisted. Oshiomhole was the leader of these governors that said, no, everything that must come to that basket must be shared immediately. And constitutionally, the president has no power to say no. So we need to understand some of these dynamics before we say, why are you borrowing? I am not against borrowing, but the only problem I have with borrowing is, are we targeting it for a purpose that will be beneficial to the masses and to Nigerians as a whole? That is where I have problems.
Now, the federal government has its own share, of the resources, national resources. And the last time I checked, the federal government share is still more than that of the states and local government.
I think it's about
put together,
52.
Put together.
Yes.
So, and when you factor in all of that, what is the federal government doing with its own share of that money, especially when they are also signing a $500 million Sukuk bond to finance projects? Which projects are we talking about here?
You see, everywhere you go, you see the signpost of Sukuk.
Okay.
Sukuk, the interest is not factored, but profit is factored. It's like this loan from
interest-free loan.
Now, let me tell you that the 52% of the federal government, responsibility of the federal government as enshrined in the Constitution, had been overstretched because of the laxity of the constituent states. For instance, recently, federal government released 32-point-something billion naira to primary healthcare centers. It is not the responsibility of the federal government.
So why are they doing it?
But if they don't do it, you say federal government has neglected health and everybody will die. So they have to come and do it the same way when federal roads is bad. The dual carriageway leading to my house in Ibadan had been rendered almost unmotorable.
Okay.
But After crying to the federal government was not ready to do anything. Now, Seyi Makinde, the state governor, is doing it.
So that takes away the responsibility from but that takes away the responsibility from the federal government.
You don't. But the agreement was that probably when it fixes, they will pay later.
So was it part of the agreement that the federal government will use 32 billion naira, to fund primary health care at the state level?
You see, these things are neither here nor there. What I'm telling you is, if Seyi Makinde didn't fix that road, not many people understand that it's federal road. In fact, those who understand that it's federal road will be asking him, is it only federal people that apply this road? We are from your state. We are the ones plying the road. Fix it for us. After all, it is our money in the covers that you are holding a trust for us. Use that money for us.
All right, Barrister Bolaji, let's get you join the conversation. Now, what do you have to say about this borrowing? Recall that I think in September last year or thereabout, debt to GDP ratio was above what the Fiscal Responsibility Act of Nigeria stated. We shouldn't be above 40% and all that. Although this year we learned that slightly over 39.4%, and yet we're still borrowing. And we've not really said that this is what we're seeing, this money is now being used, especially when it gets to the Nigerian benefiting from all the borrowing and all that. Now, what does this really portend for Nigeria, given the fact that we're still running like two budgets? 2024 budgets have been extended to run also into the 2025. I think it's going to end by December. And one of the reasons for this particular borrowing is more like a part finance to the 2025 budget.
You see, the law you just cited now, is clear that if the president must borrow, it must be for capital expenditure. And it is sad that the National Assembly has just approved this $2.35 billion. In 16 months, Tinubu have borrowed over 63 trillion naira in 16 months. And in my opinion, and with the statistics we have, because for me, as I always argue, the parameters for measurement of good governance and investment of resources is the quality of life of citizens. It is not prevalent in the life of Nigerians. What Tinubu has promised is renewed hope, but what Nigerians are experiencing is renewed debt. Debt, D-E-B-T. They keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing with nothing to show for it. There's high level of insecurity in Nigeria. We keep marshalling these arguments every day. We wake up on TV stations everywhere, on every platform. Nigerians keep talking about insecurity. People keep getting kidnapped in almost all parts of this country. It has now become a taboo to celebrate on anything good now, even via the space of social media, because you don't know who is watching you. Some of us are afraid of talking about some things because we know that our parents stay far away from us and they are not. We're not sure if they will not be kidnapped. Let's talk about electricity. Let's talk about many spheres of lives of Nigerians that have not just been denigrated, but have been relegated to, the class of zero citizens, not even first class citizens. This is the situation of myself. This is the situation of you, all of us. We are the ones feeling it. It is sad that these guys keep borrowing. Now, my argument in clear terms is that if the president must borrow, let there be accountability. Let's see what you have done with what you have borrowed in the past. And let's leave all of these Adam Smith arguments about whether or not you can borrow, whether it is right to borrow. The reality is that the president must be accountable. And the National Assembly must ask the right questions. But I understand that all of this is politics. So in the end, they will keep approving the billions and keep approving the billions, and Nigerians will continue to be in this debt trap that we are in. And these guys who have held us back will continue to chain us and strangle us until they kill us.
All right. Well, I asked this question yesterday. I asked when the news about the expansion of the 15 million households to receive a certain amount of money, when they brought that up, I asked the question, how are we going to finance that? Is the government looking to borrow more monies to finance that? But, well, we don't know if this is going to go into that because information is not made available as to what these monies will be used for. But You sound with, you ended your statement with a lot of hopelessness. Would you say that speaks to how the ordinary Nigerian feels right now with the activities of this government?
Yes, of course. As it looks like we are hopeless in Nigeria. I have to confess to you, because Nigerians' hope have just been renewed with another level of shege, as Nigerians would say it. And I think that what the president has just done and the National Assembly is, in my opinion, a future crime.
A future crime?
Yes, it's a future crime, because what they have done is to steal the joys of Nigerians. That's the reality. For me, I may not want to, delve into the entire theatrics of the economics, like he just mentioned here. But then, I believe strongly that Nigerians must rise to challenge some of these things. Nigerians must begin to stand up to talk down on these policies by the government and these efforts to always use Nigerians as an opportunity, to keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing with nothing to show for it. So that's my opinion.
Okay. Barrister Ochoma Ijiga, let's get you join the conversation. Nigeria have joined other African nations like Egypt, South Africa, to have high debt. I'm talking about international debt. Now, let's juxtapose what is happening in Nigeria, what is happening in South Africa, for example, infrastructure development. Let's use electricity as a case study. Can you say, as a Nigerian, can you justify the level of borrowing we're having? Recall that I think very soon too we'll have the superpower grid. Nigeria government borrowed money also from China for us to be able to, make sure that that is achieved. And on the part of road and every other part, can you actually say that borrowing actually is not wrong, from what some people are saying that there's nothing wrong with borrowing, as you look at other African nations and how much they've been able to achieve with international borrowing? Barrister Ochoma Ijiga, Benjamin, if you can hear me, I would like to get your opinion on the question just asked.
Well, you might need to unmute your microphone because we cannot hear you, Barrister. Well, we seem to have a problem with the audio quality coming from Abuja guest, and this is, unfortunately, where we'll have to wrap up this conversation. But newspaper review comes up next, and some of these issues might just come up again. And, we'll delve deeper into these issues. I must say a very big thank you to Bola Joluwatosi Esquire, a constitutional lawyer and public affairs commentator. We also had Asim Adams Esquire and Ochuma Benjamin Esquire, 3 lawyers on the program today. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. And also, we do appreciate Dele Fanimo, a veteran reporter and public affairs commentator. Thank you very much for your time with us on the program. Well, that's it on the show. Newspaper Review comes up next. I'm Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10 for Newspaper Review. And I'm Fina Okechukwu, endeavor to be a patriotic citizen. Believe me, Nigeria will be great again.
I am Shupuma Okoro. I think patriotism is a choice. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators,
party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on 29, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all show the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thanks for joining us again. Now, this is newspaper reviews, and let's dive into the papers. Let's look at some stories from the dailies. I'm Moses Humphrey. Thank you very much for joining us again.
And I am Chukuma Okoro. Good to have you join us again.
And we must appreciate Dele Fanimo for staying with us. He's a veteran reporter and a public affairs commentator. Good to have you with us once again.
Thank you for having me.
Now, let's look at the headlines from the dailies. Of course, we've talked about Tantita congratulating the service chiefs. That's on most of the dailies this morning. But there are a few other headlines that we can touch on. Now, from the Daily Trust, alleged coup plot Silva confirms raid on residence. That's on the cover page of the Daily Trust. And still on the coup issue, the Punch has it as coup controversy. Military tracks 45 billion naira in NDDC. Detained soldiers linked to NDDC top shots probe. Silva out of country. Denies links with alleged coup. And of course, the government is still putting out denial that there was no such thing as a coup attempt on this administration. Oh well. Those are some of the headlines that you will find on the cover pages of some newspapers. I'm trying to see if there's another report of the coup in some other daily, but can't find any at the moment. New army chief vows to crush Lakurawa terrorist. All right. And yes, so, well, those are the headlines. Mr. Fanimo.
The coup?
The coup.
The service chief?
The service chief's alleged
Silva,
coup.
yes.
Alleged coup. Because government is saying there was no such thing. But don't you think if there was an admittance and then, you know, it would boost investor confidence that truly this country is safe? Nothing can affect the government. I mean, they are on top of their game, really, other than this outright denial. Because there is denial, but then we are seeing arrests being made. We are seeing allegations, and we know there is usually no smoke without fire.
Yeah, I think government is trying to play safe. Because if it turns out, and you never can tell, that there was no coup after all, it will be like they have to struggle to recant.
Or rather, there was no plot.
There was no plot.
There was no plot, yeah.
You understand? So, it's not as if they are not aware of arrests and all that. But investigation will get to a point at which you can say there was actually an alleged plot to carry out a coup. So maybe you need to consider to the government while investigation is on. But the curious thing about all of this is that I've not seen any alarm about a coup. And I stand to be corrected that it doesn't turn out to be that there was actually a plan to topple government. Despite all the denials of the likes of Dia or Olariwaju then, Major Fadipe came out to say that we actually planned a coup. And the emotion was there, the sympathy was there on the side of this alleged coup plotters then. That no, it was a phantom coup. But it turned out to be real. And for arrest to have been made and interrogation going on, then we may have to look towards an actual fact that there was a plot. And why is it at this time? It's playing out the way Great Oboru was linked to that Okaku. Was it Okaku?
Yes, Okaku.
Was linked. And the man had to run away, knowing that they will come after him.
I think he's been pardoned.
He's been pardoned.
He's been pardoned.
He's been pardoned. So, the fact that he's pardoned does not remove the fact that he actually plotted.
There was something, yeah.
You know.
Okay. Daily Independent report says Silva, not part of coup, says aid, confirms military raid on home. And we know that he's not in the country. Everything just looks suspicious.
Everything just, you know.
No, I think one thing that we need to find out is when did they leave the country? If it was
not just
probably
himself,
last week,
himself and the wife.
If it was last week, then it means that he was smart enough to have escaped.
Recall too that Oboru, Great Oboru,
yes,
escaped from Whiskers, you know, a few days to that plot. You know, he also left.
Yes,
and probably if that coup had succeeded,
to come back
a hero, and all of that. You know, so the thing of it is this: I've been trying to wrap my head around the Silva connection. You know, his absence. And there was a medium that said that he ran away. Not traditional. That he ran away, not traditional. And running away, I think if you were able to put the bits and pieces together, you might just think that it was actually a plot.
Yes.
And the fact that certain military officers, 16 of them
have been arrested.
Not just arrested, but they are also undergoing interrogation
yes.
and investigation and all of that. But I think there are many tracks, there are many angles to look at all of these. Boosting investor confidence. The scare itself, I think, like you asked, the scare is, if investors were trying to come, might even scare them.
Would it?
Yes. The scare that there's a school, there might just be a change of government.
I don't think so. I think the confidence will be boosted knowing that, okay, there might have been some unsettling incident, but the government was able to handle it.
Okay.
That would give an investor confidence.
It will give investors confidence, but it will also ask the investor will start asking questions. Why a coup plot in the first place? Is there a level of discontent in the polity that will ordinarily necessitate a coup plot? Because, but away from that, I'm sorry, Dele, in terms of business, when people talk about insecurity, as scaring investors away, I think that is just for the optics. Real investors, actually don't think about those things when they want to invest because they are risk takers. And they also go into places where there are problems to do what? To provide solutions. That is the very first consideration of when bombs were going off in Afghanistan and Iraq, a lot of people were flying into Iraq to go do business.
It depends on the kind of business you want to do.
It depends on the kind of business that you want to do.
But it's still business.
It's still business.
Yeah, but you will not be flying
supply of arms and ammunition is not business.
Of course, but you will not be flying in there to sell clothes.
Exploration of solid minerals, under war situation is also business. But you will not expect fast-moving consumer good producers, to come and start setting up factory, start setting up shop and all of that. They will not. They're very sensitive investors.
So we should be wary of the kind of investors that will be coming in if insecurity is everywhere.
These are the people that will portfolio investors. They will come with a lot of money, dump it, in your stock exchange, in your stock market, and all of that. When there's a slight improvement, they'll take their money and walk away. And your records will be showing that you got like $30 billion investment in a half H1 or H2 of that year. It doesn't translate, to economic growth. The optics are there, in your books. But real growth, real GDP, it doesn't contribute to that. Then that is one angle to it. Another angle is.
Oh, sorry. Before you proceed, there's this headline here just popped out at me, and it speaks about foreign inflows. That's why I just want to drop it. It says foreign inflows steady naira amid weak domestic FX supply. Okay, just thought to drop it.
Okay,
go ahead.
So I think it's on Business Day.
Okay, probably we'll find it in the Business Day.
It's on the front page of Business Day.
Well, the Business Day has it with a different tag.
With a different.
It's
Naira hits 10-month high. That's a big.
Naira hits 10-month high as investors cut dollar holdings. External reserve surpasses $43 billion mark. FDI inflows surge by $272.6 million. We also have Nigeria begins export of locally made solar panels to Ghana. Well, that's a different story.
So that's from some form of stability, but a lot of people will question stability at what level? But you discover too that the Naira has been trying to maintain a steady balance over time, 2-3 months now, and but it will be better if it takes a dip, as in if you start. The last time I checked, it was 1477. I don't know what it is now.
It's likely to take a further dip because of the
season.
The season from November.
For diaspora remittances and all of that.
Yes.
A lot of people coming, so it's go down. Okay, away from that, my consideration in this the plot, the coup scare, is that, like I said yesterday, if you look at the number of officers being investigated, 85% of them from the north, Why the North? Does it speak to the discontent in the North about how this administration has become westernized in the words of a lot of people? You know, if you look at the president's appointment, and the North is very vocal about it, very vociferous, complaining like anything you take away from the North, you dump it in the Southwest, you don't redistribute. Southeasterners are complaining, even Southerners are also complaining. But if we walk back to 8 years ago, that was exactly the same thing that Muhammadu Buhari did. So these people that are now, you know, raising this discontent, where were they?
They didn't say anything.
They didn't say anything at that time. So it further speaks to the fault lines in our politics. Our politics is highly ethnicized. I'm not one to run away from that reality. You know, ethnic politics exists. Even when they talk about Black Lives Matter, you know, white supremacy, these things are racial, you know, they are all racial. And according to, you know, I don't want to get into slurs now, but I understand that ethnicity exists in all politics, even in Europe, in the UK, and all of that. But they have grown to the level that they are able to modulate and moderate their differences, that they are able to stay together. That is what we should try to do as a people. And the only way we can do that is by creating a high level of inclusivity, you know, within the polity, so that everybody has a sense of belonging in what we are trying to build, the Nigerian nation.
All right. I understand that Barrister Asim Adams has joined the conversation. Barrister, good morning once again. The network made it difficult for us to get your full thoughts on the conversation during VOP this morning. But if you're with us, we'd like you to follow the conversation, and we'll be coming to you for your contribution as we progress. Now, let's look at a few other headlines here. NNPC story. There's this, and I look at you.
Why are you always looking at me? I've never worked in NNPC.
I know, but you've reported, you know, issues around NNPC and labor and the rest of them. So here's the story. NNPC shops for equity partners to high-grade its comatose refineries. Port Harcourt, Warri, Kaduna facilities will work, says Ojulari. Prices to rise further as FG approves 15% tariff on imported fuel. Official letter indicates it will trigger 99.72 naira per litre increase in Lagos, but argues it will allow domestic refiners to cover costs. That's on the NNPC story.
Which one should we address now? Is it the...
No, those are the riders to the headline. You want me to go through the riders again?
No. For me, I am convinced, except miracle happens, we're not going to get anything tangible from the refineries.
But Ojulari seems convinced that they can work, so he's putting in...
At what cost? You see, Ojulari is coming from the private sector. You are working in the public sector where there are demons. I know what I'm talking about. You see, why most people from private sector fail when they come to public sector is the fact that they work on the basis of their experience in the private sector, where everything works. Where if you are identified as a clog in the wheel of the progress of that organization, you are thrown out the next minute. But you can't do that in the public service. You have to go through processes that are so cumbersome. At the end of the day, if that man meets favor along the line, it will be stalled, and that person will become a stronger monster in that establishment. You think what they did by smuggling names into this prerogatives of mercy that was released, if it were to be the private sector, heads would have started rolling from that day that it was discovered. But today, head will never rule in this matter, because those who will be fingered are people that have backings, and it will just go just like that. So if Ojulari has that mental picture of, with this equipment, with the replacement of this particular equipment, this place should work. What about the human element that is even more dangerous than the equipment? That will not make it work? Do you know that there was a time in this country, because some cabals in NNPC wanted to make sure that there was that contract for turnaround maintenance. NNPC was working at 54% capacity, they shut it down. And turnaround maintenance contract was awarded. This was during Jonathan's era. So what makes you think that those people that didn't make Warri Refinery work at that time are still not in the system?
Then let me take it up.
Okay.
There was a certain professor, professor of engineering in the United States, Nigerian born, he came back to Nigeria and took up appointment at the then Anambra State University of Science and Technology. Professor Mobison, they called him. He said in the United States, he saw that there are three sets of people. People who watch things happen, people who make things happen, people who wonder what the hell is happening. But when he came back to Nigeria, he saw the fourth set of people. People who make sure that
nothing works.
People who make sure that nothing works. People that watch things. People who make sure, people that watch things, people that wonder what the hell is happening. And another said, people who make sure
that it doesn't work.
That is
and that we have more of that in our system here. Yeah.
That is the people that.
So how is Ojulari going to take care of these people? And these people, majority of them are untouchables in the system. They are the ones that will tell you, look, don't bother to bring this file if you don't do this. And go and report to the president, he will not do anything about it.
Is that bad? And it's quite unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed. Oh well, Barrister Asim Adams, let's have your thoughts on this one. All right then. Okay. Well, some more headlines here. New service chiefs get Senate confirmation. Vow reforms to tackle insecurity. Boost troops' welfare. Now that, of course, is the story in most of the dailies this morning. The service chiefs.
It's a typical story.
Oh, yes. It's not the writer to this one. Nas OK Sinu. Oh, well, no, that's not the writer. As we talk about, of course, as we talk about the service chiefs, there's this headline I would like us to have in mind. It's from the first daily. I think it's the comments from Reverend Dachomo, who says, bandits abduct Christian nurses from Plateau Hospital, assault them in mountain hideout. Bandits abduct Christian nurses from Plateau Hospital, assault them in mountain hideouts. That's coming from Reverend Dachomo. Go ahead, please.
It's gory. These are harmless professionals working to even save humanity.
So bandits raid a hospital.
What level of stress?
Probably take someone there for treatment. Probably, you never can tell.
That's what I'm saying. What level of stress can female nurses pose that they will now be subject of abduction? I think government should do everything possible to make sure that those.
So the service chiefs now, you see, it brings us back to the issue of the service chiefs.
And insecurity.
And
the fact that we are trying to remove Nigeria, from the CPC list, country of particular concern.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, I take exception to this issue of what is going on in Nigeria being classified as genocide or not. And like I keep saying, with my little knowledge, of strategic studies, war studies, peace studies, and all of that, what is going on in Nigeria, you don't need to travel further to see that this is a clear case of genocide. It fits into that mode of genocide. Now, these people have Christian nurses. If this is confirmed to be true, it fits into that mode of genocide. Because a certain group of people, religious, have been earmarked and assaulted. And nobody knows the kind of assault. Because an assault that also will prevent childbirth in a particular group of people These are female nurses. If the assault will end up preventing them from having children, it fits into the description of genocide. There are 5 factors involved in genocide. So when people try to, tiptoe around the issue, for selfish interest, they don't want Nigeria to be listed as a country of patriotic concern because it's going to affect probably our economies and our standing adversely. I mean, I don't get all of that. Now, talking about the service chiefs, like I said, it's typical for the service chiefs to, like, talk. My mother used to tell me while growing up that a new broom sweeps clean.
Okay.
So these people are just new brooms.
Of course.
And you expect that they will talk tough.
And the initial gra will fizzle out in time.
They will just relapse to what we know, the situation. They will start complaining about funding. Is
that not because there are people who will ensure
that nothing happens, that things don't work? That is it. There's a group of people who ensure that things don't work. Because a lot of us are just wondering what the hell is going on. A lot of people are just watching things happen.
Let me read excerpts from this particular headline. Senate screening, CDS eyes foreign partnership to crush insurgency. This is as reported by the Punch newspaper, where they say that the service chiefs on Wednesday pledged to overhaul the nation's security architecture. I wonder how they want to do that. Through strategic foreign partnerships, local arms production, interagency collaboration, and improved personnel welfare. Okay, and they made the pledge during their screening exercise by the Senate and House of Representatives. Okay, so one of the service chiefs, the Senate and House Committee on Defense, Army, Navy, and Air Force Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, said his years of exposure to national security issues had prepared him for the complex task of defending Nigeria. He says, he's quoted as saying, "My exposure to national security issues and the responsibilities of senior military leadership has prepared me for this assignment. I will work to bring positive change to our military economy and optimize our operational design and tactics. This is a period for unity, strong bilateral and multilateral partnerships and fairness across all services." Foreign partnerships.
Yes, military contractors.
Yes. How productive will that be?
How productive would that be? Because what he's trying to tell us that, look, probably our own military is overwhelmed if you are going to bring military contractors. But I don't think that. Well, as a matter of fact, to be very honest, this appointment is just is my turn. It's just my turn to do my thing and get away. The military, that's the Chief of Defense Staff that you quoted.
Yes.
The last time I checked, it was Chief of Army Staff before he was elevated. So all the preparations he had from the NDA through the file, through the ranks where he became first lieutenant, second lieutenant, major, brigade, colonel, brigadier, and all of that. They didn't prepare him for the position of Chief of Army Staff.
I was listening to an analyst on a radio station on Tuesday when I was, going somewhere, and he is a security personnel, and he was talking about trying to defend the appointment of Oluyede, that from the Chief of Army Staff. The president probably saw that coup or no coup brings us back to the coup issue. The 16 soldiers were from the army, particularly from the army. So could it be that, his eagle eye and keen ears foiled what might have been a coup, and he's been compensated to oversee the 3 armed forces? Could have.
Yes. The chief of the former Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, was also from the army. Did anything change? Was there a difference?
My relationship with the military gives me, and even the police, gives me an insight into the way things work around them. some people are predominantly admin persons in the military, while some are operational persons. You understand? You see, if I want to classify Oluyede, I'd rather classify him as an admin person. And the CDS position fits into that.
Administrative.
Yes. Okay. Somebody like Bratai is an operational person. You know, he was picked from the theater of war to become chief of army staff.
Isn't that what we need? Isn't that what we need at this point in time?
No,
somebody who is operational.
What I'm saying is, I've studied the profile of the current chief of army staff. I can't really categorize him from my layman point of view. You understand? But at this point in time, let the CDS be administrative head and let's get operational persons as service chiefs. Because it's operation we need now, not looking at the files and strategy.
Yeah, but that is what the CDS is going to do if he has
That's what he's going to do now.
Background.
You understand?
He has an administration background.
That's what I'm saying.
Is that what we need now?
That's not what we need. I said we want operation. It is not admin that will go and fight the war. It is the operational person.
When you started out, you see some
confused.
Yeah, there's a contradiction. From when you started out.
I didn't get the thought clear.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I'm saying is that at this moment, the CDS primarily his role is to administratively oversee what the three service chiefs are doing.
Okay.
You understand? Anybody is a CS because it's not commanding troop at that level.
Okay, so his background as an admin,
that fits into this position.
Okay.
That's what I have not really understood about the current chief of army staff. Because of all these three service chiefs, the most critical is the Air Force and the Army.
Yes.
Because there's very little intervention from the Navy.
Yes.
Because where these problems are not where you have waterways. You understand? So the deployment of the Navy is not as critical as the deployment of the Army and the Air Force. So whoever is going to do this job, you remember that when Bratai was chief of army staff, anytime he goes to the theater of war, you see the exuberance and the excitement of the troops because they see him as one of their own. Unlike some service chiefs, when they go there, they will just fold their arms behind their back, listen to him, and go. Just like Tafa Balogun. Despite all his shenanigans, Tafa Balogun, if you ask any policeman that was around when Tafa Balogun was there, or even before him, they will tell you that there is apart from Adeusi, Sunday Adeusi, that is still the second best as IGP of police. You understand what I'm saying? So sometimes you need operational person to just decisively deal while the man at the top oversees the administrative as backup.
Okay, now let's talk about the angle of bringing in military contractors, like the chief of defense staff has said. We need more. Okay, is it military contractor? When
you mentioned military contractor,
when you talked
international collaboration.
International collaboration. Is it private international or
international?
International
Just said
collaboration. Okay, we have tried that before. Did it work? We had a multinational joint task force between Nigeria.
Which worked.
It worked for them, but it didn't work for us.
Yeah, I said it worked temporarily.
Because they were able to, Cameroon pushed
of
out.
Course.
Mali
Niger,
Chad. And everything, all of them congregated here in Nigeria. We became
found the safe haven.
Safe haven. Somebody like Tuji Bello,
yes,
originally he's from Niger, but now he's Nigerian because he's commanding troops in Nigeria. So the multilateralism of it, the multilateral cooperation, how is that going to help us? Is it going to fashion out new methods of collaboration, new strategies, of collaborating with these people?
If it's going to be at that level,
good.
It's a welcome development. Because sometimes when two good heads are better than one, they bring ideas. Some of these people are war veterans. They have dealt with terrorism at one point or the other. If it's just like what's this man's the CDS when they captured Osama bin Laden, forgetting the CDS in the US then, that man was also involved when they were investigating 9/11, but as a junior officer. Forgotten his name now. You know, such a person, if he's coming back in retirement and the US government decides to release him for strategic maneuvering, I think it's a welcome idea. We can't know it all. And you draw from experience.
We know we can't know it all, but do we also admit that we can know it all?
If he's not admitting, why would he say he's welcoming them?
This is not the first time.
I was reading, somebody was talking about Victor Malu when he was chief of army staff under Obasanjo, that Obasanjo then sent some American military officers to him. And when they got to him, they were asking for some classified information. And he was so mad and brash and told them that they should go and tell the CNC to come and take those documents from him to hand over to them. That he's not going to do that. And so when reporters asked him, he said if he had released such document that Republic of Benin will overrun Nigeria in 24 hours. So in this case, the CDS and the service chiefs, you should also draw lessons from that. That even when you allow external collaborators, you need to be very, very sensitive to certain classified information that could give us away.
His exact words here: strategic foreign partnerships. Strategic foreign partnerships.
We need it.
And the one I also have a problem with local arms production. He says, you know,
NDIC have been there for ages. By now we should have developed to a point of.
We have individuals. We have individuals who are producing these things in the bushes, locally made. Is he going to? Are we going to inculcate them into the system? Are we going to focus on the NDIC to produce the weapons?
No, it's a DICON.
DICON. Defense Industrial
Corporation of Nigeria. They are supposed to have advanced to the point of making drones for us in Nigeria.
Yeah, but that is not his core now. That is for the call of the Ministry of Defense. You know, let him concentrate on using the ammunition, the arms and ammunition he has now. You know, to fight.
So you think this is just talk?
It's just talk. It's just talk. We don't need this. This should be coming from either what's the Minister of Defense's name? Or Matawale.
Defense Minister. Or the Minister of State for Defense.
Or the Minister
or Office of the National Security
Advisor. You know, okay, he wants to start developing local arms before he starts fighting insecurity or what. It doesn't fit, you know, into what the problem that we have at the moment.
All right, let's look at some more headlines here. Still from the Punch. Well, Tinubu revokes pardon for Sanda, 140 high-profile inmates. I think we've dealt with that extensively, except there are other contributions to that particular story. If none, FG bows, well, it's the same story. FG bows to pressure, public pressure reverses pardon list. And also, the headline here, there's a headline I saw from the, okay, let me go to another daily, First News Daily now. These are, there's this headline here that I would like us to react to. Now, this headline here reads, Nigeria must not become another Iraq. Nigeria must not become another Iraq, NOA warns. And tension rocks National Assembly as JAM officials walk out on lawmakers. Now, I wish we could go deeper into this story. Chukuma, if you can help me.
The JAM one?
Yes. Do you have?
No.
Okay. Well, that's the head. Tension rocks National Assembly as JAM officials walk out on lawmakers. We also have a few headlines here. Desperate politicians behind false coup claims. That's Silver. I was hoping Barrister Asim Adams will react to that one. Showore to federal government, free Nnamdi Kanu now. Nigeria's leadership has failed. And then of course, if we have that headline, let's go a little deeper into that one. JAM officials walking out on lawmakers. One would wonder why, especially coming at this time.
I hope it's not off the mic. Another off the mic.
I'll get it in a bit. It says, okay, Rep summon JAM registrar after officials walk out.
Yes.
Okay, that's from.
That's
the way a punch.
That's that's where they put it.
Now, a tense encounter unfolded at the National Assembly on Wednesday as officials of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board walked out of a session convened by the House of Representatives Committee on Basic Education and Examination Bodies. The committee, led by Bayelsa lawmaker Obuku Ofroji, had summoned the examination body to account for its 2023/2024 budget performance, internally generated revenue remittances, and other financial operations, including bank statements and evidence of transfer to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. While in Nigeria, it is not uncommon for public agencies to ignore invitations from National Assembly Committee, a development that often leads to conflicts between the legislature and executive, blah, blah, blah. I think the myth of the story is that JAM officials walked out. On legislators, members of the House of Representatives, when they were asked, to submit internal generated records of budget performance 2023-24. That's even 2 years ago, 23-24, and internally generated revenue remittances and other financial operations, including bank statements and evidence of transfers to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. That's the meat of the story.
Yes, it is.
The other time, I recall earlier this year, we had a back and forth with the tenure of Ishaq Oloyede. And how much he generated.
Yeah.
And I think at that time, he also had surpassed his target.
Yes.
Okay, so we had that
even in terms of remittance. When Dibu Ojerinde was the JAM registrar, he was even asking for more money as subsidy from government. But the moment Ishaq Oloyede came, he started remitting billions. And that's why ICPC had to go after Dibu Ojerinde. As I speak, they have seized some of his, including a school, a polytechnic in Okeogun, area for your state. And it's still under investigation. I think it has gone beyond investigation. I think it's being prosecuted now by maybe either ICPC or CPC, or EFCC. Now, what is playing out is from some of these middle-level officers in JAM. Do you know that officials of JAM are never one day happy with Oloyede?
Before you proceed, let me read this excerpt for the benefit of our viewers. Still on this JAM issue, it says, moments after the lawmakers introduced themselves, the JAM officials refused to introduce themselves, insisting that the meeting be held behind closed doors and that journalists be excused. Now, but the request did not sit well with the lawmakers as they rejected the request, citing the need for transparency in public accountability. And then the JAM team, however, abruptly stood up and walked out, accusing the lawmakers of planning to embarrass them, which also caused an immediate reaction from the visibly angry members of the committee. The lawmakers immediately directed the clerk to summon the sergeant-at-arms to arrest the JAM representatives, but they had already left the premises.
They bolted.
Yes, they bolted. They bolted. That is what it is. And this particular incident, the documents they are asking for, for 2023-2024 budget, and that falls under the tenure of not Dibu Ojerinde, but Ishaq Oloyede.
Yeah.
The man that we have praised high.
Yes.
So, but that goes to tell you, the rot in the system is not just about politicians.
It's not. In fact, politicians don't even account for up to 40% of the rot in the system. The civil servants are the ones
that teach.
Yes.
Politicians, they tell them, this is how you can go about this. And
Have you
that's
forgotten-
exactly. They said that the legislators wanted to embarrass them.
Yeah, that's what they said.
For asking questions.
Have you forgotten what happened to Grinch, that Minister of
Health, yes.
Instead of them to retire 300 million back to CBN, they said, madam, your predecessors, this is what they take. No problem. And she took it. That was what ruined that woman's career. So, civil servants, I call them evil servants. They know how to manipulate things.
So they ran away.
Jam.
Interesting.
I said it. I said, before you read that excerpt, I said, the workers are never happy with the management of JAM. Because they deny them what they consider.
Well, the registrar will have to appear next week because the committee have given JAM until next Tuesday for the registrar to appear in person with his management team.
This same management team that ran away. They will have to come back.
He will have to.
They excuse them.
You know what will happen?
The registrar himself.
They would have settled all this.
No, this is quite bold. Walkout on the National Assembly.
No, but there is no consequence.
Is this the first time?
bold.
Is this the first time it's happened?
No, the second time was, the last time was off the mic. They didn't walk out.
Yes, it may not be the first time, but this is bold.
This is bold.
No, this is insolence.
Maybe they don't even understand the power of the National Assembly.
National Assembly, what power do they have?
We goes to show that they belittled themselves.
They can order the arrest.
No, they cannot order. They can issue.
They can order the arrest, but then how do you drive off from the National Assembly before the sergeant at arms could get to you? Isn't that? I mean, I see some complacency
just
in
like,
that.
Like
they basically let them go.
No, I understand. I'm just thinking the House of Reps can issue a warrant, for these people to be arrested. Yes, they can. Okay. Now, are they going to do that? Because another thing that strikes me is that when they come back next week, Tuesday, the books will be there.
Yes, they would have crossed
cooked the eyes. Done the needful. Now, these are the documents we were looking for and all of that. So if you get an internal auditor, to look at the books, and if you go to the office to look for these documents, they are still the ones that will supply all of these documents. So I think we are in a bind in this country. That's when I said what I said, by the time we ended the morning show, that patriotism is a choice, it's by choice. Actually, I knew clearly what I meant. Because when you are trying to be very patriotic, people in government, how patriotic are they? How patriotic are they? Because that is the whole problem. That is the issue that we have around trying to build a Nigerian nation. In South Africa, they had an agency at that point that was called, on top of my head, I can't recall the name of that agency, but their mantra was play your own part. It was like National Orientation Agency for us.
Okay.
Play your own part. Their duty was to clearly sensitize South Africans that at any point in time, don't think about what the next fellow is doing or what the next fellow has done. Think about what you as an individual can do to contribute to making it better. If all of us think differently, but collective and severally in that manner, we'll make progress.
That is it.
Like Dele normally said, when they ask somebody, why did you embezzle funds? Instead of answering that question, he said, but your own brother embezzled too.
But somebody had embezzled before me. Why didn't you ask him?
That doesn't solve the problem of embezzlement. That is the typical Nigerian problem. That's a typical Nigerian problem.
It just reminds me of the statement that Larry Olayinka just made.
And say you should have invited.
When you reach your turn, when you reach your turn, carry your enemies.
Can you imagine?
And that's the mindset of a lot of.
And look at somebody that is at that level, having that mindset.
No,
turn by turn.
You can excuse Larry.
No, but
he has been taken above his mental capacity.
Okay, so that's why he thinks like that.
That shouldn't explain it away. I mean, he should be called to order. spokespersons should go through some sort of training. They should go through some sort of training because we see them say things
because it fits into the system of Wiki. Pure and simple.
Oh well. Nigeria loses $4.5 billion to healthcare associated infections. Experts advocate strict adherence to infection control protocols. That's your field again. Healthcare.
Everywhere is daily field.
Yes, you are vast.
You see,
that's a lot of money. $4.5 billion lost to healthcare associated infections.
Do you know that I have a cousin, Chukuma Nozin? He's an old doctor who retired as a permanent secretary. He keeps telling me that that HIV is nothing compared to infection and abuse of antibiotics. The way it kills.
Wrong diagnosis.
You understand? It was through his lectures that I realized that it's a lazy approach for doctors to prescribe. Once you treat malaria for 3 days, it doesn't go. Then the next thing is place you on antibiotics. So automatically, these infections are preventable. It doesn't just happen. Some things are precursor to its happening. So when you know, and that is the job of the primary health care. Primary health care should solve these infections. If you go to the stream that is infected, there is no way you will not catch infection. If you don't have proper hygiene in your home, when you don't have where you dispose waste, it will attract infection. Some of these infections are either airborne or insect-borne that comes to your house. For instance, as elementary as you making sure that you put insecticides in your toilet bowls, flush it so that it can kill eggs of cockroaches and other insects in the water closet. People don't know. And they complain, they would rather buy cockroach killer rather than going to where that cockroach begins to breed and making sure that you kill at that point.
Well, this would be a good place to anchor the conversation. Thank you very much, Teddy Fanimo, for your contribution to the program. Well, at 6 p.m. later today, Political Lens comes your way, and Chukwumokoro will be on Political Lens. You want to join in then. You don't want to miss out on what he has prepared for you. 11 o'clock will be sports from VOP Television. But that's another show. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
And I am Chukwumokoro. Thanks for being part of this great show. See you again at 6 p.m.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Saviour Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion,
interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to the issues. Your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
And I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Su Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Welcome to Sports Republic. Yes, on this beautiful Thursday morning. Streets. Yes, it's Throwback Thursday, and Yeah, we'll be doing that also on the show today on Sports Republic. There's a lot to talk about. You know how we do it here on the show. We talk about the GCS stories from the world of sports. And yes, I am your host, Afiz Ogumbanjo. And yes, on the show, we'll be bringing you GCS stories, like I said. A lot, happened from across Europe, yes, yesterday. And even on Tuesday, yes, we saw lots and lots of games across Europe. And we'll be dissecting them with other stories also on the show. And yes, just like I said, we'll be starting from games that were played across Europe. We saw the French Ligue 1, we saw the Serie A, and we also saw games from the DFB Pokal. And yes, this is the standings from the French Ligue 1, the French Ligue 1 table. We'll be seeing that Paris Saint-Germain, yes, still on top of the table. Yes, 21 points. And AS Monaco closely following them with 20 points. And Olympique Marseille in third. Strasbourg in fourth. Olympique Lyon, we have RC Lens, LOSC Lille, OGC Nice, Toulouse, Lyon on 10th place. And we have Le Havre on 11th place. They got a vital win. Paris FC, yes, also in 12th place, yes, climbing up the Ligue 1 table. And we saw results. We saw results from the French League last night, because a lot of games went down in the French League, and we saw results from the French League. Paris Saint-Germain, they got a draw. Olympique Marseille also getting a draw out there. And we saw the likes of Strasbourg. Yes, this is a Strasbourg striker, Joaquin Panicelli, who has been a revelation for Strasbourg. And with him there is Valentin Baku. Yes, they used to be on opposite sides back in Argentina, playing for Boca Juniors and River Plate. But tonight, yesterday, they played for the same club. They've been doing so well for Strasbourg. Yes, and Strasbourg got a win. 3 new win there. Panicelli and Baku getting amongst the goals alongside Sebastian Nanasi. And we also saw Juventus, yes, moving on to the Serie A. Juventus breaking their winless run. Yes, they got a 3-1 win, 2 penalties. Kenan Yildiz and Dusan Vlahovic and Federico Gatti getting a goal as well. And that is Dusan Vlahovic, who has been on the wings for Juventus, but he's been playing so well. Anytime he's called upon, he gets the goal. And moving on to the DFB Pokal, this is Julian Brandt, who scored Borussia Dortmund's 500th goal in the DFB Pokal. Yes, that's Julian Brandt, the man himself, stepping up for Dortmund when it matters. And their goalkeeper, Gregor Kobel, yes, he made fantastic saves in the penalty to see them through against Eintracht Frankfurt, and they moved on, in the DFB Pokal. Bayern Munich also got involved in the Pokal last night, getting a win. Who can stop Bayern Munich this season? I mean, that's a lot to answer. Still moving on, we are still in the Serie A, and that is AC Milan. Yes, they got a draw. Back-to-back draws now after drawing against Pisa. They also got a draw against Ademola Lookman's Atalanta. He finished 1-1. Ademola Lookman getting a goal, and that goal for AC Milan was scored by the number 4 there, Samuel Ricci, who got the goal. And you could see evergreen Luka Modric. He is 40 years old and he's still playing professional football in Europe's top 5 leagues. I mean, you can only do but shout out for that man right there, Luka Modric, and that's Fikayo Tomori. And going back, still, okay, look, let me take a look. Let's go back to the French Ligue 1, and we saw the results. Yeah, that's Nice against Lille. Sofiane Diop right there getting a goal, and that is Gauthier Hein scoring for Metz against Lens. Yes, they lost 2-0 to Metz, and important result for Metz as well. Le Havre getting a win. Aruno Sangante, he got the goal for them against Stade Brestois, and also Lorient drawing 1-1 with Paris Saint-Germain. Igor Silva getting the equalizer after Nuno Mendes got the goal for Paris Saint-Germain. And just like I mentioned earlier, Joaquin Panicelli, yes, the striker, getting a goal for Strasbourg as well. Sebastian Nanasi and Valentin Baku. 2-2 was how we played out between Toulouse and Stade Rennais. And Stade Rennais, that's number 9, Sebastian Lepol. He got a goal in that game. 3-3 finished. Paris FC, fantastic comeback. I think they were 3-0 down to Lyon, and that's Lyon captain Corentin Tolisso. He got a goal for himself, but then Lyon couldn't, get a win against Paris FC. And the game that has the most goals, yes, on the night was Monaco against Nantes, and Monaco defeated Nantes 5-3. Alexander Golovin getting 2 goals for himself as well. That's Koulibaly who scored the first goal for Monaco. fantastic performance by both sides, but unfortunately for Nantes, Monaco were just too strong. And Marseille, yes, 2-2, it finished right there against Angers. And Marseille, I was going to talk about a young 18-year-old Robinho Vaz, who plays for Marseille. Fantastic player, Robinho Vaz. He got 2 goals for himself, but Marseille couldn't just get the job done against Angers. Other games also went down across Europe last night. This is Michael Olise of Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich, who can stop Bayern Munich this season? I think they've gone 14 games now, and they've won 14 games this season. I mean, it's high time to give credit where it's due. Vincent Kompany, good job he's been doing. Harry Kane, I mean, you can run out of adjectives for the man right there. Harry Kane doing a fantastic job. Michael Olise as well, chipping in. For me, I think this guy is one of the best wingers in the world right now. Yes, talking about Bayern Munich, you can see their result from the start of the season, starting with a 2-1 Super Cup victory over Stuttgart. Diaz scoring in that game. They won 6-0 against Leipzig. Look at the result. How many goals have they even conceded? They don't concede that much. I think it's just one. The game where they conceded 2, I think, was the game against Augsburg, and in the cup as well, the previous game. Good job by Bayern Munich. 14 games played, 14 games won. I don't think any other club has done that. And this is the man, Niko Kovac. Yes, he is the king of the DFB Pokal. I think 28 games as manager, and he has won 27. Good job for Niko Kovac right there. He's known as the king of the DFB Pokal. Other games still going down. Other games went down, yes, last night. This is the man I was talking about, 18-year-old Robinho Vaz, who plays for Olympique Marseille. He got 2 goals for himself. He's doing a great job, putting pressure on the likes of Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang in that striker role. Akan Çalhanoğlu, fantastic player. This guy, Turkish maestro, plays for Inter Milan. From 12 yards, dependable. From 30 yards, 40 yards, bang, he gets the goal for them. And he also got a goal alongside the number 8 man there, Sučić, yes, who was signed in the summer for Inter Milan. They defeated a club right there, I think it was Cremonese, that Inter defeated. It was 3-0. They got their results, and it was a good job. Ademola Lookman, yes, also getting a goal and the man of the match for his performance against AC Milan. I won't be doing this alone. I have a guest, and he will be joining very, very soon, and we'll be doing it well. Pelumi, yes, good morning to you. And we've seen a lot of games that went down across Europe last night. Ademola Lookman getting a goal for himself, and also a man of the match performance. You can say he is back. And let's talk about Bayern Munich. For a while. Good job Vincent Kompany has been doing. I remember last season when he got the job. I have a funny story where I watched one of the training sessions, and he just stood by one corner. He saw the players training, and it was the feeling of all these players for me. It felt like a rookie manager. How can I handle Bayern Munich? The last club I handled was Burnley, and we didn't do well. In the Premier League, we got relegated. Now I'm at Bayern Munich. Fine, yeah, he won the league, making Harry Kane a winner, but he couldn't negotiate the Champions League. Questions were raised, but this season, it started like a house on fire. 14 games played, 14 games won. I think it's time to give Vincent Kompany some credit. And also, the likes of Upamecano, who has been fantastic. And I also want to ask the 2-in-1. Should we give Kompany his credit now? And also, Michael Olise, where does he rank, in world football today as maybe one of the best wingers, in world football? Good morning, Balumi.
Absolutely. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be on the show once again. And yes, you've said a whole lot about games that went down across Europe yesterday and on Tuesday as well. A whole lot of them. And as usual, we saw a whole lot of goals right there. And talking about Bayern Munich, yes, they're in a very, very fantastic form right now. 14 games, and they are yet to taste defeat. In fact, they're even yet to draw a game. They have won all of their 14 games, like 100% record so far. And the interesting thing is that they have done this convincingly. They've actually done all of this. They have won all of these games convincingly. Even yesterday, when they went behind in the 31st minute, they still went ahead to win by 4-1. Yeah. So it shows how really, really good this particular team is. They have scored 51 goals across all of these 14 games. They have scored 51 goals, and I think they have conceded just 10 goals. Yes,
Wow.
meaning that the team is really compact at the back, and they are also very good in front of goal. All thanks to that man, Harry Kane. We are just in October, and he has scored, I think, 25 goals and
22
assists
goals. Wow.
in October.
22 goals, yes. It's good job from Harry Kane. I mean, we can only run out of adjectives for the man.
Absolutely. He's doing really well for this particular team, doing well for himself as well. I was particularly surprised about his omission from the FIFA Pro nominations, though, because I feel like that one was like something that should not really be happening. But then, big ups to the man. He's really doing very well for himself. And now let me go back to Michael Olise. Yes, fantastic player as well. I think he's one of those that makes the job a lot more easier for Harry Kane right there to put the ball in the back of the net. I think he's a very, very fantastic winger, explosive one right there. I think Bayern Munich are enjoying every penny that is spent on this particular player, and looks like he has even got better. He looks kind of better than the player that we saw at Crystal Palace. It clearly showed us that Crystal Palace is not his level of football. Well, some can even say maybe not even the German Bundesliga is his level of football, because the kind of football that this guy is playing, he brings that silky football. Like, he can take on any player, he can shoot, he's very good in set pieces as well. So he can do a whole lot of things on that particular wing. And we've never got a lot of players that can actually right now in that position that's currently playing. How many very good and consistent right wingers do we even have in the world of football right now? I don't think there are a whole lot. So I think Michael Olise deserves every credit that he's getting right about now, and he's also getting the numbers to actually match that one. Some players are actually playing well, but then they might not be getting the numbers. But for Michael Olise, he's playing well and he's getting the numbers for this particular team as well. Look at this season, for example. Now he has scored 4 goals, 3 assists in 8 games in the Bundesliga. That's a very, very fantastic statistics for this particular young. Yeah. So himself and Harry Kane, I think they are basically the one running the show for this particular Bayern Munich team, and they are not even looking like they are missing a certain Jamal Musiala, who was also one of their best players last season.
Also, speaking of
but then the team is still
speaking of Musiala, Pelumi, I mean, in that role, Olise can play as a number 10. And they also have a young star right now, Leonard Carl, who has been doing a fantastic job. So Musiala's place, I know he's not under threat, but then, just like you said, they don't miss him.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't miss him. But then he comes back into that, and I think he's also a very fantastic talent. I don't see anyone displacing him in that team. Luis Diaz, yes, he has also been having his own moment. In yesterday's game, he got a goal and an assist for himself. But then if Musiala comes back, I think he's definitely going to walk straight into that team, because a certain Serge Gnabry still gets to play consistently for this particular team. And I don't think he's on the level of some of these guys that we have listed. If Musiala comes back, I think we might be having a trial of Olise, Musiala, and Luis Diaz all playing behind Harry Kane. And we know how really deadly that one is going to be. I think Jurgen Kompany is a very lucky man. Honestly, he's a lucky man. I could remember when he got the job, a lot of people were skeptical, including myself, that how do a manager like this get to coach Bayern Munich? How did he even get the job in the first place? I could remember Sean Dyche even saying that, oh, let's take a look at it, that he managed Burnley. They didn't relegate. He got sacked. A certain manager that relegated with Burnley got the job at Bayern Munich. It shows how really unfair life is, right?
But then Dyche has a job now, so we shouldn't complain.
As to why he got the job in the first place, because of the way he has been performing with this particular team. So I think we should definitely be giving him all his flowers right now. Well, you can say that maybe he's thriving on the brilliance of these players, because sometimes you really look at that team and you say that, oh, maybe the coach doesn't really have a lot to actually do a lot of imprint on this particular team. But then let's look at the way he has kind of displaced some of the old guards in this particular team. When the team were relying on the likes of Thomas Muller, then Beren is no longer in the team right now. Even Manuel Neuer as well, the goalkeeper, his game is also limited. So a whole lot of all of these things happening. And you also look at that, like they have not got the best of the guys when it comes to defense, but then they are still keeping it compact. I mean, when you're talking about the names, Upamecano, like a ticking time bomb, like some people used to say then, like, but then he has actually been decent so far this season. Look at Jonathan Tah as well, a very, very old centre back from Leverkusen, and he's still doing well with this Attenborough team. So it's not like they have got the best of talents when it comes to the defense, but then even the midfield as well. If you look at their midfield, you cannot compare them with the midfield that some of the other teams in the world have gotten right now. You look at the likes of Pavlovic, you look at Goretzka, they've not really got a whole lot of players. Yeah, Lima. They've not really got a whole lot of player, or should I say quality, in that middle of the park. But then this team still always find their way to get results. Yes, I think it's a testament of the teamwork from the defense to the attack. All of them are making sure that they do their job very, very well. And in fact, even if we did not see any of that game, we saw their game against Chelsea, how they practically displaced Chelsea in the UEFA Champions League. They outrun Chelsea, outclassed them, outplayed them. So it shows that this team is really, really good. Their next two games now are going to be crucial, though. I think they are going to play against the Leverkusen and then I think Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League. Yeah. Their next two, I'm even talking about their
next two,
their next two games now, Leverkusen and Paris Saint-Germain. So I think those ones are going to be very, very crucial. It's going to be like a proper test for the Vincent Company-led side. But then take nothing away from them, they have been very, very decent so far this season.
All right. Bayern Munich, I can only say shout out and kudos to them, doing a great job right there, Vincent Company. And let's move on to other games that were also played. I mean, this time around, the Carabao Cup, yes, it was played right there in England. And Liverpool, I don't know what is going on right now at Anfield as Liverpool crashed out of the League Cup. Yes, that's the Carabao Cup after Crystal Palace trashed them 3-0 in the fourth round. Ismail Assar scored twice in the first half and Yeremi Pino added the third in the 88 minutes, condemning Ancelot's side to a 6th defeat in their last 7 games. I think the last time that happened was around 1919 or 1920 before our darling Nigeria even got independence. That's strong. And Slot had fielded a weakened team, prioritizing crucial games against Aston Villa, Real Madrid, and Manchester City. And right there, you have it. You have that draw. Yes, that is the quarterfinal draw. The teams that have gone on to the quarterfinal: Arsenal against Crystal Palace, Cardiff City against Chelsea, Manchester City against Brentford, and Newcastle against Fulham. Still speaking Liverpool, the loss marks another embarrassing result for Liverpool, following their 3-2 defeat at Brentford on Saturday, further denting their Premier League title defence. They now trail leaders Arsenal by 7 points, having lost 4 consecutive league matches. Criticism has mounted on Liverpool's defence and the form of summer signings Alexander Isak and Florian Wirtz. In other League Cup matches, holders Newcastle United beat Tottenham 2-0, and Nick Votamada, that's a man on fire right now for Newcastle. They don't even look like they lost Alexander Isak. Is he going to live up to that Isak tag and performance? Only time will tell. But right now, you can only beat what is in front of you. And Nick Votamada is reveling in every moment. Fantastic player. He is, for a man that tall, his skill set, his footwork, I mean, it's just a beauty to behold. And also, Manchester City came from behind to win 3-1 against second-tier Swansea. Yes, Omar Mamouche getting a comeback goal. Good job by the Egyptian. And Arsenal also advanced, beating Brighton 2-0 at the Emirates Stadium with Bukayo Saka and Ethan Nwaneri scoring. And Chelsea, yes, almost bottling a lead there, but they show that they are not Arsenal, but they can always do the job as they edge past Wolves 4-3 with Jamie Gittins scoring a fantastic goal. Pelumi, I don't know what is going on at Liverpool right now. 6 losses out of 7. When they defeated Frankfurt, it looked like they were bouncing back, but then they've gone back-to-back losses, including last night's 3-0 loss at home at Anfield. I know Crystal Palace is looking like a bogey team for them, but 3-0 at Anfield, And Slot coming out to say it was an opportunity, to field the young players, the fringe players. I don't think that's an excuse. You are not doing well in the league. So this is a competition that you should prioritize. And it's also a competition that you've won most out of every other team in England. You've won the competition the most times. So I think, is that an excuse from Arne Slot? Or what is really going on at Liverpool, Pelumi?
Well, I don't think the Anfield really matters anymore. Because even United went there and beat them this season. Yeah, so I think the Anfield factor is probably out of the way. And with what we have seen from Liverpool so far in their last few games, it has been really, really terrible. Honestly, you don't even know where to class this particular one. More like I've not seen a defending champion go so low or go so bad like this in the following season. It's actually really, really bad. And for Ancelot yesterday, I don't really know where that effrontery, where that confidence came from. You fielded the normal 11 against this team twice. You didn't win. And then you felt like, okay, you could actually do this with some of the young guns, with some of the guys who are relatively unknown. I really don't know what came over and it's lot in that game yesterday with that lineup. Look at that lineup. I don't think that lineup can defeat any team, any proper team in this world. And the bench was not even strong at all. I can bet it with you that even a lot of Liverpool fans do not know some of the guys that were on the bench in that game. So what is now the essence of spending almost $1 billion and then you field these kind of players in a competition where you have won the most, where your team has won the most, where you even stand the chance of kind of consoling the fans? Because it seems like things are not going well in the Premier League. These are cup competitions where you could actually use to guide, as they would say on the streets, or you could rather even use to save your job. So I think it was really, really funny to see how Arne Slot fielded his team in that particular game yesterday. And of course, you trust Crystal Palace to actually punish them in that one. They actually capitalized on that one. And the fact that Arne Slot, he doesn't really want to take responsibility. I think that's another problem that Liverpool should be looking at right about now. I think he's actually confused and he doesn't know what to do again. Because look at his post-match conference yesterday, saying that he looked at Manchester City's 11 and they did not have one starter from the weekend. And it still looks like their best team. I also spoke about Chelsea as well, but then he said that he made 2 substitutions and they had 6 teenagers in their team. So he's already complaining about his team. So why did you spend such amount of money
on strikers and you could not beef up your defense line? Because I don't know the excuse you are trying to give. You need squad depth to defend your title. And just like other clubs that you're complaining about, you also had a lot of money in your transfer kitty. So what excuse are you giving us right now? And it's lot.
Honestly, I think it was very arrogant for him to spend that huge amount of money on a few positions without plugging other positions as well, particularly in defense and midfield. And that those positions actually needed bodies in there. And like I said, it was also arrogant of him not to take full responsibility for the situation of that particular Liverpool team. He keeps giving excuses after excuse almost every game. He keeps going from the style of play of the opponent to playing more away games in a row to speaking about teenagers on the bench. He has not even taken full responsibility once. He has not even acknowledged the fact that, okay, there's probably an issue with him, with the coaching or with the way the team is set up. I think it's going to be a very, very long season for Liverpool, honestly. If care is not taken, it's going to be a very, very long season for them. Because if you look at their next few games, it does not look like it's going to get any better. They're going to be playing Aston Villa, I think. Yeah, they're going to be playing Aston Villa. Yeah, exactly. Even after Aston Villa, they're going to be playing Real Madrid in the UEFA Champions League before they play Manchester City. Wow. Yeah, so these are very, very tough games and you are in a run of losing streak. You would expect him to feel like the best of guys in this game and probably get something away from that game to probably douse the tension. I could remember how we were talking about this team after they defeated Frankfurt by 5-1, saying that okay, maybe this could breed a fresh air into this particular team right there. But then this is something that he could have actually done as well. If you get a draw or progress to the next round in this competition, maybe that one would even ease the pressure. But then with the way he's doing things now, I think he's probably tired of this particular job, and maybe the post-club era, maybe the post-club era has just started for an slot. That is the way it's just looking like right now.
Liverpool are really struggling, and their struggles extend beyond the League Cup, with the team struggling to find form in the Premier League. They've lost 4 straight league matches and are now 7 points behind Arsenal. And with upcoming fixtures, just like Belumi said, against Aston Villa, Real Madrid, and Manchester City, Liverpool will need to regroup and refocus to, stem the crisis. And I don't know the excuse that Arne Slot is giving, but then you just have to look inwards and bring your team, to actually come back and try to defend your title, because with the money you spent, breaking the transfer record twice in one particular window, I mean, you are the team to beat. But then you won't blame anybody, for not spending in the right positions. Let's come back home from Europe right now and still talking football. The chairman of the House Committee on Sports, Kabiru Amadu, has clarified that the Federation of International Football Associations, FIFA, does not construct standard stadiums for nations. Instead, FIFA provides football development grants to member nations, which can be used at their discretion for projects such as mini stadiums, training of coaches, or grassroots football development. Amadu's statement comes amid public outrage over a photo shared by FIFA on social media showing the Kebbi Stadium under the FIFA Forward program. The image, taken in 2023, depicted an unfinished structure and triggered backlash from Nigerians who questioned how the $1.2 million allocated for the project was spent. Amadu dismissed comparisons between the Kebbi facility and Kenya's modern stadium, insisting that there is no way on earth that $1.2 million can construct that kind of a stadium. The Nigerian Football Federation has maintained that all FIFA funds are properly accounted for and strictly tied to approved projects. However, critics have expressed doubts about transparency and accountability, reigniting the Save Nigerian Football campaign. Citizens are demanding greater transparency in the management of sports development funds. I want to ask a 2-in-1 question. The first one, I want to know your general take. We haven't spoken about this in a while, so I want to know your general take about the viral video that went around, what FIFA did by posting that picture in their DP on their social media handles, misappropriation of funds alleged on NFF, and also looking at what Kabiru Amadu has said. I don't seem to understand what angle is he coming from. He is saying FIFA they are not responsible for constructing stadiums. What are you trying to push out the country and the NFF for saying, okay, FIFA actually gave you the money and now you actually didn't spend that money for what it was supposed to be used for? Because he is saying FIFA is not responsible for constructing stadiums. We know that. So what is he trying to do? What are you trying to say? Are you trying to spread that destiny outside? Because I'm really confused by what Kabiru Amadu is trying to push. And he is now saying $1.2 million is not enough to construct a stadium. There's no way on earth. So that means Kenya actually, they got the money, they spent it, then the remainder was given by their government. That's a serious government. Is it trying to expose the unserious NFF right there, Kabiru Amadu? I don't understand what it seems to be saying. Pelumi, let me see if you have a different take.
Okay, well, before I go to what the Chairman House Committee on Sports said, let me first talk about the viral picture of the stadium in Kebbi. Yes, a very, very utter disgrace to Nigerian football, honestly. Absolutely. And I'm really glad that other Nigerians and the whole world are also saying it. They are seeing what is really going on with the NFF. Before it used to be we football lovers, football enthusiasts, journalists talking about what the NFF is doing, calling out the NFF, telling them to do things the right way. But this time around, look at the way the whole Nigerians jumped on that particular, even those that were not even football lovers, out to actually jump on that one as well.
It's embarrassing.
All in the name of one. Yes, we are actually asking for accountability, seeking transparency in all of these things, which I don't think it is. I don't think it is too much to ask for Nigerians. And all of these things, the reason why it is also very easy to circulate and not believe the NFF is because of things that have happened in the past. NFF have been they have been involved in a whole lot of these alleged misappropriations a lot of time. I could remember when they had issues with the EFCC and with the ICPC. Then I could also remember when they said that they should not, when the Senate said that they should not, FIFA should not release the funds from the 2020 FIFA World Cup should not be released to them then because of some issues that they are trying to solve within the NFF. So all of these things are precedents to what is actually happening right now. Yes, you look at that stadium and then you begin to ask questions. Can $1.2 million actually construct the stadium? And it's not even about the $1.2 million alone. A lot of things have even happened after that. With what the House of Reps are saying now. Now they want to open an investigation on how the money NFF has gotten from FIFA and CAF, all of these CAF grants. They want to open an investigation on how everything has been spent. I think it's totaling about $25 million that they have spent
on that place
in the last 10 years, between 2015 and 2025. So I think that, yes, so that's going to give us a broader view of how they've been spending all of the grants that they get from both FIFA and CAF. A lot of people have not been looking towards this thing because they just get the money and then they do whatever they like with it, and then nobody gets to talk because the only institution that can actually query them is FIFA. And when you look at the FIFA themselves, we begin to ask ourselves, are FIFA even clean? Are FIFA executives even clean? We have seen a whole lot of corruption allegations even with FIFA during Sepp Blatter, with some executives receiving bribe to get their countries favored to host competition. World Cup, a whole lot of things. FIFA themselves are even shrouded in a whole lot of controversies as far as financial misappropriations are concerned. So is it the same FIFA that we're going to say to hold NFF accountable? Is it the same CAF that was under Issa Hayatou then? We knew a lot of things that happened then. Is it the same CAF that we're going to say that, okay, they should be doing all of these things? So I think FIFA are even as culpable as the NFF, and even CAF right there. So that makes it a lot more easier for the NFF to actually wash themselves clean. And I saw the defense of the NFF in this particular situation. They were saying that every penny spent is always accounted for to FIFA. That FIFA has an audit committee that checks all of these things out, that makes sure that they do what is supposed to be done. Does it look like that is what is supposed to be done in this? Maybe
FIFA saw that as an embarrassment and had to just post that picture that, okay, is this what you have done with all the auditing and all the penny you claim you've spent?
Yeah, the picture went viral. So I think the FIFA was also trying to make NFF know that, okay, we actually saw this thing. We know they were sending an indirect message with that by posting that image, and by even using it as their display picture. It was more like a sarcasm aimed towards the NFF. Because a lot of people will also be asking questions. Okay, how did FIFA get this? Was this then? It's even exposing the NFF the more about this one. So I think it's a very, very sad situation of things right now.
Look at this: $1.2 million spent on this.
Yeah,
this is like a field where boys just play Sunday football.
Exactly, and you just hear a whole lot of things. I also listened to the former NFF president Amaju Pinnick also speaking on this particular thing, saying that a lot of people just judge without knowing the details. He was trying to make clarification that this project was awarded or was constructed a long while ago, like a few years ago, and saying that $1.2 million is equivalent to 400 million naira then. So is he even trying to tell us that, okay, this is what 400 million naira can do right now? This is the best that 400 million naira can do. And what is even the purpose? What is the purpose of this particular? What purpose is going to serve? Is it going to be something that will just be abandoned for years? They were supposed to build two, actually. The one in Kebbi and I think the other one in Port Harcourt. That one has not seen the light of the day until this very moment.
At all.
So a lot of things have been happening surrounding concerning the NFF, and I'm really glad that the House of Reps have decided to wade in into this one, and that will bring me to the Chairman House Committee on Sports talking about this one. I think he's also trying to wash himself clean, one, and also to like throw NFF under the bus, because I don't think this actually happened under his watch, because I think he just took over. The former House Committee on Sport, I remember his name, I think he died, so that is why this person had to take over. So, and he probably does not know anything about what is currently happening right now. And the fact that the NFF, the House of Reps, have already also set up an investigative panel surrounding this, and they want to probe the NFF stealing. In fact, they have invited the leadership of the NFF to appear before that committee with all of the records of the grants that they have received and all of the expenditures that they have spent within that period under review. Yes, it's a really great one. I just hope that this does not get swept under the carpet, because we have seen a lot of the invitations by several bodies, and the NFF go with their papers and then they come out again, nothing eventually happens. But this particular one, everyone knows. Now, like I said, there's already precedence for these things happening in the NFL. We have seen poor treatment of players, we have seen poor treatment of coaches as well. So NFF, I don't think they can be innocent of any of these particular things. So this is the body that is in charge of it now, like you said, the House Committee on Sport. I really do hope that they actually get to the root of this matter.
I really do hope so too. And Amadu's clarification comes as the House of Reps, resolved to set up a special committee to investigate FIFA and Confederation of African Football, CAF, grants totaling $25 million given to the NFF. And just like Pelumi said right there, and the controversies surrounding the KB Stadium project has sparked concerns about the utilization of funds meant for sports development in Nigeria. I mean, that KB Stadium, for me, is an eyesore. And my own question is, what if that video did not come about? What if no one actually came out to complain? Is this how this is going to be swept under the carpet? We really need to do more. And for it to get to the point that FIFA had to post it on their official page for their social media handles, I mean, that is sad enough. And heads have to roll. And let's see what the House of Reps will come with after that investigation. And still moving on, let's move on now away from the world of football. We move into basketball, where Kevin Amayo and Peter Olisemeka have rejoined Rivers Hoopers for the ongoing Nigerian Basketball Premier League playoffs. Yes, Amayo, a dynamic guard, was instrumental in Rivers Hoopers' third place finish in last year's Basketball Africa League, averaging 16 points, 6.7 assists, 5.3 rebounds, and 2.2 steals per game. His impressive performance earned him spots on the All BAL second team and the BAL All Defensive second team in 2024. Olisemeka, a 6'9" veteran center, brings defensive grit and rebounding prowess to the team. He helped Rivers Hoopers win the 2024 MPBL title and featured prominently in the Basketball Africa League. One of his standout moments came during the 2024 BAL quarterfinals, where he posted 18 points and 12 rebounds in a thrilling 92-88 win over Tunisia's US Monastir. And with Amayo and Olisemeka back on board, Rivers Hoopers are looking strong to defend their title. They've won their first two games in the 2025 playoffs, beating Hoops and Reed 73-50 and Kano Pillars 69-57. The team is chasing the 7th league title and a ticket to the 2026 Basketball Africa League. I mean, good job there for Rivers Hoopers, led by the coach Ogo Odaudu. And I used to remember First Bank also doing well, in Nigeria, talking about Nigerian basketball. And Rivers Hoopers, should they get that ticket to the 2026 Basketball Africa League, I hope they can go on and, even win it all. And with also the captain, Victor Anthony, is acknowledging that their success makes them a target for other teams, but they are focused on defending their title. I don't think they can be stopped at this point. Still talking basketball, let's move over to the NBA. Yes, where a team is maintaining a winning run. That's talking about the Oklahoma City Thunder, led by their MVP, the man himself, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He scored 31 points, helping the OKC, the Oklahoma City Thunder, maintain their perfect starts to the season with a 107-101 win over the Sacramento Kings. Yes, and the Thunder trailed by 3 points going into the fourth quarter, but took the lead with with 2 minutes and 33 seconds remaining, holding on for the victory. This win marks the Thunder's 5th consecutive win, solidifying their lead in the Western Conference. And Gilgeous Alexander, the league's joint leading scorer with 143 points, said, "We did what it took to win." The Thunder will host the Washington Wizards on Friday. And in other games here, because a lot of games were actually played on Wednesday and even yesterday. And in other games, Giannis Antetokounmpo, he led the Milwaukee Bucks to a comeback win over the New York Knicks, scoring 23 of 37 points. Other games also went down. We saw Drew Holiday doing a fantastic job here for Portland and the Portland Timbers, and the Philadelphia 76ers. They also remain unbeaten after 4 games. They secured a thrilling 139-134 overtime win over the Washington Wizards. Yes, while the Golden State Warriors, when you mention the Golden State, you know the likes of Steph Curry, Draymond Green, they are all there, and also Jimmy Butler. Yes, they beat the Los Angeles Clippers 98-79. That's the second LA team right there in the NBA. They defeated the Lakers earlier and also defeated the Clippers and the Miami Heat. Miami Heat. Talking about Miami Heat, they are embroiled in illegal betting scandal. Arrests have been made, but they've bounced back with the likes of Bam Adebayo, and they thumped the Charlotte Hornets 144-117. And these wins highlight the competitive nature of the current NBA season. Cooper Flag also doing well for himself. That's talking about the 2025 first-round draft pick. Yes, he posted a double-double for Dallas Mavericks, and unfortunately for Dallas Mavericks, they won that game, but then they lost Anthony Davis, to an injury. That's Cooper Flag right there, fantastic player. They lost. Did they? No, they won. They won. That's talking about Dallas Mavericks. They won by 2 points, but then Anthony Davis, they lost him through injury. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's consistent performance has been impressive and is having one of the best starts to a season in his career. Pelumi, quickly, do you think Alexander is on for another MVP title, or the likes of Wembanyama and even Cooper Flag, and also LeBron James when he's back, when he's fit, Nikola Jokic? I mean, there are lots of names. Antetokounmpo is still there. Steph Curry is still there. What do you think is the man? Even Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, they are even yet to get up to speed. Talking about the Boston Celtics, even though they won as well. Who do you think is in the early race for the MVP come the end of the season?
Well, I think it's still early days. I think it's a conversation that no one wants to have right now, because if you mention any player right now, then towards the end of the season, it will be eggs all over our faces right there. But then, no doubt about that, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander started really, really well. He more like picked up from where he stopped, winning the MVP right there last season, and helping the OKC to win the championship last season, and they started really well. He scored 31 points in their game against the Sacramento Kings, the 107-101 victory, and they've been very, very good this season. They are yet to taste defeat, and they are on they are more like I think they're on the journey of doing something that has not been done since the 2018-2019 season, like a franchise winning the NBA title back-to-back since the Boston Celtics did it back then. So it's going to be a very, very difficult one for the OKC Thunders. But it's glad that it's really good that they have started very well. But then, it's a marathon, not a sprint. We've got over 80 games in regular games and the playoffs as well, the postseason games. So a whole lot of games to actually play in that one. So it doesn't really depend on how you actually start, but then how you finish is very, very important. We saw that one from the Cavs last season, who had a decent
they started really well. They went on a run, but then they didn't even get to the playoffs.
The Bucks as well last season, but then this season I think it's going to be a different ball game entirely. We are seeing a whole lot of points being scored. I think it's more the NBA season, and we have seen points, we have seen records being broken. We have seen, I think we've got about 16 players who have scored over 40 points right there. So we are seeing a whole lot of points there by these players, and we are seeing defense actually slacking and that. So it shows that no team wants to sleep on it this particular season. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting one. The Philadelphia 76 boxers as well. They are also unbeaten after 4 games, and they are also on to breaking that course, that conference semi-final course that they've not been able to go past this particular season. Hopefully, Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey actually stay fit for this particular team. But then I think it's going to be a very, very interesting NBA season.
For me too, and you mentioned Joel Embiid. I mean, I think it's still under a minutes. Minutes limitation or something thereabouts? But hope to see the big man, come back and do well. Even the likes of Paul George are also coming back to do well. Great players right there in the NBA. It's been a wonderful time on the show. But let us wrap up with this quickly. And yes, I would be lovely to see this. I am waiting to see this, maybe as a boxing fan. And Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather, yes, 2 legends right there. They are inching closer to a potential rematch. According to Pacquiao, they are almost agreed on the terms, with negotiations between their teams ongoing. The boxing legends first clashed in 2015, with Mayweather winning by unanimous decision. And Pacquiao, however, has been fighting with the shoulder injury and believes the outcome might have been different if he were fully fit. And the potential rematch has sparked excitement in the boxing world, with many speculating about the fight's details. And Pacquiao mentioned that the bout will likely take place in Las Vegas, possibly in April 2026, and will be broadcast, yes, all around the world. And this would mark a significant coup, yes, which has been aggressively pursuing top-tier boxing events. And Mayweather, who is 48, has been focusing on exhibition bouts since his retirement in 2017. Yes, he is unbeaten, and yes, he included a scheduled fight against Mike Tyson later in 2026. And Pacquiao, who is 46, returned to professional boxing earlier this year after a 4-year hiatus. I mean, quickly, just before we wrap up, Pelumi, I'm sure you are eager to see this one, Pacquiao against Mayweather. The first one, Pacquiao said he was battling with the shoulder injury. That was why he lost that one to Mayweather. And you know how Floyd Money Mayweather can be, especially against a serious opponent. What do you think is going to be the result of this one? And are you eager to see this one coming through? Do you think Mayweather will have a loss finally in his career, or he's going to retire and call it a day finally unbeaten? Quickly before we go, Pelumi. Pelumi, are you still with me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Let's quickly do this. What do you think about Pacquiao and Mayweather?
I think it's going to be a very, very interesting one. Any boxing fan would definitely be eager to want to see this particular one. And interestingly, this rematch is being explored as an official boxing match, not an exhibition. So I think it could make it a lot more interesting right there. I think it will be too early to actually presume who's going to win this one. But then maybe as time goes on, since it's still next year, maybe towards that fight, so when we get to know the level or the stage at which each of these boxers are, we could probably be tilting towards one particular one. But then, like I said, it is definitely something to anticipate for boxing lovers.
Absolutely. And on that note, I want to say thank you very, very much, Pelumi, for joining on the show today. It's been a wonderful time giving you the sports stories, yes, from the world of sports on Sports Republic today. And as I'll be wrapping up with midday news coming next, I want to say enjoy and have a sporty rest of the day. My name is Afiz Ogubanjo. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga, but the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano, the city call me enjoyment landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. At VOP TV.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People TV. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
For headlines, Tinubu approves 15% fuel import tax.
New naval chief assumes command, vows to tackle oil theft.
Troops free kidnap victim, arrest suspects in Taraba.
Atiku criticized federal government's pardon list review.
Reps approve Tinubu's 1.84 trillion naira loan request. Others.
3 dead, others injured in Lagos-Ibadan expressway crash.
And business, African Airlines top global air cargo growth with 14.7% rise.
And in the world of sports, 2025-2026 NWFL season to kick off November the 26th.
In the world of entertainment, Finty praises Davido for Adamawa 5 live tour. Now the news and details. President Bola Tinubu has appointed a 15% import duty on diesel and petrol, as known as premium motor spirit. Damilotun Aderemi, the president's private secretary, informed the Federal Inland Revenue Service and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority of the decision. The move follows a request from FIRS to apply the duty of the cost, insurance and freight of import, aiming to align import costs with domestic realities.
Meanwhile, Rear Admiral E.D. Abbas has assumed office as Nigeria's new Chief of Naval Staff, pledging to step up the fight against crude oil theft, illegal bunkering, and other maritime crimes. At the naval headquarters in Abuja, the 23rd Naval Chief acknowledged ongoing threats to Nigeria's maritime security, including sea robbery, illegal fishing, and drug trafficking. He outlined his priorities, which is boosting maritime security, modernizing the fleet with advanced technology, improving personnel training and welfare, and strengthening collaboration with other security agencies.
In a landmark development, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Baitokun, has appointed Assistant Inspector General Nkechi Eze as the first director of the newly established Directorate of Force Medical Services. The move follows the upgrade of the Police Force Medical Section to a full-fledged directorate aimed at providing comprehensive healthcare services for police personnel nationwide. In a statement, Baitokun congratulated Eze and urged her to use her expertise to make the directorate a benchmark for excellence in police healthcare. He described the new directorate as a strategic investment in the well-being and efficiency of officers across the country.
Into some security matters, troops of the 6th Brigade Nigerian Army under Operation Wild Stroke have rescued a kidnapped victim, Ali Adamu, in Lao local government area of Taraba State. The rescue followed a distress call reporting Adamu's kidnapping while he slept outside his home. Acting quickly, the troops launched a pursuit, forcing the kidnappers to abandon the victim and flee into nearby bushes. Lieutenant Omar Mohammed, the brigade's spokesman, said Adamu was reunited with his family safely with no ransom paid.
In another development, a former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized President Bola Tinubu over the reversal of a presidential pardon for convicted drug traffickers, kidnappers, and other criminals. President Tinubu had removed those convicted of kidnapping, drug and human trafficking fraud, and illegal firearm possession from the list of beneficiaries under the federal government's prerogative of mercy. Abubakar said the reversal came only after public outrage, calling it too late to act of shame rather than wisdom. He also accused the Tinubu administration of a pattern of hasty decisions, followed by public backlash, raising questions about governance and accountability.
Into some legislative matters, in the Green Chamber, the House of Representatives has approved President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's request of implementation of a new external borrowing plan totaling 1.84 trillion naira as provided in the 2025 Appropriation Act for financing national budget deficit. This followed the consideration and adoption during plenary the report presented by the House Committee on AIDS, Loans and Debt Management, chaired by Abubakar Larawa. Still in the Green Chamber, the House also passed for second reading a bill seeking to amend the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, sponsored by Yusuf Gardi, member representing Kanki Panchkin Kanam Federal Constituency of Plateau State. The proposed legislation aims to modernize the country's anti-graft laws in response to the increasingly sophisticated methods of financial crimes.
Now to education matter. The federal government says it has released 2.3 billion naira to university-based unions to clear outstanding arrears. Education Minister Tunji Alauso updated on talks with the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, and other tertiary school unions in Abuja, saying the government is committed to resolving welfare and funding challenges through fiscal support, policy reforms, and dialogue. The funds processed through the Accountant General's office are aimed at clearing backlogs and improving welfare for academic and non-academic staff. Alausa also announced that from 2026, the end academic allowance will be integrated into staff salaries for prompt and sustainable payment. He added that funds have been released under the needs assessment of Nigerian Universities project with budget provision to sustain the initiative.
Meanwhile, on a tragic note, at least 3 persons, including a police inspector, have died in multiple vehicle crash on Kara Bridge, Mowe, along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. The crash involved 5 articulated trucks. The Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Olaniwaju Shola, has said this at the scene. Preliminary investigations point to brake failure as one of the trailers as the cause. The commissioner confirmed that one of the victims was a police officer responding to the incidents. He urged motorists, especially drivers of heavy vehicles, to avoid reckless driving, which he said causes most fatal road crashes.
A fire broke out at Jabi Lake Mall in Abuja early this morning. FCT Police spokesperson Josephine Ade confirmed the incident, saying officers were deployed to secure the area and prevent looting.
Meanwhile, it was a celebration and generosity at the 25th National Women's Conference of the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials, as Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma donated 200 million naira to support the group's programs. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his wife, Dr. Bijoke Sanwo-Olu, joined women from across sectors to mark 25 years of leadership, legacy, and empowerment. Our correspondent, Oyeka Ogolo, has this story.
It's the Silver Jubilee of Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials Council, and the women from all sectors, policymakers, professionals, and leaders of thought are gathered to celebrate the 25th years of resilience, legacy, leadership, and vision. Originally funded to advance women's empowerment and family values, Council has grown into a formidable platform driven by change through community projects, health outreach, and educational support. Nigeria First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu also paid tribute to the group's founder, the late Mrs. Olufunmilayo Mobolaji Johnson.
We cannot celebrate 25 years of Council without honoring our past. We celebrate the legacy and vision of the founder of Council, our mother, late Mrs. Olufunmilayo Mobolaji Johnson. wife of the first military governor of Lagos State, who gave us the wings to fly. As you all celebrate this milestone, may your passion be renewed for greater service to our beloved state in the years to come.
In her welcome address, the wife of Lagos State Governor and Chairperson of Council, Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, reflected on the vision of her predecessors and the stride they made in healthcare, education, and youth empowerment.
Women, when we take action, our families, organizations, states, and nations will see the return for this investment. Let's restore the value algorithm, prioritize service. As women, we soon realize that after we have given birth to children who have given birth, there is more.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu commented on the resilience of Lagos women and reaffirmed their pivotal role in shaping the state's future.
You are women, you are daughters, you are mothers. You need to lead with courage. You need to lead with conviction. You need to lead with purpose. You need to be self-starters on your own. And you need to take the baton right in front. And I believe you can do it.
He also announced the generous donation of 200 million naira to Council by Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma in support of its program and initiative.
Don't be jealous of married people. They are not superior to you. So stop feeling bad. Flaunt your singleness. Flaunt your widowhood. Flaunt your divorce. And I said it with my bold chest. Because we live in a world where women in particular are meant to be pressured into wrong relationships. Just because you are not married. And mothers, stop putting pressure on your children. Not married, not married, not married. Until they become the servant wife in somebody's house and then they are domestically violated. Be who God created you to be.
From a modest initiative of 25 years ago to a powerful force of social transformation, Council's journey stands as a shining example of what women can achieve when vision meets service and compassion fuels leadership. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you so very much, Onyeka, for that particular report. You're still watching the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a quick break right now. When we return, more stories on the midday news will be up next. Please do stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Glad to have you back. It's still the Medanis and Voice of the People television. The report that we have here says that the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to inclusive governance and social welfare. The governor, represented by his deputy Obafemi Hamzat, disbursed 460 million naira to over 1,000 beneficiaries under the CRIES and Listen financial assistance program. Our correspondent Onika Ogolo has more in this report.
Arena in Keja, hundreds gathered as Lagos State government once again extended a helping hand to vulnerable residents across the state. The event had the Listens financial assistance program, saw checks presented to more than 1,000 beneficiaries, carefully selected from all 20 local government areas and 37 LCDAs.
Through initiatives like this, we strengthen the social contract between the government and citizen to show that the Sanwo-Olu administration cares about our people, irrespective of class, irrespective of religion, irrespective of ethnicity. Today, we are disbursing 460 million naira, and this is not the first time this year, nor will it be the last. So as we move toward the end of this year, more beneficiaries will be receiving their checks also. So as we keep extending our support to those who need it the most. So far, historically, CRIES has made a real difference in the life of over 8,100 individuals, while Listens has lent a helping hand to more than 8,690 beneficiaries. Last year, 2024, we distributed 1.1 billion to 2,477 residents throughout the states. So for this year, We have set aside 1.6 billion to assist additional 2,850 beneficiaries.
Since inception in 2020, the initiative has touched the lives of more than 16,000 residents, providing financial aid and economic relief to those in need. Special Advisor on Political, Legislative and Civic Engagement, Dr. Afolabi Abiodun Tajuddin, said the program reflects on inclusive governance, ideals of Sanwo-Olu administration.
The beneficiaries of today's financial assistance were meticulously selected from a pool of approximately 5,000 applicants received this year, spanning all 20 local government areas and 37 LCDAs area of the state. Notably, women constitute about 46% of the selected recipients. This ongoing initiative continues to open avenues for economic inclusion and stability, reaffirming the government's unwavering commitment to poverty reduction and the creation of opportunities for every Lagos resident to thrive, even in the face of prevailing economic challenges.
Some beneficiaries could not hide their joy, describing the support as timely and life-changing.
Through the office of the legislative and civic engagement, actually, I plan to use the money to boost my farming business, and with great ecstasy, I would like to appreciate or express my gratitude to the Lagos State government for this kind gesture they are doing for us.
With the latest disbursement, the Lagos State government says it is reaffirming its commitment to equity, compassion, and opportunity for all. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you so very much, Onyeka Ogolo, for that report. Elsewhere, concerns are growing in Benin City over reports that Nigerian states are taking on more debts despite improved revenue earnings. Residents who spoke on the development fear the rise in borrowing could worsen economic challenges and limit development at the grassroots. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more details on this report.
Nigerian states continue to accumulate debts despite increased earnings have triggered concern among residents of Benin City. Many described the situation as worrisome, noting that growing indebtedness at subnational levels raises questions about fiscal discipline and effective management of public resources. Residents observed that while government revenues have risen due to improved allocations and internally generated income, most states still rely heavily on borrowing to fund recurrent and capital expenditures.
Now, since Tinubu assumed power as president of this country, the state have been getting more money. They have been getting more money. So the governor will hide under the threat of the president, loot the state, and nobody's asking questions. Until we begin to ask our governor what they are doing with our money. They are having enough now, the money is there. You understand? No state is going out to say they want to go and borrow money. No state is borrowing money now. No state you say I'm going there to go and borrow. No state, 36 states, no one is borrowing because they have enough.
Man propose, God disposes. And most of the government ruling us, and after 8 years or 4 years they do, even where they came from, where they immigrated from, no road there, no electricity. Is it good? What are we use on them? Because we need to take things into consideration within ourselves. We should not behave sombly to our people. People that voted you in is for you, as they voted you in. It's a protocol attached to you that will motivate you to discharge your duty to the best of your own ability.
When you borrow money, you don't use the money well. You cause a big chaos to the state.
They called on relevant authorities to ensure transparency and accountability in the management of public finances and to channel available resources into projects that will directly improve citizens' welfare. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Brother Johnny, for that wonderful coverage. Still in the news, mixed reactions have continued to trail reports that recently retired Nigerian service chiefs are set to enjoy substantial post-service benefits, including bulletproof vehicles, domestic aids, and lifetime health care, following new provisions in the Armed Forces Regulation. This is as President Bola Tinubu approved a major shakeup in the nation's military leadership last week. Nigerians are also sharing their views on the new tax for the nation's new military leader appointed by the president. Voice of the People Television's Matthew Ogunsuada has more in this report.
Approved a sweeping reorganization of the Nigerian Armed Forces, announcing the disengagement of top military chiefs, including General Christopher Musa, who served as Chief of Defense Staff, Air Marshal Azan Abubakar, former Chief of Air Staff, and Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ugala, former Chief of Naval Staff. In their place, the president appointed new service chief to lead the nation's military commands. General Olufemi Oluyede now assumes role as the Chief of Defense Staff. Major General Waidi Shoaibu becomes Chief of Army Staff. Air Vice Marshal Sunday Kelvin Aneke is the new Chief of Air Staff, while Rear Admiral Idi Abbas takes charge as Chief of Naval Staff. The Chief of Defense Intelligence, Major General Emmanuel Undiendeye, retains his position. Under revised Armed Forces regulations, the outgoing service chiefs will enjoy a range of post-service entitlements, including bulletproof, official vehicles, domestic aids, and lifetime healthcare coverage. According to the President's Special Advisor on Media and Public Communications, Sunday Dari, the shakeup is designed to strengthen Nigeria's national security architecture and ensure a more effective response to the country's evolving security challenges. As Voice of the People Television, we are on the street to get the opinion of Nigerians towards this new military shakeup.
Now we have a new security officer and we are praying that things will get better. But when a new person comes in, he will try to do good. He try to do better. We're expecting the new service chief to do good for Nigeria in terms of securing life and properties. And that's the most important thing for human life. When life is secure and their properties are secure, people will be happy. That is not necessary. Giving him a bodyguard and the limousine and other things, because making things to be more expensive to Nigerians, I don't think is necessary.
Without them, we cannot get enough security, because they are the ones that are armed and then be able to take care of us.
I believe maybe in terms of security issue, maybe it can be better a little bit, because I believe when a new government, like a new personnel, take over his particular position, if you like to make a record that may be different from what is been happening before, and all this when some that retire, this and they gave them personnel, this armor, this and that. I don't believe that one is necessary. This is not the solution to the problems on ground.
Everybody knows how the security in the country has been for a very long time now. The security has not really been good like that, But I believe by the way of changing this the security chief, I believe there's going to be improvement. I believe there's going to be improvement because I believe the new security chief is going to have his own strategies, his own security strategies that he's going to use or something like that. So I believe things are going to get better. I just believe that. This is a welcome development because I see it as a kind of reward for the good job they have done or something like that. Yeah.
With the task ahead for the new service chief, many Nigerians are calling for long-lasting efforts to combat insecurity among different parts of the country. We will continue to monitor this development closely, providing you with further updates. Reporting from Lagos, I'm Matthew Ogunsuada for Voice of the People Television.
You're still watching the Media News and Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a quick break. When we'll come back, business, sports, and entertainment story. Up next. In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. The drive to empower more women in the technology and innovation ecosystem continues to gain momentum. The Enterprise Development Center, in partnership with Village Capital and the Future Makers initiative by Standard Chartered, has graduated another cohort of women and entrepreneurs in tech. The program aims to strengthen their capacity, network, and business sustainability. Voice of the People TV's Praise Peters has more in this report.
Future Makers Women in Tech graduation and award, not just training, but community and collaboration. Graduating founders shared how detailed facilitation, dedicated mentorship, and access to partners helped shape their personal and business growth.
What we're celebrating today is the graduation of the 6th cohort of Women in Tech Enabled Business Incubator, sponsored by Standard Chartered Bank. This cohort, we have women that are running businesses, providing solutions in health, providing solutions in speech therapy, in agribiz. We also have women that are, using tech to solve financial inclusion challenges. We also had mentoring and coaching sessions. And what we're doing today is celebrating the top 5. And these top 5 have been awarded $10,000 for their businesses. The first thing that they get coming on this program is a networking and finding that they're not alone. The second thing is that their confidence is built, and then they now realize that they have agency and they can use their voice for good. And lastly, what happens is that when they're empowered, what we see is that these women, having been empowered, they go ahead to empower others and hold the hand. So as they're rising with other women.
During the fireside chats, speakers highlighted the need for stronger female networks, urging women in tech to seek clarity of purpose, be visible, share their stories, and collaborate intentionally. They summarized this mindset in the acronym CROSS: contribute to the ecosystem, rise with others, remain open-minded, embrace storytelling, and build strong bridges. The ceremony concluded with the announcement of the top 5 outstanding participants recognized for their innovation and resilience.
I would say the women are getting their voices heard. Over the years, over the last 8 to 10 years, we've seen a growing number of female techpreneurs, as we like to call them, who are making not just their mark, but they're a name for themselves in the industry. And we're seeing that it's not just tech, but they're focusing on different aspects of tech. There's agri-tech, there's health tech. And we're so excited about this, which is why as a bank, it made sense to us to support this, but not just support it for the sake of it, but sustainably so. Since 2019, we've successfully supported well over 55 women directly, but thousands through the sessions we've had in partnership with the Enterprise Development Center.
Personally, I believe this is one very detailed accelerator program I've been on. They're focused on you as an individual, they're focused on your business. It's been very enlightening from the first day to the last session.
It's been an inspiring moment here as the 2025 Women in Tech Graduation and Awards Ceremony, a space where ideas, innovation, and impact continues to unfold. As these women take a step forward to make a solution today and tomorrow, we are rest assured that the future ecosystem of Nigeria in tech is going to make a big difference and certainly become brighter. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so much, Praise Peters, for that coverage. Still on business. African Airlines led global air cargo growth in September 2025, recording a 14.7% year-on-year rise, the strongest among all regions. Capacity for African carriers also grew 7.4%. Data from the International Air Transport Association shows that the African-Asia trade lane expanded 9.6% in September, making its third consecutive month of growth and boosting the continent's cargo momentum. Globally, air cargo demand rose 2.9% compared to September 2024, the seventh straight month of growth. Regionally, Asia-Pacific carriers saw a 6.8% increase in demand, Europe 2.5%, and the Middle East 0.6%. North America and Latin America, however, recorded declines in demand of 1.2% and 2.2% respectively.
And from that business story, we'll go straight talking sports. The 2025-2026 Nigerian Women Football League season kicks off on Wednesday, 26th of November, featuring 20 teams split into 2 zones of 10. Defending champions Bayelsa Queens will open the season against Edo Queens, promising an exciting start to the campaign. Group A includes Bayelsa Queens, Adamawa Queens, Paysetters Queens, Heartland Queens, Ekiti Queens, Niger Rattles FC, Ibom Angels, Catmog Ladies, and Rivers Angels. Group B is led by last season's runners-up, Nasarawa Amazons, alongside Confluence Queens, Delta Queens, Sunshine Queens, Ahunde Yamen Queens, the Naz Ladies, Remo Stars Ladies, Ocean Babes, Abia Angels, and FC Robo Queens. The season also welcomes 3 debutants, Ahudi Yamen Queens, Cast Mog Ladies, and Paysetters Queens, promoted through strong championship playoffs performances.
And now let's talk on some entertainment story where Adamawa Governor Amadou Umar Fintiri welcomed global Afrobeat sensation Davido to the government house in Yola during the Artist 5's Alive tour, celebrating the state's rising profile and improved security. Fintiri described the visit as a testament to our administration's effort in enhancing security and advancing urban renewal, according to a statement released by his office on X. Hours later, Davido headlined a sold-out concert at the 25,000 capacity Mahmoud Ribadu Square, delivering what organizers called on one of the tour's most high-energy performances. The Yola stop marks a significant milestone in Davido's 5-state tour and highlights Adamawa's growing appeal as a destination for major entertainment events. That is it on the media news, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. Tinubu approves 15% fuel import tax.
New naval chief assumes command and vows to tackle oil theft.
Troops free kidnap victims, arrest suspect in Taraba.
Atiku Abubakar criticizes federal government's pardon list review.
Reps approved Tinubu's 1.84 trillion naira loan request. Others.
3 dead, others injured in Lagos-Ibadan Expressway crash.
In business, African Airlines topped global air cargo growth with 14.7% rise.
And in the world of sports, 2025-2026 NWFL season to kick off November 26th.
In entertainment, Finty praises Davido for Adamawa 5 Alive tour. That is it on the Midday News. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we had Voice of the People TV, and on all of our social media platforms, we had VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. Up next on our schedule is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ị mata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naijiria ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the wide Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted
the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate crowds and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. How you all doing? Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your number one show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes,
I'm your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka call me Prezi. Today is a beautiful day. Yes, to stay inspired, grounded, and blessed. And yes, we have a lot of gist for you, and I'm sure you don't want to miss any. Please stay with us. And trust me, I am not here alone. I am here with someone special. And yes, joining us today is a musicologist, media personality, brand influencer, and PR strategist. He brings a wealth of experience to the table. He is also a sought-after event and red carpet host, and most importantly, a dedicated music minister. And he is also one of the coordinators of the annual worship meeting, the Lord's Supper. And he is no other person than Ayomide Onilide. I pronounce the name. Onulude. Onulude.
No, Oni.
Okay, Onulude.
Yeah.
Don't worry, God will help me. Maybe God is saying that God is going to give me the husband, but then. So how are you feeling today?
Very well, thank you.
Today, the steez and the composure. So how's your week been like?
A little bit of stress, but fun and,
All right. Plenty, Oshapapa, the weddings and but trust me, you go for events like that now, yeah?
The one I'm invited to,
Hey, Jesus, you just made me remember something. That when I invite you go.
Not just go. No do Mobomo branch.
I'm telling you.
So they're not going to chop your eye.
Lord Jesus.
There's some kind of event that you go for and you don't know anybody. You're just there looking. Oh, yeah, now serve food now. They're carrying the food
Hey,
so you need to know somebody
when you want to get food and they just pass you. That one they pay me.
But they tell you that on your own is coming. This one is not for you. Campaign.
It can hit me to hit my chest. They do me that kind of thing, but then it's all good. So we're talking about a lot of things today. And yes, first on our list, we are talking about Nigerian media personality Peace Igor Daro hashtag conversations online after a post attributed to her went viral, claiming that men who wear perfumes costing less than 50K falls into the Okada man category. Hey. Father in heaven. So the remarks shared widely across social media platforms quickly drew mixed reactions from users, some agreeing with her opinion on grooming standards, while others criticized the statement as elitist and unnecessary. So the viral comments has since become a trending topic on entertainment blogs and gossip platforms, sparking discussions about class, luxury, and perception of masculinity in Nigerian society. However, as of now, there has not been any official confirmation from Peace Igor herself regarding the post on its intent. But then, this says a lot. But how you want to talk say person way buy perfume 50K?
Now Okada.
Let's just say na fresh na in the spray. Hey, God, I beg go. Oh, God. See, I don't know how people really, imagine this, but we should not just start. See, by gender too, they do. God, Father in heaven.
Thank God, you know.
Wait, calm down. I never really learned. But then, being with somebody like a man that can afford that kind of perfume, yeah, it's good. Don't trust me. There are good perfumes that they are even lesser than that price, but they smell way better than
that of 150K.
It doesn't even matter if it's the amount of money, the amount you bought it. Do you get?
I just want to smell nice.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter if it's 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. I
remember one day I was going somewhere and I had to stop a bike man and Okada man, Nigerian way. So I had to enter. And I told the man that, please, you have to drop me here. But let me tell you the truth. I did not go from year to year. I told the man to drop me.
Because it was whose lane?
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, the Okada man.
Stop me. I couldn't tell him that this is... It's actually embarrassing, you're going out. I don't know. If it asks you this question, which would you prefer? Mouth odor or body odor?
Hey. Mouth odor.
Body odor.
None.
So you cannot just date somebody because of
No, I'm sorry.
If you manage one now.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Father. But because I could not tell that guy, let me go back to the story. So I couldn't tell that guy that, see what is happening, just drop me. I had to enter another bike. He didn't know the reason.
I have a friend though.
Yeah.
She's gonna say it as it is.
Hey, blood.
And she's always going around with this pocket perfumes.
But is there any way you can tell somebody that, please, you politely and they will not feel bad?
I think I saw a post like that.
They will feel embarrassed. You get?
I mean, yeah, they're gonna feel embarrassed, but it is what it is.
Hey,
it is
blood
what it is.
of Jesus. Even if it's 200 naira,
just use it. Roll on,
Just try the.
Use roll on.
Ha! Try the user.
The situation of the country is critical enough for you to have
they're giving us another, father in heaven. They're giving us another stress. You get this thing. So I don't know, but then I somehow, accept what she said, but I somehow don't. If it's the part where she says that, okay, that we need to use perfumes, is good. That I know she actually acknowledges the fact that we should
it's good to use perfume.
And
but the fact that she's saying the 50K belongs
yes.
to, I do not quite agree with that because, I know the elites, they are big on perfumes and they can use someone like Timini. I saw his collection one day. I'm like, bro, what happened? He has 50 bottles of, perfumes.
For waiting.
And this guy,
you want to bath inside the perfume.
So some people are so big on perfumes.
Yeah.
But for me, I don't think you have to use 150 to 1 million. Just use something. Just smell nice. So don't give people unnecessary pressure. You have to use, if you're using 50K perfume, 50K that we use and eat for 2 weeks.
Jesus. Mind somebody they don't. Do you get what?
Do you know what you
in this economy?
In this economy.
Please, Auntie, you don't even like us.
Okay.
Me especially, why would you say, kilo day? Okay. Please, a lot of people have actually come out to say, Auntie, why are you saying this kind of thing? But then, I think some people, I really agree with what she's saying. Some say, me, I don't accept this one. So please, let them not even come and send it to that.
Some people would disagree.
So please, we have a lot of comments. Let's take some comments. And yes, Veronica said, let people wear and use what they can afford, please.
Exactly.
But thank you. I don't know why you are stressing.
Exactly.
You come back and be disturbing somebody. All right, female programmer, she said, guys, they check your babe, so twist before you marry them, because almost some girls no get. So what are you trying to say, that this person doesn't have to say, Jesus Christ. Please know that they calm down for this man. You see comment section, oh God.
See,
they can.
Comment section is the real deal. Especially on TikTok. They don't care about your mental health. They don't care about if you're depressed. If you know what is good for yourself, off your comment section. If you don't have a tough skin, especially on TikTok, just please.
I always say this. I say Nigerian accuse. See, person they tell me say, if you they depressed, bro, you're not depressed. Sister, you're not depressed.
It's money that you don't have. You don't have money. Somebody like
because
me
what
like
to just make you laugh.
If I tell you I'm not happy, just know that it's because money.
Money. And it's only money, like me and the vest now, but then
you see money, you'll be happy.
we need a war, seriously, but then we will see the smile. You get, but trust me, when you come to Nigeria, the best thing if you come to Nigeria, you just they smile anyhow. That everything just. But trust me, if you don't get money, you don't send a vex. Now that one, I will be vex. You just hide your face. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually coming out to say things concerning this. And yes, somebody said, what if it's 50K and it still smells like water? Jesus, that is where in fact it has finished. Because why would you buy something for 50K and it don't come good? Do you have to think of it? There was something I saw yesterday. I was talking about it here. People now buy iPhones and they said it's upgraded
XR. The iPhone 17 Pro Max.
Yes.
Seriously. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday. I don't want to believe that the 17 Pro Max is an upgraded version.
Yeah.
Of XR.
Yeah.
I don't think Apple was too so low, but I know the Nigerians and pressure.
Blood of Jesus.
They're always counterfeits. So,
but come to think of it, even the way they are just, emphasizing the iPhone 17, everybody wants to get it. Like, say,
at some point, I want to believe because iPhone 17 Pro Max is now everywhere. You would think it's 1 million naira.
Even the one where they color. They feel color.
You would think it's 1 million. I was asking my friend, I beg, now feeling that they collect. Everybody's just using 17 Pro Max. I beg.
Wait till be this.
Don't now plug me in. I beg. Myself won't use. I won't belong.
Please allow the Android users in peace.
Sorry.
Please don't just go there because me, I don't want to come and start saying things. You understand? Don't maybe just start calling.
I mean, Samsung is such a beautiful, model. So,
but actually, I don't want to say this, but then I think it's quite expensive to manage.
Yeah, the Samsung.
Yes.
Yeah, people say so.
But then, what I'm trying to say is that the one that they're doing, I don't know, pressure. will just make you to go and buy nonsense.
My
and you will
sister.
get what I ordered versus what
That's what I got.
Jesus. And you will
That's
oh
the word.
God.
Pressure. Pressure, that's the word.
I'm just saying, even that person that will go and buy that 50K perfume.
Pressure. Continue, don't worry.
Hey, you see, oh my God.
Pressing pressure.
Pressing pressure. You get what I'm trying. This is vibe. Like this. But wait, calm down for the pressure first. Let's just talk about this. But trust me, I don't know. People really buy, you know, what things you order and what you get is. I don't know why it's always like that here. I don't know why it's like that. But
I think the reason why it's like that is, okay, let's say, for example, I said this thing on you and I want to recreate. Now, I'm not going to meet your tailor or your stylist or your vendor. I want my own stylist or my own vendor to create it the same thing.
The same way.
It can't be the same. First and first, we don't have the same body. We don't have the same, weight, everything to carry it. And you want the perfect thing. No, don't play.
Maybe this... Jesus, maybe the shape. You also want everything.
You don't have I saw one the other day. This is what I ordered. This lady has this hourglass shape. She was tall, beautiful, and I don't want to.
But then talking about fashion, yeah. A lot of people now, like some designers now go into, there's a way they make clothes now that snatches the waist, and even though it doesn't look that perfect like the way you expect it to be. It should be close to that because there's something they call the corset.
The corset. Even though you can't breathe well, you're still corsetting.
Why did you put it not?
But it's the truth. It's the truth.
Even when we can't breathe, please leave the breathing for us. That we want to breathe. Trust me, I've seen a lot of videos where ladies now wear that and.
Even Tiny complained the other day. I mean, I think
because of waiting.
She went.
You want to go and do
snatch.
Snatch it. You not come and kill yourself. Say, hey, Father in heaven, oh Lord. Like I can imagine people. You can't just breathe well. You have to sit, and you have to sit a particular way to just look. Hey,
I've been wanting to ask. Maybe let me ask you.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever worked.
I've won once.
Were you able to use the toilet?
Right now, it was maybe that day I didn't really eat much, so that I didn't even eat much, so that the thing will not come because the way this place will not bloat out. Jesus Christ, you will not breathe, but then just want to look beautiful. You get so. Please, we are still talking about the 50K perfume. So let's take more comments because a lot of people are actually coming out to say things. And someone said that what if you just finish buying the 50K perfume and then it can't smell like your cardamom where they run from. But
I saw one comment. Said, what about 49999?
Oh my God. All right.
Okay. Rolls Royce girl, that's funny.
Okay, another person said, what do you mean by customers are Okada men? Oh God. And fine woman. Anyway, Okada men also deserve to smell nice. Yes. Seriously, that doesn't mean because they call you Okada man. Trust me, you need to look tush too, like an Okada man. Even if they drive bike, you're supposed to look tush, dress well.
Looking good perfume. Is a good business. So even if you are hawking pure water, there's a video of a little boy that was, I think, sometimes on the internet that was hawking pure water that was so fluent with his, the way he advertised the sachet water, and from there. So imagine he's just trying to. So I just went to that route because I'm trying to say everything you do, just make sure that you look good and you look presentable.
A lot of people, even people that now that sell stuff like pure water, drinks, that they not dress well, they will be on corporate. They will be on corporate with you.
I mean, they're trying to, market their business. Yeah,
you get what I'm trying to say. But that's really unique, It looks unique when I see it. And I would like to patronize those kind of people when I see it. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. Let's see what we have. Yes. Another person said, funny people everywhere. Oh, God, una just they increase pressure for those who no get sense. Jesus. At Oluwamog is well with you. Then Osare said, okay, that we've been taking that. So somebody said, Baba, in fact, your family.
Baba, look at this person combined both Yoruba, Hausa, everything.
Hey, God.
Bankina Maya.
This is serious. See, this is my comment people. We are not agree. We are not the pepper people. But then it's where God will help her. As she has said that she go the date person where they use 100K, 100 million perfume. No, I don't know what to say. I beg, let's take more comments. We had a lot of people. Yes, a lot of people actually saying something concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. And Miss Stormy said, how much does your father's own cost?
You.
Jesus Christ. This is the highest. What of 449,900? More than they calm down. The J thing said, I thank God for social media because it really exposes people and their mindset.
Actually.
Hey, God.
Actually.
You go just sit down and talk about this guy thing. God, I beg. Somebody said, okay, I passed. Mine is 50,400 plus delivery. Oh, God. See, what I'm trying to say right now is, even though Peace has actually said that we should go and be buying perfume, she want to put the pressure on people to go and buy perfume of 50K. Me, I don't care for that one. That one is a business. But then, please, always smell good. Smell nice. If you're going out, if you're into business, any kind of thing you're doing, just if you don't bath finish, try use roll-on, try smell nice. So that, keep person with inside boss with you. Or
make it part of your daily routine.
You get what I'm trying to say? So yes, we still get plenty just to talk about. And yes, we have another gist, and that happens to be the widow of late Nollywood actor Junior Pope. Jennifer Awele has warmed hearts online after sharing an old note her husband wrote when he once borrowed money from her. So in the document, which surfaced on social media, Junior Pope formally acknowledged the loan and signed it, a gesture many fans describe as both touching and humorous. So the post quickly went viral, drawing emotional reactions from followers who resented about the actor's playful yet responsible nature. While some online users found the act amusing, others praised it as a sign of mutual respect and trust between the couple. So the resurfaced note has since reignited fond memories of the late actor who passed away earlier in 2024, reminding fans of his charm and authenticity, both on and off the screen. So the wife actually came out to say that he had this agreement that if you borrow money, you understand, you have to sign. So there was this paper that she posted online stating that where both of them, where Pope said he was going to return the money. And the wife signed, and him too, he also signed. So my question is, because she also talked about the question where is it that can you borrow somebody money and do those kind of a lot of agreements and the rest of them, especially maybe you're not married, yeah?
I'm single.
Oh my God, single and please. So if you would get married, would you like to borrow your wife, or would you probably say, please take, I don't need?
In my opinion, if I'm married, I don't think I would borrow my wife money. I would give. She's my wife.
Freely.
So whatever I have is also ours. So I don't mind giving to her. But outside marriage, maybe even family members, fine. Because sometimes family members so they
will come for you.
Not to talk of friends, acquaintances. So contracts. When are you going to return it? Some people will borrow money from you. To return is the problem. Because there's this thing that comes with, I think I've experienced it. I borrowed money from a friend one time, and it's time for me to pay back. I have the money, but I don't just want to pay back because I'm feeling some kind of way like, how do I remove this money from this account? So I understand the thing that comes with people borrowing money and not want to pay back. So when you have a contract, you know the consequences that you're going to face. If you don't pay me my money, I think you'll be able to sit up. So for the married thing here, I feel like people have their own, different ways of doing things. So, but for me, I don't think I would want to borrow my wife money and then tell her to sign, or she will want to borrow. She can say, okay, I will borrow, sign as part, ladies. You guys can be very petty. But but for
Father
me,
in heaven, you're saying what he's saying, that we are too petty.
No, that's you guys' nature. I mean,
oh Jesus.
You can
but trust me, if you ask me the same question, I would say anybody you're going to sign.
I mean, it's fine.
No, you know what I'm saying? So because basically, I might want, like, if I want to give you the money, I will wholeheartedly give to you again. I'll give you the money and I'll say, you don't need to, But there might be some time I want to use the money. Like I have a particular money and I want to use it for something very important. And maybe I don't have elsewhere to get the money from. Probably. And you tell me, please, can you just lend me this money?
And because you don't want to spend the money,
Because you're my husband, I would, gracefully lend you the money, but you have to pay back.
You know, these days, I think I've come to a conclusion that money that I can't give out, I don't borrow. So if you're coming to me to say you want me to borrow your money, if I know that I have the money, I can give it out, dash it out to you. For me, I'm dashing you. So when you're coming back to say let me pay, I'll just say don't worry. You know, because it's always crazy trying to get your money back from people. You know, they make you look like you're the bad person.
But what if some person that, you know, like people that actually borrow money and genuinely that they don't have that money to pay back?
I understand that you don't. See, there's a different thing when you borrow money from someone and you're keeping tabs. Like, oh, I'm sorry, you know, there's a date that you're supposed to return, and you're like, okay, I'm sorry, this happened. You are, you're keeping tabs. It's different from, I'm the one disturbing. You know how Palm Pay used to run after their debtors.
Lord of Jesus, not be smart.
You know. So it's a different thing if I'm the one coming to meet you. Pay me my money. No, I mean that's bad. But if you're coming to me and telling me that okay, this happened, that happened, I mean I'm human, I will understand and then give you the grace.
Well, I think I agree with what he's trying to say. So yes, you know, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning the late actor's you know, routine in the house with his wife. So, but let's take some comment, because a lot of people are like, say, I cannot borrow my husband, I cannot borrow my wife. Some people will say, no, any money, I can, you know.
That's why I say it's a personal thing.
Give it freely. You know. So we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take some comments. A lot of people are actually coming out to say things concerning this. So yes, let's take some comments. And yes, Daniela said they would say that they will give you back, but you just know your money is gone.
I said it. Women.
OT law, it is gone. All right, another person, Motion said, Wahala. Hey God, Wahala. Then Martin said, what is sweet, cute, and lovely on this post? Needing to write a letter to borrow money from your partner is sweet, Abi. If any man had tried this with their wives, then you realize that it's not sweet or lovely. Martin, I don't know. I don't exactly know what your problem is right now.
I think you're not going to agree with him.
Because everybody just wants to be happy and smiling and everything.
It's not that deep.
What? Like what? Why are you paying, bro? All right. Somebody said, you know, you put this love sign. And we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. Yes, we have a lot of people talking about this. And somebody said, the true, I don't borrow rich like 10 million. But she no pay. Blood of Jesus. But if they owe me 5K, in fact, 2K safe, I they wake him up 3 a.m. midnight to remind him. I know they smile until I collect him out of his good heart. He will add interest. Oh, you know, trust me, they are still humble and understanding men out there that can understand that when you borrow money, definitely women, we like money.
Men are actually the real babies. You know.
So we are not sharing babies into the...
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, this soft heart that babies have, you know, that's how men are. It's just that, you know, when you try to, like, stand up to them and say, you know, that's when they show you, but they are not tough. They are not that tough.
See, the truth is that I still agree that men, there are some good men we have. There's some odogos, you know, the odogo and the chalugo. You've seen the second part.
Yeah.
That movie says a lot. So imagine the odogo coming to spend on his woman. You get what I'm trying to say?
Notes.
Even the part, you remember the part where he said that the lady has to die, Achalugo has to be buying, you know, toiletries.
Yeah, no, she wanted to, you know, support financially.
So like, why would you support? You know, that kind of, please, who doesn't love?
She can actually buy tissue paper.
My God. But then, you know, it's actually good men there that wouldn't want you to even spend a dime, and they'll just want to just give you that money. Oh, thank you. So we still have good men, and it's actually very beautiful.
Please find us. There are still so many of us out there.
Oh,
I'm
Jesus.
Single, you know.
Jesus.
I'm a good man. Just saying.
Oga is marketing. Yeah. You don't want to go back. Oh, Jesus. Just drop your number. Let's clock it. Do you get what I'm trying to say? All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. Yes, we have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, somebody said, this is so sweet. May God bless his soul. Amen. And another person said, I am guilty. My own voice record.
Every woman out there is guilty.
Hey, why women? Why do they already know us as people that's too, hey,
You know,
too dramatic.
Funny thing is, women will borrow you money. Your wife will borrow you money. I've seen cases like that.
Yeah.
Let's say, for instance, my wife borrowed me like 3 million naira.
Yes.
And then maybe in the middle, I'm trying to still pay her back, but I now got her something. I gifted her. I gifted her like 1 million naira.
Yes.
See that 1 million naira? She don't go do that time for that 3 million. She said, "You're still giving me 3 million naira. You even had interest. I had interest now. You guys, you like money.
Please, we'll add interest
You
on
like
top.
money.
You know, please. You get what I'm trying to say? We like money, but
Women
we love good things. Who doesn't love? Please, though, you people should pamper us. That's why we are your, babies, actually. So let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. Yes. And somebody said, justice for me. My husband know they pay me back. Hey, Hansi, you don't need to come and
But there's another way he pays back, Sha. If he doesn't pay back.
You get it.
Clock it.
Lines, they cry. You get what he's trying to say? There's another way in the other room that you can pay back. You get what I'm trying to say? So, kuku manage and like that. You get a lot of people when they pass through. So somebody said, borrow me ke. Na dash, they no go pay back. All right, it's all right. Bella said, same handwriting, Abi. I know they see clearly. It's well. All right, to those that still want to expect them, that's still expecting their money to be paid back. Don't worry, they'll give you to all the wives and to all the husbands. But then, to our odogus, please take care. When we borrow you money, you're supposed to understand that, as your babies, we are not supposed to pay back. But then when we now give you the money, sir, you have to pay us back wholeheartedly. So why are you smiling like that?
I reserve my comment. I don't want to say anything,
Don't you agree with what I'm saying?
I agree 100%.
Thank you. And that's it. Thank you for that. I really love people that just accept what I said. Because me, I don't have strength. But that laugh is really scary. Why is he laughing like that? But then it's good. All right, we have another gist. And trust me, this is mind-blowing. You need to listen to this. So Nigerian women frown at a baddie who won her future husband that she won't be joining wives in the family to cook during family function.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh my God. You don't marry. Make I ask you. See, it's not by force to cook, ni.
Family functions.
And family functions, they're so, hey God! If you never experience them, see, you want to go and be forming wife material, Oshe. Boo-boo girl. You can do,
big
I will not say you should not join and do the house chores you do, but my own be say no go do pass yourself. You feel that you go the faint because say you won't marry man. Jesus, please.
I feel like the right thing to do is, as a wife, in the family, when there's a family function and then you are able to attend, the least you can do is just to join. Even if you're not doing anything, just sit with them, gist with them, give them moral support.
Of course.
If you can't do, any of the things that they are doing, just give them moral support. It counts. But you staying inside or saying you don't want to do it,
I wonder. Like
in 2025.
But trust me, a lot of ladies do it though. They'll just stay inside, they'll say I will not work.
But there's always problems. That's the problem.
And trust me, they always have issues with their mother-in-law.
Why won't you have issues with your mother-in-law? You will.
Women, we are too dramatic. Even the ones where they shout the turn mother-in-law. You reach their turn.
I know that some family can be, excessive. They've abused that, privilege of, wife joining them in cooking and all of those things. But that's not to say you won't join. When it's becoming too much, you can just withdraw or,
That's true.
In fact, it's even better not to go than for you to attend and now,
Father. And now end up like, But people with it, when there's family of maybe there are 5 boys in the family and the last boy gets married with the last wife. Say people they talk, say that one they suffer pass the other women because those people they feed the house, they relax and the other rest
now
of
you
them.
They serve them.
Hey,
big mommy,
Jesus.
big auntie. Especially the extended family, it's always a lot. I understand where this person is coming from, but then again,
I understand how people come out to say people came out to say that why would she say that? That means she doesn't love her family. Auntie, rest, please. It's not by voice. If you want to help, you help. If you say you don't want to help, if it's me, self, I will not even go anywhere. But then let's.
I mean, that's between you and your husband.
He will understand. All right, we have a lot of comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Some people say, me, I don't accept what she said, you. Some people say, me, you cannot come and kill yourself. You can just help out. You get what I'm trying to say? So let's take some comments. A lot of people are coming out to say things concerning this. And somebody said, no, we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are actually coming out to say a lot of things. Because, you know, the fact where people come to, ladies especially come to quarrel with their mother. All right, it's on the screen already. Somebody said, you people cannot bond on the train from Paris to London. All right, official Kama Light said, if you and your husband can afford caterers, why not use them instead of going through the stress? Thank you.
Even
simple
the caterers,
things.
you still need to supervise them.
But it's true. Some caterers not just get
else.
Hey, Lord of
all
Jesus.
your food.
You will even find the one where you
You're
go
going to the house.
Oh, Jesus.
So you still need to be around.
Of course, that's true. But then it's better. There's less stress. You get? All right, we have a lot of comments. There's another person. You never see your husband. You don't they fight. Lord of Jesus. As I am at your butter. You not even seeing him.
You never see your husband. Don't they fight in-laws?
Oh my God. Is that gender not
just imagine your future in-laws.
Oh Jesus.
I've seen this.
You don't they fight. And funny enough, is how women you always come out and say, my mother-in-law this, my mother-in-law that. I've never seen where a lady will just come and say, do you know somebody actually prayed that she lost the mother-in-law before she gets married? That's really bad.
That's brutal.
That's brutal.
And I cannot again understand where they're coming from, but it's not, because you should remember that one day you're going to be someone's mother.
And make your son go marry wife.
And what goes around comes around.
Hey, Lord of Jesus. That's
so if you are praying for your mother-in-law to die, don't worry, you will also give birth to a boy. And that wife will also pray for you to die. So what goes around comes around,
Seriously, my comment section there, this would not, I don't know, the joy you will actually give me, but it's good. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about what this lady has actually come out to say, that she's not gonna put hands in anything that are doing in the family.
As a baddie.
As a baddie. You get what I'm trying to say? That she wants to be this relaxed princess, enjoy her money and the rest of her
sipping her tea.
Sipping her tea, relaxing.
In her house, she's a princess, she's a queen.
No be me talk.
Okay.
Oh my God. In my house, I'm a queen, but I am not. Okay. Please. All right.
We have a lot. Church though, relating to this family, this in your house. Everybody in a king for your own limb.
Yes.
But you in this family function, no, you are nobody.
Definitely, you're coming to a different.
Do you understand?
space.
So you have to get along.
You have to get along, you.
There's not even. I don't think there's a family that would have a function and then expect you as the wife to come and be cooking. They have their caterers, so it's just for you to be there as this is the wife of Lagbaja, this is the wife of Tamedo. Do you understand?
Yes.
So they can brag, this is my son's wife, and you too, baddie,
All right, yes, that is it. And yes, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll go into what we have today. Please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, say I know they here alone. I'm with my special person, Ayo.
Glory.
So Ayo, the first time I saw your name, and I'm like, the part you said, Ayomide. No, not that part. The part you said, Ayo, I love my church.
I love my church.
That's the name, the next name like your nickname.
Yeah, okay, that's my name, my handle on social media. All my handles.
How did it even come about the name? Because I was confused. It was confusing actually. I love my church.
I know, right? you know, in this time and age, you see somebody bearing "I love my church." Okay, so
I said, make a ask now.
backstory.
Right.
My name is Ayomide.
Okay.
You know, I love Ayo for short. So there's a skit that I make, you know, concerning the church, Christians, you know, and relationship between God and the church. So it is tagged "I Love My Church" series. You know, so then taking "I Love My Church" and Ayo, just match them together. Ayo, I love my church.
But actually, that name really caught my attention because I'm like, Ayo, I love my church. Maybe this guy is a, you know, this Christian guy.
Spirit Coco.
Spirit Coco. But it's all right. It's all right.
We'll get there.
So please, Ayo, can we meet you, please?
All right. My name is Ayo Mide Onilude, known as Ayo I Love My Church. You know, a musicologist, content creator, media personality.
Only
you know,
one person.
A green carpet, because I attend the Celestial Church of Christ, so we don't use red. So I say green carpet in the church, and outside Celestial, you know, red carpet host. You know, I'm also a music minister. Funny enough, many people don't know that I sing, although I study music. But yeah, I'm a music minister. And a little bit of karakata, you know.
Karakata.
Buying and selling.
Father. So how's the journey of music been for you?
Music. So, according to my mom, I was born in the Celestial Church of Christ.
Yeah.
So my mom was a chorister when she had my pregnancy.
Yeah.
You know, and she was still singing in the choir and all of those things. So when I was born, I had to move away from the church.
Yeah.
Because my dad was a Muslim at that time, and you know how men can be. You know, wanted to be champion, and he said, "Okay, you have to go to the Arabic school." So I had to move to the Arabic school. You know. But according to my mom, growing up, I'm always disturbing the neighbor with the sound of my voice, you know, singing, you know, just whistling around the old compound and all of that. I remember growing up, when I sing, people would be like, "Are you in the choir? You have a nice voice." I mean, thank you, you know. And even, you know, when I was in primary school, secondary school, Yoruba cultural dancer and me, Igbo cultural dancer, I did there. I'm the one, you know, leading
What is this? Everywhere.
I'm always everywhere, you know, leading the group and all of those things. Even when I got to secondary school, I was part of the school choir. For me, it has been music. But at some point, I said to myself, I don't want to study music. You ask me why.
Why did you not enter inside the music?
So there was a time I was at, there was this Celestial Church of Christ Music Academy.
Yeah.
Founded by the late Dr. Oluwale Adetiran. So as at that time, I'm not sorry to say this, my church, my community is a community that they're not really big on musicians. They don't really, you know, because talents now water. For the Celestial Church of Christ.
They poor.
Hey,
talents, they cry.
Literally, you know, one of our hymns was given to us by a 7-month-old baby. You know, so that's to tell you that.
Do you imagine? Can you imagine?
Anybody can sing. So if you're saying you don't want to sing again, they go now.
We don't.
They're not really big on, you know, artists, music. So we saw all of those things, and there was a day this man called me and was like, "Why do you want to study music? Why do you want to become, you know, a musician?" And I don't even have an answer. I'm like, because he said, "Look at me, you know, in his words, I'm suffering, blah, 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 blah." He's the music director for the church worldwide.
Oh my God.
He's the dean for music, Polytechnic of Ibadan. I mean, he has he composed the NYSC anthem. NYSC anthem. Yes, he's the composer of the NYSC anthem. So it was like, after all of these achievements, I mean, he has so many awards in his parlor.
Yeah.
Look at me, sitting in one corner in Mowe State. You know, so why do you want to? So that kind of like demoralized me from studying music, and I said, you know what? I'm not going to study music. I'm going to go do another thing in school. This one that I've come to learn, let it stay. So I was like, okay, I'll study sociology. I'll study this. I didn't get the admission, and that boils down to my purpose, our purpose as Christians. You know, I later found out that God's purpose, God-given purpose for me is to be a minister. So at the point that I said, okay, I want to go and study music, I had the admission to study, you know, diploma in music, and I'm still, you know, trying to pursue my degree. I'm still taking a break. I won't rest. So that's how it has been, you know, from moving from school, primary school, secondary school, to church choirs, you know, groups and all of that. That's how, and you know, that's just it.
Oh my! So how did you come about doing content creating?
Content creating for me started 2020, Corona. That was when everybody was
they locked down. You don't get what you want to do. Just
so I said to myself that I'm going to make the most of this lockdown.
Yeah.
You know, and at that time I've been singing. I've been in that, you know, music school, that Celestial Music School. I've been doing a cappella. I don't know if you know what that means. Melody Lab. God has blessed me. I can sing soprano, alto, tenor, and a little bit of bass. So I'm an all-rounder when it comes to music. So I was able to sing all of those things, merge it together. I have my audience on Facebook, Instagram already. Wow. So 2020 was the year that most Nigerians, know about TikTok because we were bored. Yes. So we were finding things to survive. So that was when I found TikTok. And when I found TikTok, I was doing my cappella, putting it there, doing my music. And before I knew it, I started, I love Jennifer Funkakedede. So a sound, I was mimicking a sound, Adaku, all of those things.
Everybody loves Jennifer.
Yes, so everybody loves Jennifer. So one day I just stumbled upon a sound and then I don't even know what being creative means. I just know that I was doing me. And then I said to myself, let me do something different. Maybe, within our church. As at that time, there's no content creator in the Celestial Church of Christ. There's nothing like influencer or nobody. I just said, okay, let me do something. And I just made something with that sound. And it went viral. Before then, I had gone viral. Wow. I made some videos with the TikTok sound. I remember, I think this said in my heart and in my soul. I was in costume, taking us back to the primary school. Those days we used to dance.
Jesus. Me, I did front for class.
I was always at the front. So it was on Yaba left, Sundia North, everybody. Wow. But one thing about me, I don't really care about fame. So I didn't put my watermark. So many people did not, my account did not grow. Only a few friends of mine knew and, they were calling my attention to it. So when that came, when the content creation, when that one, went viral too, I didn't put my watermark. But people wanted more. Something that they've never seen before. So they were like, "Hey, give us another one. Let's do, let's have it." So from there, it started, growing. And again, like I said, my purpose, as a Christian, for me, it wasn't about to get famous. It wasn't about to be in the spotlight. It was about me doing what, I was being directed to do by the Holy Spirit at that time. And I was doing it. And from there, it just kept on, going. And that was it.
So what are the challenges you faced so far in music and also content creating?
In music, I would say, I don't think I've faced any challenges because one, like I said, I don't put myself out there as a musician. You wouldn't know I sing if I don't tell you.
Like serious. But I think I wanted, like your voice. The way people talk these days, you always know. Music knows
your tonation.
Thank you. So I don't know how to put it, but then someone that actually is in that line can just know
from your voice.
From the voice. Yes.
Yeah. So I don't think I have any challenges yet.
Okay.
Because I'm just following God's steps. Now where God sends me, I go. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But for the content creation, a lot. Because, like I said, in my community, the Celestial Church of Christ, there's never been anything like that before. I mean, we have so many of them now because I've been able to, put that in place. But when I was, coming up, there's so many, rumors. First, it was ladies, trying to say I'm trying to talk down the ladies because there's this costume I wear cap, and so I depict the act of a lady, even if I'm trying to pass a message that, talk to both genders. So the ladies were like, no, and what is this thing? This word, feminist. They're trying to be, don't play on us like that. Don't. And I'm like, calm down. It's just an act. From there it moves to some people in the church saying I'm abusing, the sacred garments. Trying to. So it sort of demoralized me, and I'm like, okay, you know what?
Don't give it them.
But it is gonna eat and potatoes gonna potate, because I find out that they were just trying to cloud chase.
Yes, that's true.
Because there's so many people doing that thing that you're stopping me from doing, and you don't have a problem with it. So I said to myself, you know what? Don't worry, pick it up again, And I continued, and it has been, But I really don't think as it of a challenge.
A lot of people are actually watching you. Your fans are actually watching you, and a lot of people want to go into content creating. Like, what's your advice for them?
I tell people, make sure that if you want to go into creating, make sure it's something that you want to do. If I wanted to be more famous than this, I would have been. I mean, people don't care about what people say. But me, because I have an assignment and I have a purpose, so I'm careful of things that I put out there. But for you, it's different. So if you want to go for it, be focused. Make sure that your focus is focused. Don't just say because, this person is doing it, I want to do it also. Is this something you really want to do? Is this something you have passion for? You have to, because you have to be consistent, and consistency is key. And trust me, consistency is very hard.
Mm.
So if it is not part of you,
yes,
you won't be consistent.
And talking about consistency, do you have any project you want to work on recently? Like, do you have any project you're working on, basically from the content area or the music part?
Okay, I don't have any project. I do have project, but I don't want to reveal it now. But then there is this meeting, worship meeting that the Lord has, given to me and others. I'm one of the coordinators. It's like the Lord's Supper. We've had 4 editions so far. This year we'll be having the 5th edition, and it's coming up on December 9th, 2025 at the Solution Arena in Ekpan. So this is an open invite to everyone, to come join us and worship with us. Come and feast with the Lord. The Bible says, "Come to me, all ye, come and drink from the living water. You will never go, dry again." So come and eat. Come hungry, because you can only eat if you are hungry.
Oh my God. Thank you so much, Ayomide, for sharing your light with us on Spotlight Show. And trust me, I don't want it to go, but trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. And yes, to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. Trust me, it was a blast, and I'm sure you enjoyed yourself. And yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting and updates on Spotlight. Yes, please don't forget, I am your girl Precious Agumadu, aka Kobe Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
Bye.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, It's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the Obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that CRIES alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than
to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We'll begin the African news from Tanzania, where police in Tanzania's main city of Dar es Salaam fired gunshots and tear gas on Thursday to disperse protesters who returned to the streets a day after a general election marred by violent demonstrations. Protests broke out in Dar es Salaam and several other cities during the vote on Wednesday, with demonstrators infuriated by the exclusion of President Samia Suluhu Hassan's two biggest challenges from the presidential race, as well as what they say is increasing repression of government critics. Police ordered an overnight curfew in Dar es Salaam, a city of more than 7 million people, and internet access remains disrupted across the country. Dozens of protesters returned to the streets of the Mbangala, Gongola Mboto, and Kiluvia neighborhoods on Thursday, while police fired gunshots and tear gas, according to eyewitness accounts. The U.S. Embassy said that major roads, including the main one leading to Dar es Salaam International Airport, were closed. Still in Tanzania, the government has ordered all civil servants to work from home following Wednesday's election that were marked by violence and internet disruption. Rights groups have urged restraints following reports of deaths and injuries on voting day when protesters set fire to vehicles and damaged infrastructure. The main city, Dar es Salaam, remains under heavy security, with several roads still blocked and sounds of gunfire heard on Thursday morning. A nighttime curfew has also been imposed in the city. And from Tanzania, we'll go straight to Cameroon, where opposition leaders have vowed to resist until the final victory over President Paul Biya, calling on his supporters to stay mobilized as a civil society group denounced deaths and arrests in protests in multiple cities. Biya, the world's oldest state leader, at 92, has ruled Cameroon since 1982. His victory in the October 12 election announced on Monday has deepened tensions in the cocoa and oil producing nation, where critics accuse him of using state institutions to cling to power. Supporters of Issa Chiroma Bakare, a former government spokesperson turned Biya rival, again took to the streets of the economic capital Douala, which were still strewn with debris and burnt tires after deaths of unrest. At least 23 persons have been killed as a result of security forces cracking down on protesters since the weekend, a civil society group known as Stand Up Cameroon has said in a media briefing. Still in Cameroon, the French government is concerned about the violent repression against post-election protests in Cameroon and called the authorities to guarantee the safety and physical integrity of the country's citizens. The Foreign Ministry has said this in a statement. The ministry, in a statement, emphasized that it is essential that democracy, fundamental freedom, and the rule of law be scrupulously respected, and that all persons arbitrarily detained since the beginning of the electoral process be released in order to preserve national cohesion. In another development, protesters gathered outside London's Downing Street on Wednesday to show solidarity with the people of Sudan as the country's brutal two-year war enters a new and more dangerous phase. The paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, that's the RSF, have seized control of the entire Darfur region, including the provincial capital, El Fasher, the army's last major stronghold in the west. The fall of El Fasher has fueled fears that Africa's third largest nation could fracture once again, nearly 15 years after South Sudan gained independence following decades of civil war. Demonstrators in London called for international action and a boycott of the United Arab Emirates, which they accused of supplying weapons and support to the RSF, allegations the UAE has since denied. The war for control of Sudan has already killed more than 40,000 persons and displaced over 14 million others, creating what the United Nations called the world's biggest humanitarian crisis. Both RSF and Sudanese army have been accused of targeting civilians and committing war crimes. Meanwhile, the leader of Sudanese paramilitary Rapid Support Forces has declared an investigation into what he called violations committed by his soldiers during the capture of El Fasher. The announcement by General Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, known as Hemedti, came after escalating reports of mass civilian killings following the RSF's takeover of the city in the Darfur region. The UN Security Council is expected to hold a meeting on Sudan, which is in its third year of civil war between the army and the paramilitary fighters. The RSF leader spoke after international outrage about reports of mass killings in El Fasher, reportedly documented by his paramilitary fighters in social media videos. In the meantime, Republican and Democratic U.S. senators have called for a strong response from President Donald Trump's administration after the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces seized new territory in Sudan, reportedly attacking civilians. Republican Senator Jim Risch of Idaho, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, called for the U.S. to officially designate the RSF as a foreign terrorist organization, that's an FTO. Earlier, he condemned the activities of the RSF in a statement on X, saying the armed groups has waged terror and committed unspeakable atrocities, including genocide against the Sudanese people. Senator Jean Shahan of New Hemisphere, the committee's top Democrat, said she most likely would back such a response from Washington. Asked whether she would back an FTO designation, Shahan told reporters, probably, but added she would like to take a longer look at the issue. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of this news and more is Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and understable public and political affairs analyst. Mr. Dele Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David.
Thank you so very much for being a part of this conversation. Well, let's start off with this particular story coming from the U.S. Lawmakers, clearly stating at this point that the RSF should be declared foreign terrorist organization. From your perspective, first off, what's your overall reaction to this story, particularly on the fact that U.S. lawmakers clearly are presently speaking to the situation happening in Sudan?
You see, for me, let me start by saying that it's quite alarming that until countries like US, France, Britain begin to speak to our problems here, that's when we feel that it is properly situated. And I asked this question in the light of the fact that the RSF and the Sudanese soldiers had been at war for over 2 years. Why is it now that they are now considering it a big challenge to the world, that the US parliamentarian would have to come into it and begin to speak?
But don't you think the fact that many more civilians have been killed right now?
The point is, there's no war without its casualties.
Okay.
Well, that is not to exonerate these people that are killing. But to what end? The last time I checked, I couldn't find a factory where arms and ammunition are produced in Sudan.
Okay.
Where are these arms coming from?
Well, there's been allegations about that these arms are coming from the UAE, which again, the government of the UAE has clearly denied that they are not involved in all of this.
Now, even here in Nigeria, we have DICON, Defense Industry Corporation of Nigeria. It has been in a sort of comatose. They don't produce highly sophisticated weaponry and ammunition.
Right.
Yet, the terrorists here are getting arms and ammunition. The government is also getting arms and ammunition. Where are they coming from? From the West. UAE is not considered a nation with a military might. So UAE could, even if it is established that UAE is the one supplying arms to the RSF, it could just a conduit country.
Okay.
That most of these arms and ammunition come from the West.
Okay. So looking at the fact now that you
So if you want to stop stealing, you don't chase individuals on the street and say stop stealing, stop stealing. The more you chase, the more they get populated.
So let's look at it from
what I'm saying now, what I'm saying in essence is, if you want us to maintain some level of sanity and peace in Africa, stop supplying arms to Africa.
Now that is a major question that some of the quarters have been asking for. With this kind of conversation by the lawmakers trying to designate this RSF as a terrorist organization, do you think it's going to choke their funding? Or is there the possibility that this also would expose global complicity in all of this?
It has already exposed global complicity. You know, if you are telling me, if I have a quarrel with you, somebody is backing you and somebody else is backing me, and for the optics, they say, no, don't fight. But behind, because I needed to make money from my trade, which is arms trade, and I'll continue to supply you arms to fight. Would you want to stop the fight? Because in every fight, there is an ego issue.
Right.
No, at this point, I must not back out. I will be seen as a weakling. You know? So, but if you know that arms supply is cut off from you, definitely you want peace at all costs. Because no matter how hardened a soldier is, he wants to go back home to his family.
Right.
He doesn't want to die. So our major problem is that these Western nations that are pontificating are the ones opening the tap to fuel conflict in Africa for their own selfish reasons.
Now, let's also look into Sudan as a nation. Looking at the fact that this RSF has taken over places like in Yala, which of course they declared a government of unity and peace in that particular region, and now El Fasher, another major city close to the capital. With these kind of taking of cities, is there the indication that the government in Sudan is not strong enough to be able to curtail? Now, when I say government, I mean plus the military, which again, they before now said they've been taking over some of these holds from the RSF. Does this mean that there's a major weak government in Sudan? And how can this be, I don't want to use the word holistic, but how can it holistically be managed that it doesn't get to the point where bandits and terrorists take over a full nation?
You see, RSF met a weak military in Sudan that had been worn out.
Even though they were part of the military?
That's what I'm saying. By years of civil war.
Right.
That culminated in the severance of Southern Sudan from Sudan. Now, they probably capitalized on such lacuna or so.
Right.
And because they are operating as an insider, these people, their modus operandi suggests that they want a takeover of the country. And that is why I'm always afraid. If you take a content analysis of the report you have read this afternoon,
right,
it is crisis, war in all of the reports. Either post-election crisis, either full-scale war, terrorism, and the rest. There is nothing good about this afternoon's news. Although they say bad news is good news for the media. But then, can't something good come out of Africa for once? I keep asking that question. And at the heart of this, just like when we were talking about vandalism of critical government assets, people don't vandalize for vandalizing sake. They vandalize for a certain end, either to take it across and sell, to make them rich, or if uninterrupted power supply will not make them bring in generator to sell, they will cripple the energy sector so that their trade can boom. It's the same thing here when we talk about civil unrest, wars, terrorism. It is the more we kill ourselves in Africa, the more money the Western nations, and now even some Far East countries, make money, and they are rich because some of them, they have some measure of stability in their country. And so they cannot use those arms that are produced. And they have not stopped producing as we speak. They are still producing.
Well,
they need to sell to some other places.
You know for a fact that this Sudan crisis have been a major one that has spanned to almost 3 years, and it's one that the UN has called one of the highest internal crises ever, with about 14 million persons displaced in that particular country.
And over 40,000 killed.
And as it stands, 25 million people face acute food insecurity. What is the future of a country like Sudan that have not at this point shown signs of any positives to ending this particular war? You would recall that just last week, the government did say that they were going to start having normal flights at the Khartoum International Airport, which again is close to El Fasher, where the RSF have a hold on. And since then, there's been several drone firing and all of that, which the world has clearly started talking to. How soon do you think this war might maybe give way? And of course, the worrying factors share their swords, even with this U.S. government involvement, U.S. lawmakers involvement.
You see, at this point, U.S. government is not involved. It's just the parliamentarian trying to give a label to the crisis. So it could also escalate to the U.S. government coming into it, but I doubt if anything will make U.S. government come into it.
Is this becoming a major war crime that, the ICJ can, take on?
It depends on the petition and the facts on the ground that will suggest that there is genocide, there is a massive repression culminating in displacement.
You think this is not evolving into becoming a major genocidal government in waiting?
Well, you see, it depends on the way the RSF evolved. It wasn't as if it was. I mean, it set out to annihilate the country.
Okay. But they take universities.
They know they are fighting them. They are kingsmen, but they needed to push.
Okay.
You need to advance at every point to gain ground, to gain swath of land and all that, to make your intention known that you have the might, so that your opponent can succumb. And in the process of driving this process, there's usually casualty. And if the casualty will be high or low, will be dependent on resistance from the other end in war situation.
Right.
Now, so this is a war situation. It's not targeted at one ethnic group that must be killed at all costs, but it's fighting. So it has not gotten to the level that you want to say that genocide is established.
But with the fact that as it stands, several mass killings have been ongoing within the El Fasher region, like we read earlier, and this is a major concern, which again the U.S. legislators clearly did, voice about. Let's talk about the trade disruption all across Sudan, as it were. Again, some quarters have said that this clearly is going to really, really hold back so much to the country itself, not just this region that are being taken by El Fasher. So what's the position on the part of the economy? And of course, the trade disruption that the country would be experiencing as a result of this takeover of regions.
You see, the saddest part of this is that even without war, Sudan happens to be one of the few countries in Africa that is bedeviled by droughts,
right,
and famine. You understand? So that alone is a war situation. You see cows dying on the fields because of dehydration, because of lack of grazing field and all that. And you have very short rainfall that would stultify the agric sector. And now you add full-scale war to it. So it's a sad thing that you want to look at and begin to feel that even in a situation where the war ends today, can Sudan actually come to terms and be able to come back to a robust economy in the next 15, 20 years?
Huge question here, huge question. But let's talk to the statement from the head of the RSF. I'm talking about Hemediti. He did mention that this particular war or fight, as it were, is clearly aimed at restoring peace. And one would wonder, though he said investigation from his own internal people would be carried out clearly on the fact that, yes, it's been reported that there's mass killing that did happen with his men. But his statement of investigation in a country where there is a sitting president and he is taking over regions, can you help Africans just oppose this situation, Mr. Fadimo?
You see, there is this magazine that says all is fair in war.
Right.
That means the moment war is declared, the constitution of that country is in abeyance. The rights of citizens are abridged. And so a lot of things come into play.
Okay.
You are restricted to a particular place. You don't have means of survival except you join the fray, and there will be mass hunger. Utilities will be shut down. You can't have war and still have electricity.
You know, some quarters have said that his statement of investigating the mass crime is a tactical move from him clearly wanting to evade the crimes charge, war crimes charge.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yes. From the optics, it looks like that. That they could take a second look at him and say, okay,
he actually did say something.
If the war commander is taking exception to mass killing, that means he still has some level of humanity in him. Let's wait and see how far he could push to get this investigation through and then reprimand or punish whoever is involved in all of this. But that has not detracted from the fact that there was mass killing. And those who they look up to are not likely to join the fray, because what benefit is America, for instance, going to benefit to derive from trying to stop the war in Sudan? There must be some stakes before they come into it.
You think
the Western world?
You think there's some level of agreement that might be on the ground that are not being spoken about right now?
Which agreement? That the American government will come and save, or British government will come and save the Sudanese citizens? No, it's not going to happen.
Now, there's also the conversation really about hospitals in Sudan becoming executional centers. Some quarters have said that this is something that should be clearly looked at. And again, if hospitals at this point can be a place for execution, shouldn't this be a cause of major concern, particularly from the part of the UN, who again are still vocal about this level of killings in Sudan, not just the El Fasher region, even the Yasi region?
You see, the point is, in war, belligerent soldiers look for soft targets. And where do you find soft targets? Refugee camps, hospitals,
marketplaces and the likes.
You know, that's where you find soft targets. Because you don't ordinarily go to the hospital if you are not ailed by one particular ailment or the other. So you are potentially weak. You are like a sitting duck. And sometimes they also embed themselves among the patients so that the assailants would not ordinarily expect that. That's why you saw what happened in Gaza. when Israel was accused of attacking hospitals and schools.
Yeah.
And they came out to show evidence that, look, the soldiers, the snipers, deliberately used those people there as human shields to launch attack. You understand what I mean?
Right.
So when the opponent realizes that hospitals that generally, as rules of engagement, should not be attacked by soldiers, are now being used. Bunks are now built in those hospitals, and soldiers are launching an attack using those patients and doctors as human shield. You should expect an attack.
Well, again, still on the part of using the patient as human shield, the civil societies and, of course, the UN reports did say that over 1,500 Sudanese were killed in 3 days. And, of course, this is according to reports they got from Sudanese Doctors Network. World Health Organization as well. Also, they say massacre at Sudan's maternity hospital, patients and doctors executed. So from this that you mentioned, and of course, with this report flying all around, is there the possibility that the UN is practically not so vocal because Sudan is a sovereign state that they cannot infiltrate without a clear invitation from the government?
You see, Liberian government didn't invite us when we raised ECOMOG.
So there are indications that the people in government also called for ECOMOG at that time.
You understand? The same way we were invited into the Liberian Sierra Leonean crisis was the same way America was also invited. The British government was also invited.
Okay.
But somehow, because they have very little or no benefit from that country, there was no response. And they waited for Nigerian troops to stabilize that country, and now came in. Whereas the third day, Iraq almost appropriated and annihilated Kuwait. American government came into it, gave us very wrong impression about Iraq as a very huge nuclear site, which later turned out to be false. And a whole prime minister in Britain lost his seat as a result of following America blindly on that course. So what we are saying in essence is that UN may not come into it at this point in time.
Okay. Because they're a sovereign state.
Apart from being a sovereign state, the escalation is not as huge as what will make UN come. The point is, they might still be feeling that, okay, these people, they should be able to handle that because it's an internal war.
Right. But this is now becoming external because in London, there was a protest that did happen, particularly on this same mass killing in Sudan. But concerns are being raised about this international protest. Is that just enough, or a global diplomacy complicit on the part of the foreign powers, knowing that this conversation about Sudan is becoming one too many? That's on one part. Two, because of time, I'm trying to merge these questions together. There is also the part of the UAE complicit in all of this, allegedly complicit in all of this. Some are saying the UAE clearly for the reason of harnessing and mining gold in Sudan is thus the reason why they are funding the RSF to have this war consistent in Sudan. It's neither here nor there with all of this.
Let me be
What's your
clear
position with
about
this?
At the risk of being hasty in my observation, UAE ordinarily is not known for this kind of arrangement. You understand?
In terms of funding?
In terms of
allegedly, though?
Alleged funding, yes. Show me any part of the world where UAE is fingered as promoting conflict using their resources.
So where do you think the Sudanese government is getting their intel from?
The intel may be for the optics, UAE, but some other countries or a country of interest is propelling and channeling funds through UAE. That's what I feel. And you later find out that it's true.
Okay.
Because, you see, when you want to accuse somebody, if you have never heard or seen me stealing, if somebody accuses me, the first thing that will come to your mind is, since when Mr. Dele has started stealing?
Right.
Let me find out. It could be somebody planting something where I usually keep my things. And then suddenly even send another person to go and investigate if they should search around that place, if they could find those things. And the moment they see it where I keep my other things, that naturally I'm the first accused. So it will take time for you to really realize that somebody actually planted such.
And not you doing it.
And not you doing it.
All right, then. Because of time, really, I would want you to chime in on the vocal nature of the French government, particularly on the election happened in Cameroon, where Paul Biya, the 92-year-old president, is being declared winner. Well, again, the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said, look, stop the clampdown on decent voices. But concerns are being raised about the fact that France is talking now. You think this is just for the optics?
It's just for the optics. This is, how could you have, just because you have this policy of assimilation, which also lay credence to vicarious liability on the part of France.
Okay.
Because every French-dominated colony in Africa is tied to the apron string of France. And they have, unlike Britain, they have qualified powers to come into the fray if there is any problem in their past colonies, like Cameroon, Niger, Chad, and all. And this is what the military junta from the Sahel are fighting, that enough of this tying our future, our destiny around France. If not for passive collaboration with Cameroon, will Paul Biya that came into government in 1982 still be sustained till this moment? What is he bringing to the table at 92?
Well, that question is one that I was going to ask you now, because there are indications about the fact that Paul Biya has said, of course, some other oppositions have congratulated the president, but there are questions about the irregularities of this election. From your perspective, and I'll let you go after now, do you think that election in Cameroon was truly reflection of the real vote of Cameroonian, a country where about 70% of the population is under 30 years of age, allowing a 92-year-old man to rule them in another 7 years?
You see, in some of this country, the pattern is the same. Once you come into government, there are just two things that will make you leave that government. It's either insurrection or death or incapacitation. Haven't you seen, was it Tanzanian president then that was very old? No, I don't think it's Tanzania. I can't remember the name of the country now. That each time he climbs the podium, somebody, about two people would have to support him.
It's the same Paul Biya. We're talking about the same Paul Biya.
Paul Biya, yes. So now, if somebody has to support you for you to deliver a speech that is not more than 20 minutes duration, and then you are still, and you've been in this country, you have not raised the bar in terms of economic prosperity, social cohesion, and yet you are holding on and clinging to power, you should know that that kind of election is one-sided. It couldn't have been the true reflection of the electorate.
All right, then. That's a very, very good place to end the conversation. The analysis segment of the African News. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, who lent his voice on the analysis segment. Mr. Dele Fanimo is a seasoned reporter and of course, a political and public affairs analyst. Once again, Mr. Daly, thank you so very much.
Always my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break now. When we return, more stories on the African news will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Turn on some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. Liberian President Joseph Nyuma Boakai Sr. has welcomed the decision of the United States Department of State to revise its visa reciprocity schedule for Liberia, extending the validity period for certain non-immigrant visas from 12 months to 36 months. In a statement, the U.S. government announced that effective immediately, Liberian applicants from B1, that's business, B2 tourism, and B1, B2 business tourism combination visas will now receive multiple entry visas valid for 3 years with no reciprocity fee required for those who qualify. President Boakai described the move as a clear demonstration of the strong and enduring partnership between Liberia and the United States, grounded in mutual respect, shared democratic values, and a common vision for progress. The Liberian leader commended the U.S. government for what he termed a positive and confidence-boosting gesture that will further ease travel, promote trade and investment, and strengthen people-to-people relations between both nations. Moving on, a migrant sex offender mistakenly released from prison has been given a £500 payment after threatening to disrupt the deportation from the UK to Ethiopia. Hadush Kebatu, who was jailed after sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl and a woman while living in an asylum hotel in Epping, Essex, but was mistakenly freed by prison staff on Friday. He was rearrested after 2 days. The Ethiopian was put on a flight on Tuesday night and landed the following morning, the Home Office has said. The payment was made by the removal team as an alternative to a slower and more expensive process. The UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, spokesperson, has confirmed this. And in Botswana, Botswana's central bank hiked its monetary policy rate by 160 basis points to 3.5%. Inflation in the southern African country accelerated to 3.7% year-on-year in September from 1.4% in August. This month's credit rating agency Moody's downgraded Botswana's sovereign rating, citing the government's difficulties adjusting to a downturn in the global diamond market and increasing government debt. The Bank of Botswana had kept its main lending rate steady for the past 6 policy meetings. Moving on, Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed says the country's foreign debt has fallen from $23 billion to $4.5 billion in 6 years, marking what he called a turning point towards economic self-sufficiency. According to Prime Minister Ahmed, Ethiopia's economy is now growing without foreign loans. The government spent 440 billion birr, amounting to $7.6 billion, to stabilize inflation, now down to 11.7%, its lowest in years. However, analysts warn that despite reforms, food and rent prices remains high, affecting household purchasing power. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on another quick break right now. When we return, more stories on business and sports will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back at the the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some African business stories. Mali has revoked more than 90 mining exploration permits, including those held by international companies, after officials said operators failed to meet new legal requirements. A decree signed by Mines Minister Amadou Keita released all rights under the cancelled permits, which are now open for reallocation. The permits issued between 2015 and 2022 covered gold, iron ore, bauxite, uranium, and rare earths. Companies were asked to resubmit documents under updated rules, but widespread non-compliance led to the cancellations. The move mirrors similar crackdown across Africa as governments tighten control over natural resources. Mali, one of the continent's top gold producers, has seen declining foreign investment amid growing insecurity and regulatory shifts. The military-led government has also strengthened ties with Russia, signing new energy and mining deals, including petroleum supplies and joint ventures in gold and lithium. Still talking business, the International Monetary Fund, as the IMF, has raised an alarm over the Kenyan shilling's unaltered value relative to the US dollar. The IMF officials visited Kenya in mid-October to assess the country's economic situation. KRA Chairman Ndimritu Murithi revealed that the officials wondered why the local currency was stable against the US dollar for a long time. FX Pesa-led market analyst Rufus Kamo told newsmen that a strong shilling saves Kenya billions as Kenyans rely on imports for most goods. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking some sports. Cranes of Uganda head coach Paul Put has declared his team ready for battle ahead of the 2025 African Cup of Nations. Uganda are drawn in Group C with three-time champions Nigeria, Tunisia, and Tanzania. Put's side will open their campaign at the AFCON 2025 finals against Tunisia on December the 23rd. Still talking sports, England were knocked out of the Women's World Cup after a thumping 125-runs defeat by South Africa in the semi-finals. Laura Volvaert played one of the great one-day innings with 169 from 149 balls at the top of the order as the Proteas, who lost to England in the previous two World Cup semis, posted an imposing 319-7 in Guwahati. Faced with a record chase in the knockouts game, England suffered a horror start as they slumped to a 1-3 with Amy Jones, Tammy Bournemouth, and Heather Knight all failing for dogs. South Africa will face either India or Australia in their first World Cup final on Sunday, with those two teams playing in Navi Mumbai on Thursday. And with that particular sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. All day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akọ ndị gbara n'ọkwa akọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ị mata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Aviation School.
I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. This edition seeks to examine the potential manpower crisis facing the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers, which has warned that without immediate intervention, the country risks losing up to 70% of its experienced air traffic controllers in the next few years. And when we mean the next few years, we're talking about 2030 due to retirement. Now, additionally, the situation at the Nigerian College of Aviation Technology is under scrutiny. The institution reports having a limited capacity to train staff, despite the federal government's recent attempt to address the manpower gap in the subsector by extending the retirement age for air traffic controllers from 60 to 65 years. This extension aims to allow them to transfer their skills and experience to younger staff. Now, to address these issues with me here on the program is Ifeoma Okeke Okorocha, an aviation and business editor at Business Day. Ifeoma, you are welcome.
For having me.
All right. So we are looking at the potential manpower crisis facing the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers. And as you know, the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers is facing a manpower crisis and has warned that without immediate intervention, the country could lose up to 70% of its experienced controllers, talking about air traffic controllers, in the next few years. And we're talking about 2030 due to retirement. We understand that the Association of Air Traffic Controllers is pushing for the retirement age of 65 for its personnel. Now, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, has assured that he will sit with the Permanent Secretary in the ministry to study and discuss the possibility of an upward review of the retirement age, say from 60 to 65. He indeed noted that if pilots can fly at the age of 65 years, there is no reason for the air traffic controllers not to push for that retirement age of 65. Now, the minister's reason is hinged on the fact that he wants to extend, that this extension could actually allow older generation of air traffic controllers to transfer their skills and experience to younger staff. But the challenge now is that the situation at the Nigerian College of Aviation Technology is under scrutiny. The institution reports having limited capacity to train staff despite the federal government's recent attempt to address the manpower gap in the subsector. Now I am asking, what are your thoughts on the potential manpower crisis facing the National Association of Air Traffic Controllers, particularly with regards to the retirement age of 60 years, and the fact that they are saying that if nothing is done, 70% of its experienced controllers would retire in the next 3 or 4 years from now.
Okay, thank you very much for having me once again.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's a potential crisis we have in our hands, right? And I'm quite surprised that it's coming to the public notice right now. And it's happening because very soon a lot of them will be retiring. Like you heard, 7% of the air traffic controllers would retire in 2030. 70%, that's a lot. And in the midst of this 70%, in the midst of this crisis, we still have new airports that are springing up, right? While the traffic numbers in Nigeria hasn't really increased, right? So we can't really say, because the traffic number keeps hovering around 14 to 15 million every year. So I don't see an increment, but then you'd see that we have a lot of aerodromes, which are airports, and smaller airports keep springing up, especially in state governments. Everybody wants to have an airport. So that means we need this capacity. And if we need this capacity, and in 5 years' time or less than that, 70% of these guys will be retiring, which is the air traffic controllers, then we really have a crisis on our hands. So for me, I feel like they are making this known or coming out to talk about this really late, because 5 years is almost here, right? 5 years is almost here. And like you said, the UNCAT, that's the school of aviation in Zaria, is also having a crisis of having just few. I hear like about 10, only 10 teachers are there, that specialize in air traffic control, lectures, that teach air traffic control. So that means the capacity is really, really slim. And these same people will soon retire. Scary. So who is there to teach them? Although we have other aviation school, I think we have one in Ilorin, and then some other small ones. But this aviation school in Zaria is the major one, so it's a crisis that is about to happen, and it's really worrying. First of all, extending the years to 65 is not the ultimate solution. While that is a temporary solution that would maybe help fix a little things. For example, having if we have young aspiring air traffic controllers coming on board, these guys will still have time to teach them. But how many of them are coming on board? We did not feel about instructors we have in these schools. So it's a crisis actually, and is one that really needs urgent attention. Yes.
All right. So talking about urgent attention, what do you think? I mean, aside from age extension, what other role do you think that the federal government could play in addressing the manpower gap in that subsector?
Okay. First of all, I think, like I said, first of all, we have to address the institution, which is go to Zaria, know what the challenges are. I hear that a lot of their instructors are leaving for greener pastures. Why? This is because they are not well remunerated. Their salaries are really small. So that's why they are leaving. And if they are living in that numbers, and some of them are even living to sister organizations. So it's not like a lot of them are going out of the country. Yes, some of them are going out of the country, but some of them are also moving to sister organizations, because I hear that sister organizations pay better than what they pay in Zaria, at the institution in Zaria. So a lot of them are moving. So first of all, it's bridge that gap. We need to increase the salaries of these guys. So when their salaries are being increased, then it's a better way of keeping them. Because when they are not getting good salaries and they see a place where they can put them and they will pay them well, then they would rather leave. So first of all, is to address that issue. Then secondly, is to ensure that more people are trained. And it then calls my attention to a statement that Mike Achimogu, of the public relations officer of the director of NCAA, had come, that's the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, had come out to say that beyond pilots and beyond cabin crew, which is, a lot of people see this pilots and cabin crew as the only profession in aviation, but it's way beyond that. We have flight dispatchers, we have those that work as ground handling agents, we have the air traffic controllers too. So a lot of people need to be informed that beyond pilots and beyond you being a cabin crew, there are a lot more professions that that even have gap. There's a gap in the aviation sector. A lot of people say they are looking for jobs. If you go now and train as an air traffic controller, I can tell you that you have almost 90% chances of getting a job. Rather than everybody going into to study being a pilot. A lot of people go there after studying, even to get type-rated on the aircraft. It's another problem. So as it is now, you have more chances of being employed as an air traffic controller than being employed as a pilot, because a lot of people flock there just to because they have the dreams of being a pilot. So these are other channels. But then the federal government too, because if people are going to go and study, pay a lot of money to study to be air traffic controllers, then you have to pay them well. So there should be some encouragement from your side that if I'm going to finish as an air traffic controller, then you're going to really pay me well. So that's part of the challenges, that's part of the gaps that we have. First of all, like I mentioned, payment of salaries need to be increased. Their work conditions too need to be taken care of. I'll give you an instance. A lot of these air traffic controllers, they've come out to say that they are not being treated well, even in their work conditions. Okay, some of their pregnant women have to climb, where the air traffic controllers control from is a very long tower. So they have to climb that long tower because there are no escalators to take them up. So and some of them, I hear that some of them even get miscarriage from it. So the work condition is very, very, very poor. You can understand what they are going through. It's very, very poor. So if as a person you are seeing this work condition and you're saying, is this the profession I want to come into? So the infrastructure has to be there for them to work. There has to be some encouragement to show that if I'm going to be an air traffic controller, this is what I will enjoy. I won't come to suffer. You understand? Yeah. And then when they also are getting to age of retirement, a lot of them suffer from cancer. Why? Because of the radiation. They're exposed to radiation when they do their jobs. And when they go through these cancer-related diseases, there's no money to take care of them. There's no money to cater for them. Why? Because the retirement benefit is low. So you see that it's a ripple effect. So these are a lot of things has to be first taken care of to first of all attract people to the profession and to keep them there.
All right. So these are the things that should be taken care of to attract people to the profession. And with that line, we will go on a short break. And when we return, Aviation Scope continues. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
Every Sunday at
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope.
Welcome to Aviation Scope. Welcome back from the break. You're still watching Aviation Scope on Voice of the People television. And I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. And we've been talking about the manpower gap crisis facing the Association of Air Traffic Controllers in the aviation sector. Air traffic controllers happen to belong to a subsector within the aviation industry. And they have warned that 70% of their members could leave the subsector due to retirement. And we are asking, what can government do to actually, salvage this situation that we have on our hands? And with me to dissect this issue, and in fact we have been doing justice to it, is a business and aviation editor at the Business Day Media, Ifeoma Okeke Okorocha. Now, Ifeoma, I would like to find out what policies or initiatives you would actually propose to attract and retain talent in the air and traffic control profession? I know you have mentioned you've talked about improvements in remuneration packages and welfare as well. But aside from these items that you have reeled out, what other measures do you think government could actually adopt in terms of policy formulation to actually retain or attract, not just retain? You retain the ones you have and also attract, fresh talent in the air traffic control profession.
Okay, thank you very much for the question again. Like I said, thank God you mentioned that. I also mentioned about the salary. First of all, in Nigeria, things are difficult. So, first of all, Nigerians are more about how much are they going to earn. Some of them, not everybody, is more about how much are they going to earn before they love for the profession anyway. So, first of all, like I said, there has to be a welfare package that encourages these guys to stay. A welfare package that encourages them to stay, salary increments, and then also retirement benefits, right? So if they are going to retire, what are some of the things that they will benefit as retirees in the air traffic control profession? So that's one thing that the government really has to look at to attract new ones coming in and also to keep those ones that are staying. And peradventure, the government has done all this, and still people who want to still leave the country have greener pastures or want to still get greener pastures outside Nigeria. There's something the government can also do, is to maybe, if they can, train some of them. You could give them a package that says, okay, government is going to pay for 50% your career, and then the remaining 50%, government would offset 50% of the of what they are supposed to pay in the institution for them. And when the government does this, they should sign a bond. That's my thinking. They should.
Hello, Ifoma, are you still there?
The number of years I have to stay in the country.
Okay.
Yeah, so the government can make them sign bonds, right? That for a number of years, I have to stay in the country to impact the knowledge to people, right? To impact the right knowledge to those people that are coming up or aspiring air traffic controllers. So when you have that agreement, because the government has trained you, I've offsetted your bills for maybe 50% offsets, and then you are paying 50% of the school fees. Now, the government has a right to tell you what to do to an extent and what not to do. So you sign a bond and say, okay, for the next 15, 20 years, I have to stay in Nigeria to teach these people. I have to stay in Nigeria. I have to work as an air traffic controller. So you sign a bond. But that can only happen when the federal government has trained them. Somebody cannot get trained and then you tell him what to do. But when you train them, you have the right to sign it. They have to sign a bond in agreement with the federal government to say that this is the number of years I have to stay in Nigeria. Then if I decide to go, maybe I can go for after 20 years, I can go after 15 years. So this way you have more people staying, right? So it's the federal government really has a huge role to play in this regard. And like I said, the work conditions has to be improved. The work conditions has to be improved. The infrastructure across the airport is decaying. I hear that a lot of infrastructure they do, even the communicating with the pilots.
Yeah,
it's difficult for them. So they are coming back from work and they are exhausted because you are struggling to hear from the pilots when they are on board. You're not hearing from them. It's a lot of, and it's really gets into them because they are stressed. right? So the enabling environment has to be there. The infrastructure has to be there. I mentioned to you that some of these air traffic controllers, the women, have had to miscarry, have had cases of miscarriages because they have to climb very long staircases to get to the air traffic control room. So that's I mean, that shouldn't be heard. How much is escalators that the federal government cannot provide for these guys? So the work condition really has to improve, like I said, and this way, these are the only way, to help, keep them in the job.
All right. Let me ask you these other questions. What are your predictions for the future of air traffic control in Nigeria, looking at the entire scenario, particularly with regard to manpower and training?
Okay, so my predictions may be that of doom, but I just hope, like I said,
please let's have a soft landing on that.
Can do some of the things I have said, right? From my own observation, I feel that things would improve. But if there is nothing urgent that is done, I can tell you that more people will leave. And guess what? It is not only in Nigeria we have air traffic control, scarcity of air traffic controllers. It's also happening in US. It's happening in other countries. So if we have it there, that means they need them. And imagine they need those people there. They would gladly accept them. Yes. So we have a crisis in our hand that if nothing is done, we are actually going to run into more crisis. What we are going to be having is flight delays because we don't have air traffic controllers to clear pilots for takeoff and for landing. So there'll be flight delays. There'll be a lot of airports probably shutting down, especially small airports. Small airports will shut down because we will not have air traffic control. And when that happens, we'll have limited number of flights taking off. When we have limited number of flights taking off, what does it mean? Increase in airfares. Because it will then mean that you have little supply, right, and more demand. When you have little supply and more demand, it means what? Airfares will increase. So we have a crisis, a serious crisis, and we just hope that, imagine taking off 70% of air traffic controllers. You know how important their job is. Their job is as important as the pilot. In fact, more important than that of the pilots. Because if an air traffic controller doesn't clear a pilot for takeoff or for landing, he cannot operate. He cannot. It's not possible. All these things has to be taken care of to ensure that this crisis don't come. Because when they come, we can't handle it.
All right. So just one last question before we go, or call it a wrap. How do you think the industry will evolve, given the scenario you've just, painted in the next, in the next, say, 5 years from now? And what steps can be taken to actually prepare for these challenges?
Okay, when you say evolve, I'm not sure I understand the question. No, is it evolve negatively or positively? Or, I mean,
both ways. What do you think the future holds for the industry? And say in the next 5 years from now, and what steps can be taken to actually prepare for these changes?
Okay, so, if you want to predict, like I said before, if you are going to predict it's going to be a doom for the industry if steps are not being taken to address this surging manpower gap that we have in Nigeria for the air traffic controllers. Like I said, the job of these guys are very, very important, just as important as that of the pilots, right? Insecurity is huge in Nigeria, and that's why sometimes I tell people that aviation is not actually for the rich. It is gradually becoming. Yes,
but should it be that way? Should it be that way?
No, of course it shouldn't be that way. Like I said, it is not supposed to be for the rich, but because of the airfares, right? A lot of people should be able to. If you go to the US, an average US person, European, can easily board a flight. It's an essential means of transportation. But in Nigeria, it's looking like it is not essential because a lot of people cannot afford it. But then we are getting to a stage where people would really need to get on board an aircraft, right? To do business, to go on meetings and a lot of things. So we need these guys. If they are not available, it's a doom for us in the industry. What you'll be having may be charter flights, because when you say 70% of the workforce leaving, it means that we just have 30%. So how do you want 30% of that to handle an annual passenger traffic of almost 15 million every year? That's crisis about to happen.
Really?
So like I said, increase in salary, better work remunerations, increase in salaries, better work conditions, upgrade in infrastructure for these guys to really work, So all these things put together should be able to address the issue that we have. If they are not, if this issue is not being addressed, like I told you, we are going to have scarcity of aircrafts, because aircrafts will just be on ground, nobody to operate them. The air traffic controller will tell you that we are not available. The pilots would have to wait. So we'll just have a lot of pilots just waiting, and they will be at the mercy of these guys, the mercy of the few air traffic controllers that we have. And like I said, this is just to Nigerians now. Please and please, pilots profession and cabin crew is not the only profession in aviation. We have a lot more profession. We have the ground handlers, people who handle, baggage, people who handle cargo, air cargo parts of the sector. We have the air traffic controllers, like I said. We have the air marshals. You understand? We have the engineers. And engineering in aviation is huge. There are people who just repair the wheels, brakes. There are people who, so it's a broad profession. And I can tell you, while I'm not the government, I hope that the government can listen to this. Whoever is watching this can listen to this and ensure that, the work conditions are better, and ensure that you pay these people well, so that a lot of people can see this as a noble profession, can see this as an honorable profession. People don't want to just go train their children and they're out of school and you're giving them stipends as salary. It doesn't work. So let us put all this together to, keep these guys and to make the industry a better one in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ifeoma Okeke Okorocha. Yeah, I hope the relevant authorities can hear you and do something in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been talking with Ifeoma Okeke Okorocha, an aviation and business editor at Business Day. We have been looking at the manpower gap crisis in the aviation sector with regard to the Association of Air Traffic Controllers. And we have been looking at ways government can actually salvage this situation before it gets out of hand. And with that, we have come to the end of this week's edition of Aviation School. Keep a date with us again, same time next week for your darling program, Aviation School. As always, I am Chukwuemeka Obioma. Thank you for watching.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of Black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the guy, but of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hey guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content it come on. At VOP TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Poverty remains one of the greatest challenges facing the world today. From rural communities to urban slums, millions of people continue to live below the poverty line, often without access to clean water, education, or decent housing. This year's theme for the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty focuses on dignity for all in practice. It highlights the importance of empowering people to take control of their lives and create sustainable livelihood. Experts say tackling poverty requires collective efforts, from government policies that support job creation and education to community empowerment initiatives that build resilience among vulnerable groups.
I would say that poverty is something that you inherit based on our mindset and then the government. There are two factors that affect poverty, basically. The person and then the economy. The economy doesn't favor someone to come out of poverty. I was trying to interrogate our parents back then, how the country favored them during education. They were paying for their school fees. They were even paying them while they were in school, while some after school there is job waiting for them, and then basically you can save money, and within a few minutes or a few days you've already acquired. If you have targets, you've already gotten some things you need to get. But right now you see yourself laboring, touring day and night, and then all of a sudden you can't even so okay, back then someone that was serving can actually buy a bag of crayfish. Like one of my auntie, when she was serving, she could actually buy a bag of crayfish for her mom when she was serving back then in Calabar. Then now imagine even those that they are collecting 77,000 now. They can't even buy her quarter of that crayfish. So it's so bad. And then I was listening to one woman, I was like, now to get rich is easier. I'm like, these people don't even know what they are saying. How will you say to get rich now? Then you know, these are current governments. What they are making us suffer, they enjoyed while they were younger, you understand? So a lot of things. And then also on our own point, part of the thing is that a lot of us are lazy. We don't want to work. We don't want to put the efforts. But then even though things are not favoring you, you have to put the effort because it's only you have to take care of.
If those in government know that people are hungry, because it's very easy to get into office and it's very easy to also get detached from the people. They don't feel the pain of the people. If they feel the pain of the people, they will know that people are seriously hungry. Just empathize with people. If I tell you, if you go to the average hospital now, a lot of people can't afford healthcare. Go to school, go and look at the level of deprivation of parents who was paying their children's school fees. You will be alarmed. Government schools that is affordable, how many people can really afford it now? Virtually almost all the prices are hitting the rooftop. How much are people taking home? Except for the private sector that is even supporting. What else is government doing for people? You go around all the people here now, when you hear their complaints, you'll be shocked. Thank God we are around Mafoluku area. Enter into the hinterland of Mafoluku, you will be shocked. Let there be reduction in price of goods and services. If you are increasing, okay, recently, minimum wage came up. Everybody start talking of minimum wage. Between that period when that minimum wage was adjusted, go and look at the price increases of all goods and services in this country. The last time I traveled to Ilorin, when I used to travel to Ilorin, how much was? But go there now, 15,000 naira from the park. 15,000 naira to go, 15,000 naira to come back. 30,000 minimum wage is now 70 naira. So by the time you go and check your old folks twice, your minimum wage is gone. No feeding, no nothing. How much is the bag of rice? They should just try, let the price of commodity come down. If it can come down, people will not, nobody cares whether on your mandate we stand or your mandate we sit. Let people get food to eat. Once they get food to eat, somebody walked into the hospital that I walked into today and they gave the person the price of drugs. The person walked away. He dropped the card and walked away. Not because it doesn't want healthcare, but can't afford it.
Sustainable Development Goals, particularly Goal 1, aim to end poverty in all its forms by 2030. But achieving this requires more than just economic growth. It calls for equality, social justice, and inclusive participation of all citizens.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gazere onye ukwu ma gazere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her dead uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back dates when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue. And by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government will always turn out. They sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of LASODA that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time per time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice, volume. So this is people watching VOP TV. Hey, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on the TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are.
Quick break. As soon as we return, we will dissect in this particular conversation. Fuel price hike looms as Tinubu approves 15% import duty on petrol and diesel. Don't go to West Station, please. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program, Restore People's Voice on VOP TV. Abuja, Nigeria, in a move expected boost a local refining, reduced dependency on imported fuel. President Bola Tinubu has approved a 15% import duty on petrol and diesel. The decision announced in a letter dated October 21, 2025,
aim to protect local refineries, promote energy security, and ensure fair competition in the downstream petroleum sector. The import duty is projected to raise petrol prices by approximately 99.72 per liter, potentially pushing pump prices closer to 1,000 per liter in Lagos. The policy is designed to encourage domestic refining, particularly at the Dangote refinery, which has commenced diesel and aviation fuel production. The government emphasized that the import duty is not revenue-driven, but rather aims to align import costs with domestic realities while preserving affordability. The new tariff will apply to the cost assurance and that of the freight, CIF, value of imported fuels, with payments directed into a designated federal government revenue account verified by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA. All right, we are now being joined by Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and a senior political analyst. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome back on the program again. And of course, we also have Mr. Obong Thompson, a journalist and a political analyst. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Xavier Odo.
All right, quickly, I'd like to do this simultaneously and to share it with you, sir. So, sir, let me start with you. I talked about that of Naira. They want to fold 10,000 into one note and 20,000 into one note as well. I'd like you to give me your take as regards to that particular...
Increasing the denomination?
Yes.
To a single note of 10,000.
Yes, that's why I'm saying they are folding it. So...
But why are you skipping 5,000? You should start with 5,000. If you are moving from 1,000 Naira denomination, you are supposed to be considering 5,000 before you get up to 10,000. Anyway, for 5,000, I'm comfortable because of the current realities of the value of the Naira. It also, in a way, it's not going to affect the economy much because it's a cashless policy we have now. Nobody, you rarely see people transiting with huge cash today. But there are many portals, there are many avenues of doing transactions without necessarily touching physical cash. If I'm traveling, I hardly take more than maybe 5,000 cash with me for emergency on the roadside. Yeah. But beyond 10,000 Naira, whatever you want to buy, you get to buy. By making transfers or using POS or whatever means available. So, perhaps for 5,000, but 10,000, 20,000, you are looking at a word of 20,000 Naira notes times 100. That gives you about how much?
2 million.
That's 2 million.
Yes.
So you have a word, you are holding a word of 2 million in your hand. For now, I don't think the economy can absorb it. I think it's in the realm of rumor.
Okay, so if it's in the realm of rumor, I would like it to remain as rumor because...
but where is this coming from?
Sir?
Is it from the CBN?
Yes, some bodies are actually, encouraging the CBN to actually...
It's not going to fly.
This particular one. Though, if sir, for a plot twist, if this particular thing would fly, just know that it is for election period.
No, let me also tell you something. You see, as media practitioners, we need to be very careful, especially when we are moving towards election like this. A lot of kites will be flown just to get the pulse of the populace. I recall that I and the current editor of The Guardian today, Femi Adekoya, were the ones that fought against the printing of 5,000 notes some 15 years ago.
500.
You remember that it was brought to the National Assembly. I wrote an article in The Guardian, then on the day it was to come to plenary, Femi we were both on the business desk, wrote another one, I think about 2 pages, and that was what truncated debate on that particular note, because we were able to illustrate why it is not expedient at that period. You understand? So for anybody to begin to say that you want to print 10,000 naira notes, 20,000 naira notes, I don't see it happening. For 5,000, maybe, but 10,000, 20,000 naira.
I'm not also in support.
I mean, you are demeaning the naira.
Sincerely,
you are demeaning the naira. So if I just take out a note, I'm giving you 20,000 naira. We are not in Zimbabwe. We are not.
That's actually a stray one to David there. Okay, sir, quickly, before I come to Mr. Obong Thompson, of course, this is just a rider. So, that of the Senate approving a fresh loan again, I just want you to help me make sense out of that particular conversation. The presidency told us that they've actually hit their target for the year. So what's happening? Why the new borrowing?
See, there's no way there won't be borrowing. You see, I don't want, especially when we're talking like this, we are supposed to educate and inform the public. The moment you descend into beer parlor debate, then you are not helping Nigerians. There's no way there won't be borrowing, external borrowing. When this budget came to the National Assembly, the day it was debated was when I said it here, that this budget is not going to work. We are going to have a big gulf of deficit. Because if you predicated this budget on $75 per barrel, and everything factored is our revenue is coming from oil, 90% for our revenue. And since this budget was passed, today is by tomorrow, we will be heading towards November. 10 months clear. Can you mention a particular day in the last 10 months that we have crossed the threshold of $70, except when the Russian and the Ukrainian war escalated to a point that it peaked at about 72. And it was just for a few days, and it came down. So that shortfall, some people from layman point of view will say, why is the government, after all, they are making money, they're generating revenue, internal IGR. You want to match it with...
Okay, sir, you said there is no how we would not borrow.
Yes, we have to borrow.
If there is no how we will not borrow, why can't the government also cut costs? Their own convoy and unnecessary whatever that they are carrying here and there.
Good. You see, that's why I said it's still in the realm of the...
All right, sir, please hold your thoughts. We have a caller here. Hello.
We don't have Western.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, I can hear loud and clear. Please go on. I think we're having a network issue there. Yes, please go ahead, sir.
So, you are talking about fiscal discipline.
Because even the Emir of Kano, Sanusi, he talked about it. He said, why is it that Nigerians convoy, our politicians and all of that, why can't they even cut costs?
You see, it's a bad culture that nobody's going to exonerate anybody from, promoting. It started with go on. You see, most of the time when I want to talk here, I talk about history. It started with go on. Go on entrenched long convoy. Excuse me. Go on, maybe because he was still a youngster at that time, was the one that unilaterally elevated nurses because his girlfriend then, Victoria, who later became the wife, was a nurse. Exclusive of other professionals at that time. So you can imagine what the military would have done in the process. It was even this Gowon regime that they said, our problem is not money, but how to spend it. That same windfall was what UAE used in building Dubai that is a major tourist attraction in the whole world. So when you want to see certain things, trace it from the evolution. It was during this period that Owambe was promoted in the Southwest.
Yeah.
And then laces were given names, fabrics were given names. And when it was time for Shagari, that was when they brought S-Class 280 Benz. They were calling it Shagari type. And what was the convoy at that time? So, all others emulated and it became a culture. But somebody has to stop. I'm not supporting that. Somebody has to stop it. And the kind of lifestyle our current president has
since you are close to the government, and of course you write.
I'm not close to the government.
You write articles, and they know what you write. They hear from you. Maybe you should start, amplifying this particular one and start telling them, because if you are saying that there's no how they would not borrow, let them also reduce.
You see,
their standards.
What I would have expected you to say is, if you must borrow to show up the deficit in the budget, then Nigerians should see what you are spending it on.
Of course.
And it should also, not just seeing it, it should also impact the average Nigerian positively.
But they will tell you that whatsoever reforms or whatsoever they're doing is impacting Nigeria positively. Till now, we've not really gotten to the root of 330 billion that they said
there is a macro economy and there is micro. You see, Nigeria happens to every sphere of Nigeria. For instance, look at the list of those to be granted prerogative of mercy.
Was he even meant to be that way?
Look at
Mr. Fanimo, I'm sorry,
the names that were smuggled into it.
Mr.
Does the president know Miriam?
Mr. Fanimo, sir, was it even meant to be that way? We've actually seen other countries, how this is being done, right? A situation where a president or the presidents were meant to go through that list, scrutinize it before even...
A president will not go through it. And if anybody tells you that the president goes through that kind of list...
Okay. I said the presidency.
Okay.
Presidency. Yes, that was what I said.
You see?
So after the president has actually pardoned, that's when you are now reviewing
the aberration. Was it meant to be that way? That consistently follow a pattern over the decades, not even years, is what we have just corrected now. That particular responsibility should be that of Ministry of Justice under the Attorney General, who will call the correctional centers to bring the files of these convicts for review. And I'm sure if it were to be, instead of special duties, if it were to be from the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Ministry of Justice, they would have alerted government to the fact that that woman has appealed that case, and when you are in appeal, you don't deserve any prerogative of mercy until that case is exhausted. So, these are issues that you have to go deeper before you begin to apportion blame and all that. President only appends signature. Okay. He assumes, because he delegated some people to do the job, he assumed that these people are above board and they will not mislead him. When Buhari was in government, why didn't you see list of dead people being appointed into committees?
Several times.
Several times. 5, 10 in some cases. We do not blame the president. Do you know Dele Fadimo? Did you know Dele Fadimo until I came to this place?
Of course I do.
Maybe because you are reading me. But how many people do you know?
No, I did, because we've been following you for years.
Me. Yes.
Of course. So as my senior colleague in the job, why wouldn't I have known you? Okay, no problem. Since we're actually going deep, we'll go deeper than that. All right, quickly, I would like to take your submission as regards to what we're saying before we go straight to that of the import duty. So, Mr. Obok Thompson.
Well, as regard the
we have about 2 cases. That of Senate approving, a loan,
I want to talk about
the 20,000, 10,000.
Yeah, I want to talk about the 20,000, 10,000 naira
single notes
printing. Being advised by some I don't know, are there civil liberty organizations or groups for CBN to, you know, come out with those notes? I want to say the main reason why the government decided to, you know, digitalize the operation, the financial sector. One of the reasons was to, you know, curtail the influx of cash into the terrorists, you know, terrorizing Nigerian nation today. You know, so that was one of the reasons. And by the time you come up with this 20,000 naira note, you know, you'll be indirectly, you know, encouraging terrorists to go, you know, demand for ransom, and you can easily, you know, go with a wrap of
please, sir, hold your thoughts. We have a caller here.
You know,
hello.
2 million.
Let's take this call. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello? Hello, this is Amy. I'm calling you from Lagos.
All right,
Hello,
good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Please go ahead. I can hear you loud and clear.
Now, talking about, let's start and 20,000 naira notes. I look at it as being funny. Very, very funny. Now, let's take an example in Gaza, where Israel and Gaza just finished their war. Because there is presently no bank, there is no cash. Cash does not flow. The only way they make payment is by transfer. Transfer has now become the norms of the day. So, printing raw physical cash now makes no meaning in our modern society. So anybody telling you to print 10,000, 20,000, 100, 1,000, 1 million around notes, that will solve our economic problem, has an ulterior motive and should be checked, because it has clearly showed that in our modern currency does not make sense.
Okay.
Very good example. So that settles that. Now, the second one you said was about the wasteful nature of our Nigerian economy. Our economy is not growing, not because Tinubu is not doing well, but I want to take a very good example from Sanusi, Emir of the Emir. I think 3 days ago, he made a mention. He spoke to Tinubu and said that yes, his laws or his leadership is having shape, but the wastefulness of his government should be called to order. And believe me, Tinubu is doing relatively well, but you cannot bring a basket, begin to pour the whole the water in the ocean inside the basket and expect that basket to get filled. And that is what this present government is doing. Their wasteful nature is really killing the economy, and they should curb it.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Let me stop at that.
Thank you so much for that particular one. Ina is talking about, first he said the one printing of one note, 10,000 does not even make sense. Okay, and you're only encouraging what doesn't make sense. And talking about the administration as regards to wastefulness, he said the wastefulness is too much. No matter how you take a basket to an ocean to say you want to fill it up, you can't fill the basket. So that was what he talked about there. So quickly, sir, your last submission before we go straight to the fuel price.
So you have the situation where, you know, money laundering were to be discouraged, and you are not coming to introduce those 20,000 naira notes and 10,000 naira notes. So you will be going back to the same, you know, situation that we found ourselves earlier. So it should, in all fairness, be discouraged. At least there's always a time frame for policies of government to, you know, for government to, you know, get time to monitor how the policy works, and the digital, you know, the new financial, policy that we are operating now should be allowed to fly for some, maybe 5 years, 10 years. Let's peruse how fair it has gone. If it's not working, that is when we should be able to now come up with another strategy.
Okay, so let me start with you, Mr. Obong Thompson. Of course, I know that a part of you is a journalist, and you being a political analyst, and another part of you is also into the oil and gas sector. So I would like you to take this particular situation as regards to the president approving 15% import duty on petrol and diesel. What do you have to say about it?
Well, in as much as a lot of people has welcomed the development, I want to say that the government at most times should not be hasty in taking decisions. the same government was hasty in pronouncing subsidy removal.
Are you against the fuel subsidy removal?
I'm not against the fuel subsidy removal.
Okay.
That is why you see me saying taking things in a hasty mood can somehow, cause chaos in the system. And, since we have Dangote refineries have been working, and we are beginning to see some stability of prices of petroleum product and then the availability of this product. The government is supposed to allow this to run for a period of time and monitor how it goes and how well it has gone before coming out to place another, tariff on imported product. I think this should go hand in hand, in case there's any interruptions along the production line of Dangote refinery, so that Nigerians can breathe a sense of relief. So this government are supposed to monitor the production and the distribution of Dangote refinery products for some time, maybe 5 years. After 5 years, we can begin to, say, okay, we want to place a tariff on all imported petroleum products. Because at the end of the day, all the politicians, they don't use their hard-earned money to purchase this petroleum product. It's still the consumer that will bear the brunt of all the inadequacies and the sufferings that will come on board. So why should we, the poor masses or the masses, always pay negatively for the misdeed of the leaders? So let the government have a break, allow the system to flow. As much as we are not having any issues pertaining to importation of petroleum products, temporary, then there is no need to place, that 15% tax on it.
Okay, let me come to you, Mr. Fanimo. How will the 15% import duty on petrol and, of course, diesel affect Nigerians' inflation, and what are the potential consequences of price increase on the overall cost of living in Nigeria? And, of course, we'll have to talk about that of the foreign exchange reserves.
Let me tell you what government is doing. I align with some of his thoughts,
okay,
my colleague here, that the policy could have been done in a haste, perhaps trying to see other competitors coming in before this is brought to bear. For instance, today, Dangote is the only person enjoying the privilege of local refining.
That's another new monopoly being welcomed into Nigeria.
Monopoly. And this is conspiracy theory.
Okay.
But I'm inclined to want to align with it. I think the policy is protective of Dangote for him to recoup part of his money before other competitors come in. I am aware that in the next 8 months or 1 year,
BUA will come
with 450,000 barrels. And there's another one, I think it's about 75,000 barrels coming up in Benin, and some of these other small-scale refineries. So, technically, it's just like we are mopping up. But we have to also look at the area of agriculture. When anchor borrowers was introduced to increase rice production, loans were given out, a lot of things happened, and unfortunately, the Nigerian factor crept into it. People were taking loans to marry or to buy cars, to buy whatever. They were not going back to farm. So at the end of the day, you recall that particular minister that they said they want to do rice pyramid.
Yeah.
They went to construct a bus and just put bags of rice to cover it up and give a semblance of pyramid rice, until somebody went there to dismantle it and found out that beyond this one bag of rice, there is a gaping hole. Now, governments sometimes have good intentions in rolling out policies, but for every policy in Nigeria, as soon as it's being shown out, some people will sit back in one place and look at how it will not work and proceed to make sure that it doesn't work. For instance, if Dangote is producing at optimal level, let's say 80%, 80% of 650,000 barrels per day will give you around maybe 560,000 barrels. And now, a barrel of crude will give you 154 liters of petrol, apart from other byproducts. Now, 154 times 560, it's more than enough for our daily consumption. As of today, our daily consumption hovers between 45 and 50 million liters. So, what government is saying directly is, look, if Dangote is producing, you don't need imports. And I also align with that thought, because this Nigerian factor will also creep in. They will bring adulterated and substandard imports. When somebody came up and said that Dangote fuel is better during the crisis period, I said it contains too much sulfur and all that, a colleague told me that I should give it a try. In my Camry, I use, because it's hybrid, I use maybe 12 liters from Lagos to Ibadan at that time. I went to an outlet that Dangote supplies fuel, and I filled my tank. By the time I got to Tollgate in Ibadan, looking for that same outlet, and when I wanted to refill back, it was less than 8 liters. So technically, these people bring cheaper fuel that can damage car system.
Well, before Dangote came, they've been supplying us.
You see, that's the problem we have in Africa. What does not ail us now and kill us now will not be traced. We'll rather blame it on our ancestors and our village people.
So are you saying in totality, all the fuels that they were bringing before Dangote?
I'm not saying all.
Okay.
But so you know, Nigerians have a way of...
Give me percentage, please.
Nigeria has a way of, cutting corners.
Okay.
For maximum profit, not considering the well-being of the end user of this product. Why would somebody travel to Asia, Bangladesh, and the rest to buy adulterated drugs to come and sell here? Why would somebody go to Dubai and some other places to go and buy a laptop that is indicated that it is 500 gig ROM and 8 gig RAM? By the time you get here and an expert looks at that system, it is much lesser than that. In 2019, I went to Bangladesh, and in the course of touring the state capital, my friend and my colleagues, we went to a particular pharmaceutical company. That was when I knew that most of this drug that they claim is from Britain and all that, they manufacture them there, ship back to Britain, and then label it. Do you know that when they saw me and I was introduced to the marketing manager, he took me to his office and my colleagues, we now posed as importers. He was asking us, which one do we want? Generic drugs, which one do we want? Is it for my Nigerian market? When I wanted to buy my laptop in Dubai, they asked me, this is Asian market. This is American market. This is Nigerian market.
Mr. Dele, before you move to that of the Dubai, I think it's safe to say that we need to call you importer on drugs now.
No, I'm not. I went there on a different, for a different reason.
No, we cannot have the title.
You see, what I'm trying to emphasize here is that the way we corner and cut corners in Nigeria.
But don't you also think that we're giving Dangote enough or overpower?
Let me ask you a question.
It's just
why would you choose to import when you factor insurance, you factor transloading from the IC to our shores that cannot accommodate bigger ships.
Yeah.
Tariff and the cost of freight that you are building into your own field. When at your backyard that eliminates all this process, you are still buying. Why? It's just to cut corners. And I stand to be challenged. Let them come and defend it. Anchorage of a ship, you know how much it costs? Insurance, you know how much it costs? And somebody is saying, I am ready to supply, and is even moving his refinery to 1.4 million barrels per day, and BUA is warming up to bring in 450,000 per day. Why would you import?
But my question, okay, let me direct this to Mr. Obong-Thompson. So, Mr. Dele has given us all of these facts and figures to make this whole thing look really beautiful on one side. And I know so many other importers are crying as we speak over this particular 15%.
So before he comes in,
yes,
let me quickly tell you something. There's always a time that technology, environmental changes, dynamism of human nature will take your job out of you. And the best thing is to begin to adapt to other ways of survival, not holding on to it permanently. There was a time in this country that tank farm was the in thing.
Of course.
So is Dangote now going to, when you can load from his country straight to the depot, to the filling station, what will now be the role of tank farm? In the media, there was a time when we were younger in the media house that cut and paste people in Lito, you have to bribe them so that they can do your job for you. Suddenly technology came, computers came, took away their job. Typists were the one, when we write with long hands, they are the one to type. Now, go to any newsroom now if you find a typewriter. Go to a newsroom now if you find a piece of paper as off cut.
Sincerely, because when I started, I was writing scripts with normal paper, pen and paper.
Exactly.
So, but now, of course, we type everything now.
So, what these people are holding on to is those old ways of doing business, which is no longer tenable with the current day reality.
So, Mr. Fanimo, since you are the mouthpiece of federal government and Dangote, let me now ask you a question. Where are our own refineries?
Our own refineries.
Why are we depending on these private sectors?
Now, let me tell you, if they say you shouldn't eat in your enemy's house, unfortunately, your friend is not cooking. You have just two choices. Either you go on hunger strike and die, or you manage your enemy's food and survive. If our national assets, the four refineries, had been made, I am not saying they are working now, mark my word, had been made comatose by entrenched interests. And these people, you cannot remove feeding bottle from their mouth. Would you now wait till eternity when these people will drop the feeding bottle that they will never drop and not go the way of the private sector? If, for you to know, Buhari promised Dangote 26% equity stake in that refinery. By the time he left office, we only paid 7.5 equity stake. So, as we speak, federal government has 7.5% equity stake in Dangote refinery. How do you explain that? Because they are overwhelmed. Federal government is overwhelmed that this cabal that are holding tight to our refineries. You can imagine there was a time in this country that a former president gave hairdresser turn around maintenance. Hairdresser, known hairdresser, to go and do turn around maintenance of our refinery.
It would be better if you can give us a name. All right, Mr. Obong-Thompson, please, I would like you to just come in and, on all of this. Please, I would like you to come in from the other importers' perspective and not the mouthpiece of Dangote.
You see, the handwriting is already on the wall. And what the other tank farm owners and independent marketers has to do is just to adapt to the system, because with the interest that the federal government has in Dangote, just as explained by Mr. Fanimo, we can see that federal government will do everything possible to back up Dangote refinery to strive, without looking back at any other businesses. But the aftermath effect is going to tell on the independent marketers, the importers, the tank farm owners, and other associated industries, that associate with that supply chain. So they have to think outside the box and adapt, learn of going into new other businesses and so on and so forth. And then, but I'm very much concerned about the implication of this tax on the ordinary consumers, because as we speak, there is going to be, likely an increase if this tax comes into play in the petroleum prices, at least on the interim, experiencing an increase by 99.75%. That's about 100 naira to 150 naira within Lagos State as it is now. So who is going to pay all this, all this money? It still boils down to the same people that the first subsidy was being, removed, so that they can be able to have a sight of relief. But I doubt if that's going to come so soon. Nigeria will still have to brace up for more suffering, more hardship, because the next coming year we're going to experience the increase in taxation. So everything is just coming at the same time, and I'm just appealing to the federal government to learn.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the program. It's still People's Voice on VOP TV. Yes, it's still getting serious here in the studio as regards to, the mouthpiece of the federal government and Dangote.
I am not a mouthpiece. I'm just reading out statistics that are available.
Okay.
You see, we are just being emotional about this. What federal government is doing is, if Dangote, because it's not paying insurance, it's not paying all this and all that, is selling at 890 naira. You left Dangote without patronizing Dangote and conserving our foreign exchange. If it pays you to go and import and sell at 1,200, let's see who will buy. That's the plain language. That is the interpretation. Dangote will sell at what is good for him. Then, if you like, go and import, pay all those tariffs, pay all those charges, and come and sell at higher price. Most time when you are driving now today, why are filling stations displaying their price? Because that's the first thing you look at. Then the second thing is the reputation of the fuel station if they have not doctored their pump. Why should I see a filling station that I know is affiliated to Dangote refinery selling at 900 naira, and then I will drive at the next filling station that sells imported fuel, sells at 1,200, and I will go and buy there? It's not going to happen.
Two things. Monopoly is being amplified and massaged by the federal government. The second, which is quite clear, is that if Dangote is a sole distributor, or now where you have given him power and you've put him in charge, why can't this fuel price come down? Why can't this price come down? Why is it looking as if Dangote promised us, oh, this particular thing will drop, yet we are seeing 800, 900 as a normal price? Why?
If before we were paying subsidy, that as much as 85 to 90% of our revenue was going to subsidy, and it was not even sustainable. Now, the real price is what they're selling, and the regulation has happened to the downstream sector. What you buy is what you sell. And this is also predicated by fluctuating oil price. There was a time about 2 weeks ago, I buy fuel almost on daily basis. 2 or 3 weeks ago, we got to 855, 860. Today is 915, 920. Between that time and now, go and check oil prices in the international market. You see the vagaries of international market affecting the oil price.
Okay.
Nobody's going to say, go and sell at this amount.
All right, thank you so much.
Executive fiat anymore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dele Fanimo. All right, Mr. Bob Thompson, I would just like to take your final take as regards to this situation.
Well, the final take where I want to come in is also about the cutting of wastages in the cost of governance. You know, you experienced the federal government budgeting about 800 billion for the renovation of Lagos International Airport, and one other project that, you know, worth another huge amount of money. So these are other areas that government can, you know, cut down, because the subsidy removal was meant for the poor masses, you know, to enjoy the benefit of being Nigerians. But you see gigantic project taking up chunk of those monies. So government has to make sure that the money is being distributed evenly to go across all sectors of the economy, and not particularly on one or two mega projects, you know.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ubong Thompson, for your final submission. Of course, all you are saying is that everything that the federal government wants to do, they should always remember to factor in the good of the people. Okay, how will the people survive? How will the people actually feel this particular one? That's it. Thank you so much, Mr. Dele Fanimo, a senior reporter and a senior political analyst, for joining the program. Thank you so much, sir. And Mr. Ubong Thompson, a journalist and a political analyst. Thank you so much for being part of today's program. Of course, this is how far we can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. You love the world of sports? We would like you to join Locker Room as they take you all through the sports journey. But of course, don't forget, the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP. We're all entitled to our opinions. This is how far I can actually go. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever your face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening rest.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
All right, you're welcome to another beautiful edition of the Locker Room Voice of the People Television. My name is Jerry Apelahai, saying welcome once again to the show. So much to talk about, exciting world of football as we take a look at matters arising. And I will not be doing it alone. Joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Maiwa, who gets to join us virtually as we take a look at burning issues in the football world. So don't forget to stay tuned, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course, you can also reach out to us on X, as well as TikTok and Instagram. Also, don't forget, you can call us via the WhatsApp number showing on your screen to join the conversation. It's great to have you join us once again. So much to talk about an exciting world of football.
Good evening, Jerry. Good evening to viewers. A lot happened in the world of sport, football particularly. Justin Madugo's contract has been extended. And Super Eagles actually looking at the playoff. I think that's the biggest story in Nigeria at this point. Everyone is actually looking at how the Super Eagles will definitely navigate their way through the World Cup after missing out on the automatic ticket route. And I mean, the Carabao Cup also happened yesterday, and like they say, the only thing that is constant at this point is for Liverpool to keep dropping 3 points or losing games. We saw that again yesterday, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. They did it, in a triangle form. 3-0 they suffered in the hands of the big team killers in Crystal Palace. So good to be here, Jerry. This evening to talk football in the. Why look at me like that?
How you doing? I was waiting for you now. At least you go talk and you go finish.
No, come on. I'm not. I'm just trying to, be very.
I'm trying to warm up.
No, I'm just trying to be as fair as possible because I mean it's football. It happens to anyone, But this is just your own time, and it's not Christmas yet. But you're doing bonanza. This is more like you.
This is black.
Okay, basically you're putting on red, and it seems like Liverpool is Santa Claus and Christmas comes early. It's a good day to talk football, Jerry, here in Locker Room.
Yeah, it is what it is, and definitely we'll have to be here to give you the latest update, exciting world of football, and of course, there's so much happening. Let's hit the camp of the Super Eagles, where Nigerian's head coach Chelle has announced that 5 key players will miss the upcoming World Cup qualifiers playoff in Morocco. The team is set to begin their campaign against Gabon on November 13, aiming for a place in the finals against the winner of the match between Cameroon and DR Congo. Among those confirmed to be absent are Terry Murphy, Felix Ago, Olaino, Seredesis, and Fisayo Dele Bashiru. Additionally, the availability of Samuel Chukwueze remains uncertain, creating further challenges for the squad, and Chelle emphasized the need for the remaining players to adapt and find a way to compete effectively in the tournament. And the winner of this tournament will represent Africa in the Intercontinental Playoff, where 2 remaining spots for the 2026 World Cup will be at stake. Despite the injury setbacks, Chelle remains focused on achieving the team's goal of qualifying for the World Cup. Yeah, taking a look at the injuries already to as much as 5 players in the team, and the fact that Semi Ajayi is going to be suspended for the game against Gabon. Do you think we should be worried ahead of the Gabon game?
I think we should be worried. I mean, Semi Ajayi's presence is, a stabilizing factor in the heart of our defense. And we've also been talking about how our defense has been one of the weakest spots of our team. And we saw its return in the team, how it actually helped us with the likes of Benjamin Frederick also playing in the right back position. But then if the likes of Olaino and Co can actually gain full match fitness before that particular time, and then Frederick returns back to the heart of the defense, then it's going to be huge. But the big one for me is Chukwueze. Chukwueze is really not giving, has really not gotten a lot of minutes for his club side, and then he's suffering injuries. Still a little bit inconsistent for the Super Eagles at this point. It's a sad time for him as a player, and I was actually hoping that moving to Fulham would help him actually move on to the next level. But I think it's still very much a struggle for him. This early days, and it's sad. It's one player who I would really want to believe that the Super Eagles would have really relied heavily upon when it comes to his collectivity. I don't think there's anyone that's as creative as him in that Super Eagles aside Alex Iwobi, who at this point in time, I mean, the last 2-3 years has been playing very, very deep for the Super Eagles. So I don't know. And this is a man who Chelle has been looking at, playing him in the number 10 role. If he's not playing there, then of course I think he's the first person to actually pick up that position before considering the likes of Uche Santos. But for him to be injured at this point is going to be a very, very problem. We have a creativity problem, and the only man who I think can really step up when the chips are down is injured at this point. I don't know where this is going to lead us, but then I want to believe that the Super Eagles still have a lot of armory to actually lead us to the next line. But then 5 players injured. I just hope that before the camp officially opens and the players actually arrives, a lot can actually still change, and then we get a very strong squad going to do some qualifying rounds.
All right, and of course, taking a look at the game against Gabon is a very crucial one. We've heard about very interesting names making it to the team. Let's talk about Terence Murphy and Cyril Dessers. Terence Murphy came for the other 2 games, but he didn't get a lot of minutes to prove himself. And the likes of Felix Agu, he was at the Unity Cup, very brilliant. We've still not seen the best of him. Then Olaino, I think this injury spell is quite a long one. It's going to be worrisome in that right back position. Do have perfect replacements in the areas that I think the only player that has a starting shirt, if he's available, is Olaino, definitely. But you also need a strong bench. Are we going to have strong bench without those players? That's the case.
Okay, so it's a big one. We saw that the young man Benjamin Frederick actually really covered this position. Hopefully, he's going to actually do that again in this round of games. The only downside to him actually covering that position is the fact that he's not a natural right fullback, so you don't expect much from him going forward, and that's exactly where it's really going to hurt the Super Eagles, because Super Eagles is actually known to actually make good use of our width, and when a team relies very heavily on their width, it means that the fullbacks really need to actually reach the byline so that the ones who are actually playing forward on the flank can actually really come in. And if it's actually not moving attacks, then definitely the opponent will want to use that as a means to as their own point of attacking, because it's no longer a threat to them. So it's going to be quite tricky. This is no disrespect to the Gabonese side. I know they've got quality players, of course. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang is a top player. But then I don't think they really also have big names who can really threaten the person of Benjamin Frederick. Cyril Dessers is going to be missed, but I don't think we really have a problem with the race of attackers that we've really paraded in the last 3 or 4 games in this qualifying series. So yes, I think we've got Aroko Dare and the man who just also came in talking about the Aqua Adams. I think they've also delivered on the goods. So I think we are good as that. Fisher Adele Bashiru would have really been a very strong addition. He's also a very strong, very hard-working player, a ball winner in the middle of the park, and we need such energy in the heart of the midfield. Again, Terence Murphy, yes, I don't know, he's been on and off for the Super Eagles. The injuries has always been coming, and it's not a good time to actually be a player, if you cannot be part of these crucial games, because these are the sort of games that will definitely guarantee your spot. Felix Agu is another one who I would really have loved to actually see, as I'm saying, Benjamin Frederick at this point, but it's actually so sad that he's actually suffering, this sort of injuries. But so far so good. I think we've got, a very good squad outside these names that's mentioned. I don't know if Bryce Shamrock can actually come back before that time. He's going to be, a very good addition. He's going to really help us also going forward. If we can actually get all of these guys, and then with the way we actually performed in the last 2 games and the kind of energy we put in against the Republic of Benin, I don't really think when it comes to football-wise, I don't really think there's a huge difference between Republic of Benin and Gabon. I want to also believe that if they both square up against themselves, I don't think Gabon will actually find it easy against them. So I think this is more like going to be a game against the Republic of Benin. We just need to put our hearts where put our game put our heart into the game, and then get those 3 points that will definitely take us to the final rounds. No disrespect, no complacency, just go straight into the game, treat them like equals, treat them like a big team, and then get the job done just the same way we did against the Republic of Benin. Let the Super Eagles start seeing that, okay, you know what, we need more than 1 goal to actually make it through. We want to see high score margins, so that definitely whoever Nigeria will be playing in the next round will definitely look at the Super Eagles and say, okay, this is a team to be feared. Again, Aubameyang actually also said that the Super Eagles is their only threat going to the World Cup. That looking at the teams as going to be playing this particular qualifying series that he fears the Super Eagles the most. And of course, interestingly, the Super Eagles is going to be up against them in the first game. So, of course, for him to actually be making such comment means that there's a level of concede. You know, he's actually conceding defeat to an extent. So I also want to expect the Super Eagles to also take, you know, the bull by its own. A lot of teams definitely have been disrespecting the Super Eagles because of the way we've actually been turning out in the last couple of games. So I expect these guys to actually do what they need to do. They also want to go to the World Cup. A couple of days ago also, Victor Osimhen was also talking that he wants to go to the World Cup, and he really cannot imagine what it's going to be like for him to actually miss out on this particular World Cup. And I also want to believe it's the mood of all the players in the Super Eagles at this point. Missing this World Cup means that, you know, they will most likely not go to the World Cup, because I mean, an average player of the Super Eagles at this point is over 25, 26. So if they miss out on this one, I mean, the next World Cup will be around in their 30s. That's exactly the twilight of their career, and we don't even know what the outlook of the Super Eagles team will be at that point. So it's going to be a very long one, and I want to believe that these guys understand what the business calls for, and they definitely want to deliver on it.
All right, I understand that Maiwa is now with us. Maiwa, it's great to have you join us on the locker room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. You know, a good Thursday to gloat. You know, Liverpool losing as usual, but in any case. Let's not get into that. We'll probably get into that much later. The Super Eagles getting prepared for the World Cup, playoffs. I'm hoping, you know, the boys can you know, do something spectacular with all the injury worries and the rest of that. I hope the boys that will show up can do something spectacular and probably, you know, get us a step further to the World Cup. It will be a disaster if, you know, 2 African best players will not make it to the World Cup, and by the next World Cup they will be in their 30s, and they might not have you know, a whole lot to offer for us anymore. But in any case, it's a good Thursday to talk football. Thank you for having me, Jerry.
All right, and of course, we're just talking about the Super Eagles. There's going to be the absence of 5 important players, players like Olaino, Seredesas, Terence Murphy, Fisayo Dele Bashiru, and of course, Felix Agu. There's also talk about Samuel Chukwueze having a knock. I hope that will not be the case, because he's also a very crucial player in the team. We saw his performances against Benin Republic. We need him to contribute those crosses again, so that Osimhen will have some bit of assist to score more goals.
Definitely, we cannot. I mean, apart from, you know, Chukwueze that you've mentioned, Diesel has not been able to offer much. Terence Murphy, we all know that he's not an integral part of the team. Dele Bashiru is neither here nor there. Apart from the early games that he played under, you know, Finidi George, he has not been an integral part of the team. So I don't think we are going to miss him that much. However, you know, Chukwueze is very, very important to us in terms of, you know, giving us option going forward. And we've been talking about, you know, our forward line. Chukwueze brings, you know, an option for us in the terms of, you know, delivering those assists and those killer passes that could get the goal. If I take your mind back to our last game against Benin Republic, he was very, very instrumental in ensuring that Victor Osimhen gets those passes that led to, you know, Victor Osimhen, you know, scoring 2 out of the 3 goals he scored. So it shows how important he is for our national team. I'm hoping, since the report is that it's a knock, I don't think knocks, you know, take a whole lot of time. We have about, you know, 13 days before the match. Probably he gets to recover before that particular time. But if it's not there, we are definitely going to miss him. So I'm just hoping, you know, he recovers quickly and can join up with the boys to be able to do something fantastic for the Super Eagles.
All right, hope we'll be able to do something fantastic for the Super Eagles. And of course, on the list, we already heard that Paul Onachu might be making it. And I'm still on the part that I hope that's not the case. I've heard about a certain young player who is doing well for Inter Milan. I think it's better off to be hearing such names. Even the player I've not heard before than Paul Onachu. I even saw a tweet when someone said that even if Paul Onachu score 100 goals in the Turkish league ahead of Osimhen, they should not invite him.
If he scores, if he ends up becoming the top scorer of the Turkish league, for example, and you expect not to invite him, where then is the merit? How do you then encourage players to actually give their best to get to the Super Eagles. I think he just had terrible run of games. He's not played under this new coach, so I think he needs time to actually, perhaps he's going to just get it right under this new manager. Players sometimes struggle under certain managers, and it's so unfortunate that Nigeria is a country where we hardly forget things. Even till date, I think I was reading a couple of days ago how Yakubu Egbene was also talking about the goal he actually missed out in the World Cup, and how that became a nightmare for him, even after he went on to score a couple of goals after for the Super Eagles. But that particular moment, more like defined his career for Nigeria. I think we should look past what Onachu has done so far. If he ends up giving good performance, I think he deserves a second call. I mean, for you to say you prefer a player who you've not even heard before, I think that's a lot of you putting him under the bus. For me, it's really.
Boss. He has been there since he has not left there. Now.
I think it's really unfair for a player.
He left himself under the bus.
But he's doing very well at this point. So I think we should give him more. Well. He's doing very well for his club at this point. So
no one that could not cut it at Southampton.
Jerry, a player is doing well in Europe now. Give him another chance. That's what it means. What if he comes back under Richard and becomes a different player, a new player, and start delivering the goals?
How? Mayo, you've heard about Paul Onachu. I don't know your plans.
Yes.
I don't know what you think about it. I hope Tani Mutu will not be invited since Onachu might be coming back.
Well, the thing is this. I think we don't need Paul Onachu in the national team. And I'm not throwing shot at Paul Onachu. The thing is we have given him a whole lot of opportunity. He has not been able to deliver. This is not the time to come and test run your delivery ability in the national team. This is not the time. This is the crunch time. Yes, it saddens me that we are practically Victor Osimhen FC. If Victor is not scoring, we are not scoring. It saddens me. But however, Victor is tested and trusted. Onachu, we've tested him, and we can't trust him in terms of his performance for the Super Eagles. Yes, he's doing fantastic for Trabzonspor, and I mean we've said it consistently. Players that do not play regularly for their club should not be invited to the national team. However, there's an exception to this. Onachu has been invited multiple times. He has failed to deliver. Him not being able to deliver got us into this mess. So I don't think this is the right time for us to be thinking about Paul Onachu right now. Or rather, we find, a much more an attacking midfielder that will create an opportunity for us, rather than bringing a Paul Onachu that we have tested and trusted, and we can't trust. If we are making a case for Paul Onachu, then we should also look at Victor Boniface. I mean, Victor Boniface has been excluded in the last 2-3 games because of his performance. He has been given an opportunity and he has not been able to deliver. So if we are looking at Paul Onachu, then we should also be looking at Victor Boniface, if that's what we want to do. But for me, Paul Onachu should stay off the national team at the moment.
But Maiwa, that Paul Onachu as a player hasn't played under this new manager, but Victor Boniface has played under this new manager. Plus, Paul Onachu at this point is also doing very well for his club. Victor Boniface, on the other hand, is even struggling, with his new club. So if you put both of them side by side, that Paul Onachu is that player who is in better position to actually be invited than Victor Boniface. Yes, for me, you say what?
So the thing is this. See, I don't have a problem with Paul Onachu being integrated back into the national team. See, I've said constantly there's a particular Okoye that made a mistake in 2019 and he was ostracized from the team. A lot of people spoke up for him, and now we are seeing Okoye back in the team, which is fantastic. However, in this case, it is not this particular crunch time qualifier that we need to test run a Paul Onachu again. After we are done with this, then we start looking at maybe we start integrating him maybe into the national team, going to the Nations Cup. There are a couple of friendlies lined up. I heard that we are trying to play Egypt as a friendly match heading to the Nations Cup. Those are the kind of games you can bring Paul Onachu in, not this crunch time period whereby our qualifiers it's not sure. If we do not perform, if we do not score goals, we don't qualify. This is not the time for us to be testing a Paul Onachu, because as far as I'm concerned, the Onachu does not still understand the new coach. It will take a bit of time before he understands the rhythm of the coach, and this is not the time for us to be checking out rhythm. The World Cup qualifier is much more crucial. We can do that in friendly games, but not in this particular playoff that we want to go for.
Fair enough.
Yeah, friendly material or training material. That is definitely, I'll agree with that, Maiwa. Spot on there, and of course, one wine for you. Anyway, let's go to the NPFL, where, okay, let's start off with the AFCON 2026 updates, I beg your pardon, where the coach of Uganda is talking tough. For those who know him, he's a well-traveled man. As far as Africa is concerned, Uganda's head coach, Paul Put, has expressed confidence ahead of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, declaring his team ready to face the challenges ahead. The Cranes have been drawn in Group C alongside three-time champions Nigeria, Tunisia, and Tanzania, marking their 8th appearance in the tournament, which will take place in Morocco. Despite Uganda not being considered a major force in African football, Put believes they can compete effectively against the Super Eagles and the other teams in their group. He acknowledged Nigerian status as a powerhouse with a squad full of top talent and European experience, while also highlighting Tunisia's tactical organization and the energetic play of Tanzania. Put stated that while they respect all their opponents, they are not intimidated and aim to present a strong performance. Yeah, Uganda can be the joy killer. That is who they are. They know how to spoil the fun for the big sides. And of course, Paul Put, he's a well-traveled man on the continent, and it will be detrimental for the Super Eagles to go to the AFCON and want to underrate them.
Well, I mean, the AFCON is a very tricky tournament. It's the only tournament I know now where everything seems very equal at the start of the tournament, right? The goal margin is usually not more than 2-1. It's quite very tough because of the physicality and how everyone will want to actually get the most out of every game they play. And Paul Put, being a man who has been in Africa for a long time, himself and the Mykonos and other managers who have actually handled countries in Africa, they deserve to be respected. You don't joke with their teams, even when it appears that they don't even have the best of qualities. They understand the terrain, they know how to actually put their boys together and then get the kind of points, grind results that they want. So, and Uganda has also always given a good account of themselves in the AFCONs attended, so they should be respected, and the manager also should be. I think he's actually showing a lot of respect to the big boys in the group, talking about Nigeria and Tunisia. Also, the big boys in the group should also respect them, because I mean, we've always seen we've seen teams in this category where they go into the group as the dark horse, and then eventually, even in some cases, even topping the group, and in some cases coming second. And it's going to be very sad. It's going to be a big blow for Nigeria or Tunisia to actually miss out, in this particular group round. So yes, I think what he's saying is not far-fetched. I think they have all it takes to actually also cause an upset in this particular group.
All right, Mayo Paul Put is talking tough, and of course, and they'll be starting their campaign against Tunisia on December 23rd. I hope Tunisia will not beat them silly, so that they will not put too much effort in the game against the Super Eagles.
Well, the thing is this: any team that qualifies for the Nations Cup, they are not, they are not a small team. They are one of the top teams. However, if you look at what Put has done in his career, he has coached various African countries, Kenya, Gambia, Congo, and the likes of that before he moved to Uganda. So he understands the terrain very well. And for him to be able to qualify the Ugandans to the Nations Cup, it shows the kind of quality he possesses. Also, remember, he has journeyed across Africa and he knows African football very well. And it's not your 1 year typical kind of coach. The least amount of years he spent with national team is about 3 years. So it shows the kind of the kind of stability you get from him. So I think him talking to us is very right. They've qualified. They stand every chance until we start seeing the results in that particular tournament. Every team in that group, stands a chance to qualify. So I mean, him talking to us, it shows the kind of confidence he wants to bring into these players. And don't be surprised, they might just be the shocker for everyone. They might be the small ant that probably gets into the tusk of the elephant and disturbs the elephant. So I would if I were Nigerian side or any other side in that particular group, I would not take them with levity. The coach understands African football very well. This is not his first rodeo, and I think any other team in that particular group, they need to take Uganda very seriously. I would not be surprised if they probably make it out of that particular group.
Yeah, I will not be surprised, because if you take a look at that group, Tanzania will also be a banana peel for any team. And it's going to be a very difficult group because whether you like it or not, Tanzania will surely want to give Nigeria a run for their money. Uganda will also want to bring their A game. Same for Tunisia too. We know what happened in the 2019 AFCON, the last time we played them. With so much confidence after 3 wins in the first 3 group games, we thought Tunisia was going to be a walkover. But Maduko Okoye decided to do the fine ball. And we know the rest is history. I hope we will not fall into the same situation.
So, I mean, it's not even far. I think it was last year we played last AFCON. And our first game in that particular AFCON was against Equatorial Guinea. And before that particular game, a lot of conversations around, Equatorial Guinea was, the most talked about thing. And people were saying Nigeria is supposed to take them to the cleaners. These are no heavy weighting in African football. We just have to do our job, put our heads down and get a 3-point. And we know how we struggled in that particular game. It was a very difficult game. In fact, they outplayed the Super Eagles in that particular game. Bikoro and Co were just running, the middle of the park, and so almost, destroyed, our defense. And it was a difficult moment to actually watch, Super Eagles at that point. So yes, in fact, in 2013, we also won the AFCON again. Our first game was against Zambia, and that was the year, I think Zambia was coming into that particular championship as defending champion under Harvey Reynolds, and Super Eagles also struggled. So, and also you also need to know that big teams naturally usually struggle against teams that are declared minors or teams without superstars in their first game in major tournaments. So it's going to be also a very interesting one coming into this particular one. Tanzania is not a team we should just look at and say, we're going to actually defeat them 3-0, 4-0. We should just go into that particular game, get the business done, and then even if it's just 1-0, get the job done, and then grow into the tournament. That's exactly what we need to do. So first game in every tournament, most times determine how far you go. But then even if you don't get to actually win it, at least get a draw in that particular one. But yes, with the mentality that the Super Boys have now, haven't struggled to actually make it even to this playoffs. They know that every game now is like a final. Even when they get to that championship, I want to believe that they will be also going into that championship with this same mentality, knowing that any game you are going into is a win or bust game. And of course, if they go into that that championship with that mentality, I want to believe that Super Eagles definitely get the 3 points against Tanzania.
All right, of course, and that takes us to the NPFL, where Enyimba head coach Stanley Eguma is under significant pressure as he faces a crucial 2-match ultimatum that will determine his future with the club. The team is set to play Kano Pillars in the NPFL Match 11 clash this Sunday, followed by an away game against Abia Warriors next weekend. The club's management has demanded an immediate improvement in performance after a disappointing run of results. Enyimba, the 2-time CAF Champions League winners, have not won in their last 3 matches, dropping from the top of the NPFL table to 10th place with just 13 points. And the recent slump began with a loss to newly promoted Kun Khalifat, followed by defeat to Warri Wolves and Plateau United. The club's hierarchy has made it clear to Eguma that he must shape up or ship out. And of course, he's doing the slot in the NPFL. At least they are not the defending champions anyway.
Well, they are the most celebrated team in Nigerian League, and it's sad that everybody is going through this. But this goes back to what we talk about football administration. This goes back to what we talk about long-term planning. This goes back to what we talk about, having, a structure in place that is going to last beyond whoever it is that is going to come in as the manager of the team. That's where Enyimba falter. That's where Nigerian Football League has faltered. That's exactly where, even basically everything we do in this part of the in this part of the world falter. Because maintenance culture is like, Nigeria is having a very big malice with maintenance. We don't know how to actually keep something, in a long-term project, and that's exactly what Enyimba is suffering now. If Enyimba had kept on that particular template they use in winning the CAF Champions League, create a system. Who argue with Enyimba at this point, saying Enyimba will not still continue to dominate not just Nigerian League but also leagues, the CAF Champions League. But because it's a one-time team, when the governor, who is a passionate sport-loving governor, step into the ring and then after stepping into the ring, you know, so rather after stepping out of the ring, the next man who comes perhaps is not a man who really loves sport, and then that project, you know, just dies. There's no continuity, and that's what happened to Imba, and that's what has happened to a lot of club sides, even in Nigeria today, that's been managed by, you know, where the governor have exclusive rights and power to actually hire and fire and decide what's happening in that particular. That's exactly what Imba is suffering. And for Stanley Eguma, a man who won the Nigerian League in 2021 with Rivers United when they actually merged, you know, Sharks and Dolphins, is actually really struggling now. Imba brought him into this particular fold because of his experience. He was actually part of the Imba crew that won the Champions League in 2003, 2004. He was assistant to Kari Rikana at that point. So they felt he understands the system. He knows the city. He is a man who really understands football and is one of the OGs in Nigerian football. But of course, I don't know why, you know, a man who is supposed to, you know, guide a team that's putting on blue is behaving like, you know, an onslaught, a team, you know, covered with red. And of course, everybody is swimming in red waters at this point. It's so sad to actually see Jerry. I mean, everybody's supposed to be proud of Nigerian football. It's a very terrible time.
All right, and of course, in spite of all the changes they made, even Kanu Nwankwo, the legend, is part of the board. And of course, they will have a sponsorship deal for the team. And this is the time they should be doing well. But it looks like Stanley Eguma is facing the sack by one.
What red water, Ikechukwu is talking about. I've never seen water being red, except maybe you put something inside. But in any case,
Red Sea. Why our Red Sea?
Even the Red Sea is not even red. Even the Red Sea is not red. You just call it Red Sea. So I don't know. I'm even confused. But Maiwa, don't worry. Forgive him for his blasphemous comments.
But in any case, I mean, see, Ikechukwu touched on something very, very important. And we have said it consistently. Government does not have any business running football. And that's just it. See, the moment government begins to, apart from the fact that, you know, there are some ethical concerns around it, because, I mean, the way they run this football club, they run it as their own private thing. They're not supposed to be using taxpayers' money to fund this thing. A whole lot of them will call it investment in youth and the rest of that. But that's a case for another day. However, the moment an administration goes, another one comes in. If the person is not, you know, very interested in football, the project dies off, and that is the reason why, you know, a football club should not be an extension, should not be a propaganda machine of a government. Yes, you know, Enyimba won the Champions League 2 times. They are the most decorated Nigerian club. However, what has happened to Enyimba in the last, the last time they won it, I think it's 2005, if I'm not mistaken, in the last 20 years, what has happened to Enyimba? How have they rebuilt? How have they been able to be consistent? There has been no consistency because successive governments have decided not to invest in football. Now we have a governor that's investing in football. That's the reason why, you know, we're even seeing Enyimba doing so well. However, for Stanley Eguma, I think the problem has been the inconsistency of Enyimba. They've not been consistent. Even the games that they won, they struggle to win those games, and that goes a long way to, you know, that goes a long way to show that, you know, probably maybe the boys are not getting what Stanley Eguma is selling, or what Stanley Eguma is selling to the boys are not buying. I think something has to give. To be honest with you, with the kind of money that has been pumped into Enyimba, with the kind of investment that has gone into it, even though I disagree with how the investment has come in, being the fact that it's coming from a state government, I think if Stanley Eguma cannot do better than what he has at the moment, I think he should be fired. To be honest with you, you cannot spend so much money, and, you know, the result has been so poor. How can you want to compete for the league, and you are in 10th position, and you are not even sure of the result? If they were playing good and they were losing, you want to cut him a slack, but that is not happening at the moment. I think if he doesn't do well in the 2-match ultimatum, I think he should be fired, and a new coach should be brought in. Maybe, you know, new ideas probably propel the club to where it's supposed to be.
But Maiwa, where should we even move to from here? Because what is affecting Enyimba today is not just Enyimba. It's affected, I think, Akwa United at some point. They were the darling of the Nigerian League. Also, at some point, it was even MFM who was like the darling of the Nigerian League. And now it's Remo Stars. We saw their shambolic performance, you know, in the continent. I mean, what exactly should be done to ensure that we don't get this, you know, once upon a time champions, and then they became, you know, they become a shadow of themselves a few years later?
See, the case of Remo Star is different. See, the case of Remo Star, is a reflection of our league. And the reflection of our league is this: home team wins at all costs. And the reason for that is because if you saw what happened in Kano State the other time when referees were attacked for no reason. They were attacked and nothing has been done. They only banished them to Katsina, and Katsina to Kano is very close. And that's the point where they paid 4.5 million, and that was it. So I mean, that's a reflection on our league. However, if you look at the business model of Remo Star, I think Remo Star has more longevity than the state-run, football club. The reason for that is it's a privately owned club, and if you are running a business, if you are running a club as a business owner, you want to run it such that it will begin to make profit for you. So there's a template. If you look at even the academy that Remo Star have been able to build, the Beyond Limit Academy, and what they've been able to put in place, it shows that they are ready for business. They might have messed up in this current, they might have messed up in their campaign in CAF. However, they have a template of what it is to run a football club, and in the long run, I mean, they are going to succeed. The other teams that we have mentioned, what is the common factor amongst them? They are state-run. The moment the next administration is not interested or is not interested in pumping much money like the previous administration, they die off. So bottom line, government should hands off football, and that's just it. And for them to be able to hands off completely, our federal government needs to do better, create an enabling environment where big brands can invest in football clubs and take them to the next level. Why is the richest man in Africa not thinking of owning a club in Nigeria yet? Why is he talking of buying a foreign club? It's because we don't have an enabling environment for business, for football business to thrive, and that's the reason why we are not seeing investors come.
Well, talking about Imba actually won the league the last time in 2023, and that actually got Finidi Ball, the coaching job of the Super Eagles. So maybe someday we'll talk about that and the white journey.
No. How many points did they? As in, what was the point total when they won the league? Let's even go back. Hold on.
Why doesn't matter now? It doesn't matter.
No,
they won the league.
It matters.
They won the league.
And
even if do you know Manchester United also won the league? I think Manchester City, their first league title they won was just goal difference.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. Okay. Look at the first team. Look at the last team. What is the point difference? The last season, the one that Remo Star won, Remo Star won with about 10 points. What is the point difference between Remo Star and the last team on the log?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that played out, in the CAF competition. I mean, Remo Star with the whitewashed blue and black. When Enyimba won the league, what was their record in Africa? Did they make it to the group stage? No, they did not. So, I mean, it's a reflection of how poor our league is, and that's the reason why we have what we have at the moment.
All right, this is what it is. Wish them all the best. They take on Kano Pillars, who's also doing Black Friday. And, of course, two underachievers at the moment will be facing each other at the Abba Stadium this weekend. Stanley Guma, this is your opportunity. You are facing a like-for-like bad form team in Kano Pillars, who has even been losing games at home. So what's an away game opportunity for Guma to restore confidence in the board and his players? Let's talk about the Super Falcons, where the head coach Justin Madugu has announced that the Nigerian Football Federation has offered him a 2-year contract. This new contract will span from October 1, 2025. That's almost a month ago, to October 31, 2027. And we see Madugu lead the team into the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations. Madugu, who took over the coaching role following Randy Waldrom's resignation last year, has already made a significant impact by guiding the Super Falcons to victory at the 2024 Women's African Cup of Nations held in Morocco. His leadership is also expected to continue into the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil should the team qualify. The NFF is anticipated to make the contract official in the coming days, solidifying Madugu's position as head coach and confirming his pivotal role in shaping the future of the Super Falcons. I think you should also go on refresher courses and, of course, do some training on that, Tommy, so that you can fit for the World Cup because we did it rolling all around here. But anyway, it is what it is. Congratulations to him, well deserved. He's also go for refresher courses to prepare him for the World Cup because definitely he has conquered the continent. It's now for him to show that he has what it takes to take them to the World Cup.
True. But one thing I find very funny is, for the NFF to actually, release, stories about, his contract and without even...
He was one who said he has been offered.
Yes, I mean, that's what I'm saying. He said it because he indeed has been offered.
He wants to remind them in case they are forgotten.
No, Jerry.
How the NFF is?
It actually came up. It actually came up very well after he actually qualified for the WAFCON.
Yes.
Before the WAFCON, I don't think there was even any talk. But what I'm even concerned about is that the date of the contract was supposed to be October 1. Way before the contract, the WAFCON.
That means the contract has already expired. So that's what they told him, like on credit, go and work. Don't worry, your contract will be drawn from 1st of October. We will still be paying you the old salary every month, but we'll do the paper official unveiling.
You sound like you did the paperwork on the sound.
That's how anything works. I'm giving you a school now.
Because
that's how it works. Just say, go and do it.
Because it's sad, but yes, it's a good one. The Falcons actually qualified to the World Cup. Like you said, he's conquered Africa. La Decima is no mean feat. It's time for him to actually show the world why he's actually supposed to be in the running for the best coach of the year, right? The last one actually was part of the nominees. He has to also show that, in Brazil in 2027, pushing the Falcons. I want to see the Falcons at least in the semi-finals, even if it's in the quarterfinals of that particular championship. Then I was okay, Madugu has arrived. Then I can actually look at him and say, yes, this is a manager in whom I'm well placed. But the truth is, I've seen Madugu's team. I've seen the way he actually set up his team, and I look at the way other teams play. Look at the way Spain play. Look at the way English women team also play. Look at the way Americans play. I know that it's going to be a long one. We need a manager who really understands how to actually handle pressure at the highest level. I want to see Madugu come up, on top. I want to see the Super Falcons go as far as the semi-finals, like I said before. But the truth is, at this point, it's only going to happen if the football governing body really, I'm talking about our NFF, really gives them the right support that they need, because this is not our AFCON where you can actually put them in a 4x4 room and then still go all the way to actually deliver. We want proper preparation going to this particular championship, and let's see how far they can actually deliver. But for Madugu, congratulations to him. I think he deserves to get additional 2 years for that particular feat that he actually did. I think early this year, few months ago, right, in Morocco. So I want to see him do that again and also replicate, this same particular, win in Morocco when the next AFCON actually comes in 2026.
All right, so of course, Maiwa, Madugu ball is working. You don't fix what's not broken.
Well, if he's happy to work on credit, I saw a podcast where Olise said the NFF are still owing him about $26,000 for the coaching job he did for them, and they've not paid. A coach that won the tournament, you gave them audio money, they've not received it, and you allowed the contract to expire. It shows how little the NFF rates that particular coach. It's not as if they don't know that the contract expired. And before the new one will start by October 1st, it means the contract must have expired sometimes in September. And the NFF clueless that the contract would expire. A coach that won the tournament. It shows how little they regard, Madugu. I will not be surprised if after all this, we come to hear that they are still owing Madugu. If they can owe, when they say for over how many years now, and if they can owe people for over 5 years, I will not be surprised. But however, it's a good one that, they are talking about the contract. But the big question is this: I hope they are not owing him. We knew what they did to Wadrom that made him run away. Now, coming to, the expectation for Madugu. Definitely, he has done it on the African scene. If it's in Africa, if we close our eyes, we should be able to get to the semi-finals, at least minimum semi-final. But the problem has always been, can we do it in the world stage? I was able to catch up with the Nations League in Europe and how the teams were playing. I'm scratching my head to look at how our team play at the moment. I don't think we can compete enough with those teams. Can Madugu do it? With how he's setting up, is good enough for the African scene. But for the worst thing, I don't think so. Unless perhaps maybe, it takes another approach or it goes for a refresher course to be able to, for us to be able to see him implement tactics that will be good enough to beat, all those top nations. I don't want him to be, a local champion. I want him to be, an international champion. And this is the right time for him to start proving that.
All right, this is what it is as far as that one is concerned. And of course, someone is saying good things about Victor Osimhen, and that is former Cologne striker, talking about Sehat Khan. He has hailed Victor Osimhen as the biggest striker in the Turkish Super League. The Nigerian forward has been in remarkable form. And definitely, that is unarguable. You can't argue that. He's been the best striker so far in the Turkish League.
This is not even the first person who is making this comment. I think yesterday or a few days ago, Fenerbahce's former Fenerbahce goalkeeper also made a similar comment, but his was even far bigger than what Sehat actually said. He said that Victor Osimhen is actually the biggest footballer in Turkish football history, right? And I mean, all of this plaudits is actually coming because he's actually putting in the work. He's actually, pushing his team to, a very new height. But the big question here is, if Osimhen is actually doing all of this for his club side, and then, at the end of the day, he's not able to actually, push them to European glory, then of course, whatever it is he's going to be doing is going to remain as, just as a Turkish champion. But for what the other guy who I mentioned also talked about, I was when I saw it, I was thinking, we've had big names play in Turkish league. We've had life of Drogba, we've had life of Samuel Eto'o. I mean, of course, perhaps it's just talking about on current form, when those ones actually arrive and when Osimhen arrived, maybe. But talk about the biggest name in the history of Turkish football, I don't think that's the Victor Osimhen is actually the biggest. But I think I really just want to, enjoy the time with him. And also, there news yesterday about Barcelona putting him as, the likely one of the is in the list or to be one of those players who will likely replace Lewandowski. And if that happens, and if he stays on form the way he's actually firing, I think he might just get that call. And of course, if he moves to Barcelona, that means his chance of actually, winning major titles and of course, major awards in the world is closer than ever.
All right, so time not really our friend, but let's talk about the Carabao Cup, where former Liverpool midfielder Jimmy Redknapp has expressed concern over the team's current struggles, particularly following their recent Carabao Cup exit to Crystal Palace. And after suffering a 6th defeat in 7 matches, Redknapp criticized manager Arne Slot for making significant changes to the lineup, which he deemed a big mistake, Maiwa. And they take on Aston Villa next, as well as Real Madrid and Man City to follow.
And probably I'll get to sing it. Gbogbo wa la lọ́wọ́ ń bẹ, gbogbo wa la lọ́wọ́ ń bẹ, báyé Liverpool ṣe rí, gbogbo wa la lọ́wọ́ ń bẹ.
If we need an artist to perform, we'll call you now. Wait till you use that talent. This talent is not what we need that.
I mean, see, what was Arne Slot thinking? You are very desperate for a result. EFL Cup, as far as I'm concerned, might be the only, trophy that Arne Slot might be able to win. Why would you field your third side? Why? It does not make any logical sense. You are trying to bounce back from a streak of defeat, and you are fielding, some power players to play a Crystal Palace side. I think Jamie Redknapp is very correct. I don't understand what Arne Slot is doing. For me, when I saw the lineup yesterday, I knew it was only going to end in defeat. And to be honest, I think Arne Slot is confused.
Yeah, don't know. Maybe he thought it was Jurgen Klopp. I could play anybody and come back. Against Palace, that had Sa. Everybody was available. He had started Robertson alongside Joe Gomez in the center.
Your Ungomoa was there now. You're 17-year-old.
Chiesa against Gui.
Chiesa
against Gui. Gui, that's one of the best defenders in the league. Anyway, thank God he's slotting his way out.
He's slotting his way out.
Yes. I wish him all the best. I will not even talk too much. His time is up.
Just like that, you want to fire him.
Aston Villa is coming. No?
They beat Man City last weekend.
I know.
So
Liverpool can actually defeat them now.
They beat Man City last
But Liverpool can defeat them. And they can actually use that to bounce back.
I wish you all the best.
Aston Villa can do it again. They've done it before. They can do it again.
Please, they should do it by all means, so that.
So wait, okay. So you've seen enough. If they sack him, who are you looking at bringing?
Klopp is coming back.
Klopp vehemently said he's not coming back.
And if he comes back, you pursue him now.
But he said he's not coming back. You go and drag him now.
You chase him.
You go and drag him now.
If he comes back, you chase him. Tell him not to stay now.
How can you spend almost 600 million and you're harvesting losses?
They sold players to Maiwa. It's called net spend. All right, thank you very much, Maiwa. Thank you very much, Ikechukwu. And of course, I need to make you guys happy because I know you will not be happy if the show doesn't talk about the Carabao Cup. But anyway, the draws are already out. And of course, it's Crystal Palace versus Arsenal. There's also Chelsea having a very, very interesting one against the Cardiff City. And there's Man City up against Brentford and Newcastle United up against the Fulham. And those are the quarterfinal draws for the Carabao Cup. Big time start to everyone, talking about the likes of Victor, Alex, and of course, Paul and Hassan. My name is Jerry Apelo. I say thanks for being a part of the show. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. So, shout out to VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they...
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. This is Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channels 264. On YouTube and other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. On the show today, Senate confirms service chiefs. Presidency reverses pardon list. Silver not linked to coup plot. That's coming from his aide. We've been joined by Barrister Darlington Agomo. He's a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Agomo, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Koro.
Good to have you, sir. How have you been?
You're welcome. Yeah, I mean, the weather is becoming crazy these days. We thought that the rain is
but
going.
you are looking good, despite the craze in the weather.
Sorry?
I said you are looking good, despite what the weather gives.
Yeah, the Lord blessed me with things that take care of things.
Beautiful. The Lord blesses you with things that takes care of things. Things that take care of things.
Yeah.
Okay,
Is it not
wonderful.
good?
It's very good. Very wonderful.
Good.
Now, Barrister, let's get into it. The Senate on Wednesday confirmed President Bola Tinubu's nominees as new service chiefs after a 2-hour closed-door screening. I like that word. I would like to re-emphasize that word, closed-door screening. Well, those confirmed include Olufemi Oluyede, former Chief of Army Staff, who is now the Chief of Defense Staff, Wahidi Shaibu as Chief of Army Staff, Idi Abbas as Chief of Naval Staff, and Kelvin Aneke as Chief of Air Staff. During the interactive session, senators questioned the nominees on their strategies to strengthen intelligence coordination, modernize military operations, and rebuild public trust in the armed forces. The exercise reflected the lawmakers' concern for national security and military reform. Senate President Godswill Akpabio commended the president for choosing credible and experienced officers. I'll take that again. Senate President Godswill Akpabio commended the president for choosing credible and experienced officers, describing their confirmation as a vote of confidence in the administration's security agenda. He also praised the Senate for dedicating an entire plenary to the process, calling it a demonstration of national commitment and patriotism. Barrister, we are back again. Issue of security, issue of insecurity. The president made some nominations, rejigged the service chiefs, and sent their names to the Senate. And yesterday, the Senate confirmed them. Let's have your broad reaction to the confirmation, that the Senate carried out yesterday. What are your expectations? Has anything changed? And do you think that anything will change going forward?
Mr. Okoro?
Yes, sir.
Even if they lie, let them change the service chiefs 4 times in a month. It will not solve this problem because the political will is not there. It is only when somebody now display political will that I will not take them serious. Please, is this the first time they are changing service chiefs from Buhari to Tinubu? Is this the first time? What happened to all those ones you changed? When they were appointed, did we not celebrate it and say, yes, this is a square peg in a square hole, round peg in a round hole? At the end of the day, what happened? Please, what happened? So, I am getting wary of all these changes because it costs us a lot. Just last 2 weeks, there was a report that the 500 generals have been, ejected out of the military because of these changes you are talking about. Each time they appoint new service chiefs, look at the people that leaves the military and all that. Is that a good compliment? No, tell me. If this thing is going to cost us so much in terms of manpower, then why are you doing it? The military is not the problem. It is the willpower from the political class. The willpower is not there. Unfortunately, this military, they don't even have the guts to challenge the political leadership whom they take orders from. It's very unfortunate. The man who had the guts to even try it once was the Bafra, the man that took over from Brotai. He was very blunt. Up to the National Assembly, he blasted them and walked out of them. When they were trying to interrogate, the man called him and said, come, I just entered office. Why not call Borotai and ask him? He was there with you for all this while. You didn't call him. You didn't ask him. Why are you disturbing me? He walked out. For the first time, a general stood his ground. Of course, you know how the man ended up. So it is the political will that is the problem here. The military should insist. Not all these changes every time, every now and then. It has not helped us. It has not, just because they have not been given the right order. The right order. Even look at what happened. When they even managed to arrest some of the terrorists, what happened? They are brought back into the system. Nobody is talking about that. Nobody is asking questions. Every time, reshuffle. You want to bring military chiefs to help and strengthen the one you brought before. What happened? That's the question. What happened? Look at the generals that this thing has cost us. Trained manpower that we did not use their experience, nothing. They just asked them to go because their juniors were appointed. Their juniors were appointed and they had to leave the force. And you are telling me this and that. Which experience? You mean the other one that left, they didn't have experience, Abi? Of course, Agbabio will find something to tell us. He will find something to tell us. Is it not a shame that up till now, these guys are still troubling us? These terrorists are more and more are coming. Mr. Okoro, more terrorists are coming. Because they have seen this place as a fertile ground for their business. And you are telling me, I'm not celebrating them. I will not. Seriously, I will not. Until they tell us why they have to make that changes. Let them tell us. Because most times these appointments are on friendship.
These appointments are on friendship?
Yes, it's on friendship and political considerations. It's not. They don't look at the real professional who want to do the job. They don't look at them.
Okay, but Barrister, we'll talk about that in a bit. But I just realized that you have mentioned the word lack of political will. You have emphasized and re-emphasized it. I'm sure that in the 5 minutes that you intervened, you have mentioned lack of political will like 4 or 5 times.
Yes.
I'd like for us to interrogate that concept of lack of political will. I also recall that a few months ago, like 3-4 months ago, the North, to be very specific, piled pressure on the president, to change the security chiefs. And the president didn't do that. But when he felt that it has become necessary to do that, he had to reject the service chief architecture. Doesn't that translate to the political will, to do good? What will it be?
Look, it is wanting to appoint and wanting to give the right order.
But Mr. The president has always given right order.
He have not.
At some point, he said, look, Chief of Defense Staff, Chief of Army Staff, you need to leave the defense headquarters. I want you to go to the battlefield, relocate to the theater of war. And we saw them do that. Even the Chief of Defense Staff, the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, at some point had to relocate to the Northwest. Isn't that an expression of political will on the part of the president?
Some of the military men are even angry with the political leadership. You ask me why. You mean they are happy that the people they managed to arrest, those who battled with them in the battlefield, and they managed to subdue them and capture them. Then later, the political leadership now say they should be integrated into the military and into the society.
Is that part of lack of political will?
Of course.
So what would you rather, the presidency or the political class?
Don't take prisoners.
Okay.
Mr. Okoro, don't take prisoners. With such people, don't take prisoners. Yes, they should be given that order. Search and destroy. Whether they surrender or not, search and destroy. That is the direct order. That is what should be done. Search and destroy. And if I see any terrorist activities anywhere in this country in the next 6 months, you will just resign. Don't even let me sack you. Let him give that order. That's
President, but Pastor, that is what I'm telling you. The president has always given these orders. Go and rout the boys out. So do you expect him to go to battlefield because he's the commander-in-chief?
But when they didn't perform now, you don't wait until they are...
When they didn't perform, he had to change the service chiefs, which he has just done.
He did it. The only thing that brought this in about is the rumor of coup. That is just the only thing. It's not about your insecurity. Forget that thing. It's not about your insecurity. This thing has been going on before the rumors of coup came. Why did you wait until there is rumors of coup? Is it the general that carried out the coup? Is it the generals? The guy that carried out the coup, the rumor is that they have been arrested and they are interrogating them. So why did you wait? This is the first thing you would have done on your inauguration speech. Not to fuel subsidy is gone. Why not tell us that insecurity is gone?
Barrister, probably you have not been listening to the president. The president says, look, when he went to Brazil, he says, look, farmers are going back to the farm. You know, we are producing in one breath. I think he visited Brazil twice. In one breath, the first time he said, look, we have problems. You know, we can't even go to farms. When he went back to Brazil, the same Nigerian community, the same Brazilian business community, he told them, I sit somewhere and in the satellite, I see Nigerian farmers going to farm peacefully, you know, doing harvest and all of that. So, what else do you want him to do?
No, you know, there's one funny thing about lying. Mr. Okoro, at times, you run out of lies. They say liars should have good memory, so that you can remember what the lies you told yesterday and day before yesterday. If you don't remember, you may mix it up. You forget that this lie, you have told it before. And when they remind you now, you say these people are very insultive. You know what they say, that an evil elder knows himself. He's just waiting for somebody to remind him. He will not say that you are insulting him. Please, this thing he said, did he actually mean it? Is this the reality on ground? Brazil is far away. They may not know exactly what is going on here. It is you and I that will tell Brazil that, there is peace here. It is you and I, not even the president or anybody in government. It is you and I that will tell anybody outside there that, yes, there is Uhuru here. Okay. As I talk to you now, the Benue said that used to be the food basket of our country. Are they still bearing that name? What happened? The real farmers are in IDP camp today. True of us. No, true of us. Those people that went to occupy their villages, have they dislodged them? Are they not still there? Come on. Why can't you be telling lies like this as an elder? People that we don't even know where they came from. You allow them to go and occupy the village of indigents, the village of your farmers, the village of people who are doing the farming, the food that we eat, and now they are in IDP camp, and these people are occupying their village. You are not even bothered. You are not even saying anything. You didn't give the military marching order. Go and dislodge those people. Let these farmers go back to their homes and go back to their farm. I did not see such order. Every time, reshuffle. One day they will reshuffle this thing until it get to Sheyi Tinubu. It will get to you.
Okay, now, Barrister, I think you have then identified lack of political will as one of the impediments, you know, that we encounter or that we have in fighting insecurity. Now, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Femi Oluyede, the immediate past Chief of Army Staff, is now the Chief of Defense Staff. And he has placed foreign cooperation to fight insecurity. Really? Is that an admittance that our military have failed in the fight? And what guarantees, you know, that the previous multilateral efforts won't fail as the previous one? You know, that the one that is planning multilateral effort will not fail as the previous one. So you recall, at some point, we had the multinational joint task force between Nigeria, Cameroon, Niger, and Chad. You know, those people were able to rout, you know, the terrorists. And what happened? All of them contributed in Nigeria. So what guarantees do we have, you know, that this one is going to succeed? Or is it just sending out sound bites,
no,
you know, for us?
You know, integrity, national sovereignty, they will bring all manner of excuses. If they want to do it, they don't need to tell us their plan, because these terrorists, they are listening to them. They don't need to tell us what they want to do. they want to bring whatever. When Obama was looking for Osama bin Laden, did anybody know? Did you hear it until the day they struck? Go and read the book, the man who shot Osama bin Laden wrote. No easy day, yeah, no easy day. That book, what transpired and what they did, even the aircraft they used to land in that compound, it was specially made. And when they were leaving, they destroyed it so that no other power can see that aircraft and what contained there. They destroyed it. Went to their ship that is locking close by and left. That is that. When it comes to security, they talk too much, Mr. Okoro. These people talk too much. I'm telling you, our security, they talk too much, yet no action. Every time they want to, yeah, we are going to do this, we are going to do this. Whom are you telling? Is it me?
Okay, but Barrister, talking too much, the Chief of Defense Staff, Oluye, they also said something about trying to rebuild, our local arms manufacturing industry.
Did they need to tell us? Did they need to tell us?
No, but it's not about telling us. Nigerians also like to get that kind of information. But should it be his brief? Is that what he should be talking about?
Yes, exactly. We have had this in several times. Was it not the other day that the first industry corporation got burnt somewhere? The same place where you want to manufacture arms, it got burnt. You are telling the terrorists now, is that not after they made that statement that time that this thing happened? They want to start manufacturing this hardware, this and that. A week after that statement, somebody made it, the place got burnt. That's why I tell you, it's not good to be talking. Let them showcase what they have done. The whole world will see. They will even come here and ask us to supply them arms. Like we go to US, go to South Africa to look for these arms. Where did you see Nigeria supplying arms to any country?
All right, but Barrister, I would like for you to hold on to your line of thought. There's an incoming call. Hello, good evening, and thanks for calling in. Your name and where you are calling from.
Good evening. This is Ina calling you from Lagos.
Beautiful, Ina. Good evening. 1 minute, sir.
Now, please, sorry, I want to totally
repeat.
Ina, we've lost connection. Okay.
I said I want to totally disagree with the Barrister.
Okay.
Why do I make that assertion? Let's go back to Anambra State. When Soludo emerged as governor, if you watch, that state was thrown into turmoil. Same with Enugu, that Iyala area. But look at where in that place now. That Soludo and Uzodema have calmed that place down. Does it mean that is the work of the state? That is the work of the state governor.
No,
the state that is the work of the state governor. Same for Abia State. Oti witnessed the same thing. Oti moved into action and achieved something. Why is it that every insecurity is always tied to Tinubu? What is the work of the state governors?
Okay.
What investment has the state governors do? Oti bought Hilos Jeep for the military, for the police to secure to secure Abia State. And where is Abia State? It's one of the safest places now. So if you said there is insecurity in this state, what has the state governors on their own? What have they done? You understand, to salvage the situation than blame the federal.
Okay, fine.
All right, thank you very much. Barrister, you want to respond to that?
Sorry?
Do you want to respond to
I will.
Okay,
Why
go
not?
ahead.
Look, it is said that my people perish for lack of knowledge. Now, let me ask you, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces? Is it the governor or the president? Tell me. That election is coming and you are helping the governors to do one or two things. Is that the solution to the problem? We are talking of Nigeria generally. There should be peace and progress in the whole Nigeria as it was in 1999, as it was in before even 2015. So why should you use the flashes of this here and there to compare notes? These places you mentioned now, is it truly secured? Is it your president or the governor? Is it not because of election? Don't you see what happened when the election is coming? As a matter of fact, in Imo State, if not for the outcry of the people and the human rights organizations that went there to display the genocide going on there, that the Amnesty International had to go and say, yeah, they even brought out the number of people that have been killed there by extrajudicial killing. and that made the government and the military to slow down. Is that not what happened? Do you think that if you had kept quiet, they would have done anything? No. Okay, these other places that people are occupying Benue villages, or is it not a fact? These other places that people are occupying Plateau villages, is it not a fact? Why is it that when they just choose one small area that they have done something to deceive Nigerians, you now use it as an example? They have done what? It is because of the election. Soludo cannot conduct that election in a state of insecurity. He cannot. So what are you telling me? There should be general security all over Nigeria before I can say yes. After all, Nigeria was not built on insecurity. We were not like this before. That is the fact. So why is it that more terrorists are coming in? They are not spreading from Kwara itself, threatening Ondo State and Ekiti, all those places. Is that not a fact? So what have they done? No, tell me, what have they done? That the thing is becoming bigger and bigger every day, and you are telling me they have done this, they have done that. Should the terrorists be threatening Nigeria? Were you not here when they wrote letter and told you that even at National Assembly now, they are threatening that place? They are threatening a whole National Assembly. Please, let nobody celebrate mediocrity here. No, tell me one terrorist that go to America and come back alive. Tell me one terrorist. But you are living and eating and dining with terrorists every day. Federal government sent his emissaries to a terrorist called Toju Bello. And Nigeria didn't see anything wrong with that. You are telling me that here and there, this and that. Go to that place now. Those terrorists are still lying in the bush there, waiting for bidding their time. And you are telling me that insecurity. Insecurity where? Where is it? Tell me where. Where did they solve the problem?
Okay, all right. But Barrister, I know you are not a military officer, but if you're in a position of authority, probably an official of the Ministry of Defense, who has the power to decide, what new prescriptions will you make going forward to ensure that the new service chiefs succeed?
Good. Thank God you asked me that question. Mr. Okoro, sincerely speaking, I will give them a marching order. You see this thing, if I hear them anywhere, just go back from there. Don't come back to your office. I'm not joking. If I hear any act of insecurity in any state in Nigeria, and that thing is within your territory, you, Mr. Army man, go home. Go home. It means you are failed.
But Barrister, what about logistics and equipment?
I will give you everything you need.
Okay, you give them everything.
I'll give you. I'll actually write the list of all you need. I'll give you.
Okay.
When you did not perform, then wait for me.
So presently, do we admit that the military does not have everything that they need?
They have.
Okay, they have everything.
They have. They have not told us that they are lacking anything. They have not told us. After all, the thing is so much that they are even selling it to terrorists. Was it not NSA? Who told us that? Who told us? So that is, they have enough to sell to
sometimes the military also, they come back and tell us that, look, when they engaged these terrorists, the terrorists had superior firepower over them and were able to overpower them.
Let them go to those people who appointed them, who gave them the job. Say, look, yes, look, we are handicapped, we don't have equipment. Then they will tell us with the one they are selling to the terror where they got it from. They will tell us. Or is it when I buy you the arms you needed to use to work, you now go and sell it and come back and tell me that you don't have anything to work with because you want to make money from the problem at hand. That is where we give them matching order. You say you're a military man, yet these rascals are keeping you busy, giving you sleepless nights. What kind of military man are you? I said no terrorist can walk into America and come back alive. It can never happen. Donald Trump will not sleep that day. What are you telling me?
Okay, now, Barrister, that's very well. Let's get into the second topic of discussion. President Bola Tinubu has reversed the presidential pardon earlier granted to Mariam Sanda, convicted for killing her husband, Bilyaminu Bello, in Abuja. Okay, the husband's name is Bilyaminu Bello in Abuja. According to an official gazette released by his media aide, Bayo Ononuga, the president's media aide, Sanders' death sentence has now been commuted to 12 years in prison on compassionate grounds, citing her good conduct, remorse, and the welfare of her children. The reversal comes after public backlash over her inclusion in an earlier list of 175 convicts granted presidential clemency. The list also featured figures such as Ken Sarawa, Major General Maman Batsa, and others, drawing both praise and criticism. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar condemned the move, saying it undermined the moral authority of leadership. Well, the Attorney General of the Federation, Prince Fabemi, clarified that no convict approved for clemency has yet been released, as the process remains under final administrative review to ensure all legal procedures and requirements are met. Well, the development underscores the controversy surrounding the president's exercise and the prerogative of mercy. Now we hear that that list has been reversed. Barrister, the presidency has revised this clemency and granted a set of individuals, following public. Now, does this make the president a listening man that has listening ears? What is your reaction to this, the idea that, look, the president had to reverse itself, after announcing that 175 people had been granted clemency? What's your broad reaction? Let's have your broad reaction.
In the first place, Mr. Okoro, remove this listening man something that people are saying. The president has never listened to anybody.
But he has listened this time.
No, he didn't listen. Look, listen very well. Listen.
Okay, what happened?
Whenever something like this happens, there is an end game. Are you getting what I'm saying? Listen to me. There is an end game. Remember when River State happened? Mr. Okoro, everybody condemned that state of emergency. And there were rumors that in the next 3 months, in the next 2 months, the president will reverse it. Is that not what we are hearing? Because of what people were saying and all that. Didn't you hear that? At the end of the day, what happened? The 6 months elapsed and the president did not remove it. What does that tell you? When they want to make something out of nothing, you will see that's what they do. This particular this they did there, can you tell me how? You don't even know the implication, Mr. Okoro.
I don't know. That's why you're here to tell me and tell others.
If such a thing, decision is made, it is irreversible. Mr. Okoro, this is the decision by the Council of State.
Barrister, he also had to go back to that same Council of State because that decision at that point had not been executed.
No. As long as it has been uttered, it's like the word of God. He said whenever he utters a word, it doesn't come back.
Okay.
That's why no matter what you do, he has already said it. It is not left for you to sort yourself out. That's why he said whatever you sow, you reap. God is not in the business of punishing everybody. No, you punish yourself. Because he has said it, thou shalt not kill. So why should he kill himself? This thing you are hearing now is even illegal on its own. Because those people, if they know they are right, they ought to go and sue the president.
Okay, because the people whose names
have been released as pardoned. Are you getting it? Yes, they ought to sue him. Because he don't have any other right again to reverse it on his own. Because I ask myself,
is that what the law says?
I'm telling you something, you are still asking me. What are you telling me here?
The president cannot reverse himself.
He cannot on his own. This particular decision, not all decision. He can reverse every other thing. This particular this thing. No. Because you sought the intervention of the Council of State. And you said that they approved it. So when did you now consult them for them to reverse it?
But we hear, Bayo told us
when did you hear them? Okay, go ask interview Obasanjo, interview Babangida, or Abdul Salami, or Jonathan. Because these are the major players in that Council of State. Is it when you... By the way, where did you see the Council of State sitting?
Barrister, look, I mean, can't they do a virtual meeting and say, look, gentlemen, we have a problem in our hands?
There was nothing like that.
But we were told that, that he went back to the Council of State.
What we are told, we are now interrogating whether it's true or not.
Okay.
It is not true.
Barrister, how do you know that it is not true?
Because it is not true. It is not true. You can't do such a thing. Why do you now reverse it? Because of the hoopla? That means you are now pardon on sentiment.
The president reversed it because of the hoopla, because of the outcry. So does that make him a listening man?
It doesn't. It doesn't. Okay. Because we have cried out over so many things. He did not listen. We have cried out even things that he knows that, yeah, this thing is all right too. He went ahead with it. The fuel subsidy income. The fuel subsidy that has brought us where we are today. Even I'm still insisting that fuel subsidy was not removed. They are still paying it. The evidence is there that they are still paying it. So why can't you reverse it? You are still borrowing money after removing subsidy, Okoro. How do you explain that? Please tell me how. So if he now tell you that he removed subsidy, you not believe him. But you not ask him, why are you borrowing money now? Go ask Sanusi now what he said. You cannot remove subsidy and you are still borrowing money, and you are telling me that you remove subsidy. That means the money you are borrowing, you are using it to cushion the effect of the subsidy. That's the meaning. All this is that governors are getting whatever. It is from borrowed money. You cannot deceive all the people now. Not me especially.
Okay, like they say, you can deceive some people some of the time.
Not all the time.
All the people all the time.
These people, they have the right to sue him. Because he doesn't have the right to reverse it on his own, willy-nilly. No. Besides, you have already given them that pardon. It's not their natural right. It's just that when these people go to court now, somebody say you're a prisoner and you don't have any right.
All right, Barrister, that will be it. Let's go for a short break. And when we return, we'll get into the second topic of discussion. Stay with us and don't go away. We'll be right back.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Saviour Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Barrister, before we get into the second topic of discussion, or the final topic of discussion, Barrister, what happened, the reversal, of the pardon list? What does it say about the quality of the handlers of the president? Talking about the secretary to the government of the federation, the attorney general of the federation, the chief of staff to the president, the personal secretary, and all those gatekeepers, that made the president look unserious before the public. What does it tell you?
The attorney general is the chairman of the committee on the prerogatives of mercy.
Yes.
Now, where was he when this happened? Tell me. What we are hearing now is that that office will now be moved into the office of the attorney general. So, you mean this thing he's doing now is to make us believe that he didn't know what they are doing in the other office, Abi? That he wasn't in the know when they compiled those lists. No, these are the things they are trying to let us know now. That it is when they move it into his office that they will not do the right thing. I do not believe it. He was in the know. He saw those lists. If I can blame Tinubu 50%, I will blame the Attorney General 90%. Because he's the one, he's the chairman. He ought to know. That list, he ought to vet it. So what are they telling anybody now? That they're not aware of what? It's not possible. It's not possible. Seriously, it's not possible. How did those lists filter into what they were compiling? Even the one they even reverse now, whatever they did, it doesn't add any weight. It doesn't. Because all those ones we gave 6 months, 8 years, their life, whatever, it didn't make any meaning again. People have lost interest. That's the truth. Because, Mr. Okoro, I bet my last kobo, you will not know when these people will release.
So we will know, because the other also said that, look, it's supposed to be executed as soon as possible because it's been signed off.
But some people will leave that prison years wherever they are. Some people will leave for whatever consideration. Because I remember one Zachary Biu, who was a very terrible police officer. Obasanjo ejected him out of the police force because he was the worst of them all, according to him. But when Obasanjo came back and saw the same man in the police with police, he cried out and said, what? Who brought this man back to police force? That was what Obasanjo shouted. That this same man who brought him back, Mr. Okoro, look, whenever they want to play their whatever, when you commit here in Lagos, they will transfer you back to Borno. When you be out of public gear for a while. Yes, they will put you out of circulation for a while. In fact, they will promote you. I remember Lamode, before he died, his case was even more annoying. This man, when he was EFCC chairman, something happened under his watch. Over 1.3 trillion naira that he recovered from people disappeared from the EFCC office to CBN, where they're supposed to lodge the money. The money disappeared. And one whistleblower was very emphatic. He had all the documents, everything. When the thing was becoming so noisy, Buhari invited him to Aso Rock. We thought that he would sack him from there. The man came out, and 3 days after, he disappeared from Nigeria. He did not even finish his term. I hope you are listening to me.
Go ahead, I can hear you.
He did not even finish his term. Oh. He disappeared. Mr. Okoro. The next time we heard about this man was, he was the what? The man in charge of a special fraud unit at Mibatin, Ikoyi. That was how he came back. We didn't know all those things that nobody discussed it again. And from there, he was promoted to DIG, ready for IG or police.
Okay, now, Barrister, you also know that the Secretariat of the Prerogative of Mercy has been moved from the office of Minister of Special Duties, to the office of the Attorney General.
Exactly.
Would that make a difference?
It will not make. It will not make. They are just using it to cover their inefficiency. Forget that thing. It will not make. Look, Mr. Okoro, this other thing that happened that Nigerians will not raise there, it is because what they don't want to do, they will not say they're listening ear. But the one they want to do, even if God will tell them, they will not hear, Mr. Okoro.
Okay, but Barrister, I would like for you to hold on to your line of thought. There's an incoming call. Let's take it. Hello, good evening, and thanks for calling in. Your name and where you're calling from.
This is Ain. I'm still calling you from Lagos.
Okay.
I want to disagree once again with my barrister. Well, it's unfortunate that I will come to argue with my barrister, but the point I want to make, if Savior that makes a presentation by 4 o'clock, the day that announcement of prerogative was of mercy was, I called Savior on this live program. Please ask him, and I told him that my President Tinubu, Ahmed Tinubu, does not know that list, does not know anything about that list. He laughed and he called me bluff. At the end of the day, I was vindicated, and I still stand by my word. My President Bola Ahmed Tinubu does not know anything about that list.
Okay, so.
All right, then. Thanks very much.
What is he trying to tell us now? Are we supposed to celebrate you or Tinubu? If you tell us that your president doesn't know about that list, then I should clap for you or what? Have you made a prediction? Even before now, I told you that Tinubu is not in charge of his administration. How come such a thing could happen and you are telling me he does not know? Are you trying to...
Is he trying to make excuses for the president?
In fact, Mr. Okoro, look at me. Look at me. Can you just imagine? Instead of you to condemn me, you are telling me you does not know. So, is it me that know? Was that the one that compiled the list?
Okay, now, Barrister, we are questioning him and gradually running out of time. I want us to look at something. The public perception about this administration. This flop now, as it looks like,
and many
other, according to you. How is it going to paint Nigerians' perception about the president going forward? Because a situation where next time Bayo Nonuga, Sunday Dare, or Daniel Bola comes out and say, look, this is what we are doing and this is what we have done. How will Nigerians perceive anything that comes out from the presidency? Knowing Nigerians very well, you are Nigerian and you've lived here for a while.
You remember when the ICC case happened in Abuja, where Wike used 39 billion
to refurbish, to renovate.
And he came and told them, Wike, don't mind the naysayers. Is that not what he said? So they don't care about what you say, Mr. Okoro. They have just explained. They don't care. A president that wants to be very frugal with our resources. Mr. Minister, how much did I hear that you spent on this project? He will not say, no, he say it's too much. Go and review it. You will need to return some money here. This is what I expected a president that meant well for the country to do. But he said he should not mind the next as if we don't matter. Whatever we are saying, we are just talking. But he came into office through protest, so through next saying. Tell me one thing he agreed with Jonathan. Tell one thing he agreed with Jonathan. But now, whatever we say does not matter. And this is what is bringing opprobrium and infamy to Nigeria outside world here. Outside Nigeria, the image now is like a battered image. That is why they don't care, they don't respect even all the leadership. If they can do what they did to Wole Soyinka without caring and all that will tell you the level of disrespect Nigeria have collected for themselves. I'm telling you. And if some people are not careful, Donald Trump will do it to them. Maybe that is when you know how you are respected outside here. Which other country have not disrespected us? Which other country? Under our watch as ECOWAS chairman, the ECOWAS bloc disintegrated. Some people walked out to go and form their own bloc. Is it a respect? No, tell me, if Nigeria has respect, if Nigeria is a strong leadership in West Africa here, the president will just tell those people, look, I am giving you 22 hours to come back to this block now, or else you will hear from me. Wouldn't they scramble and even come and beg him that we are sorry, now small children, the warriors. But they walked away and nothing happened. So what are you talking about? They don't have respect for you any longer. It's because of all these things. When the Minister of Information said, they start demarketing Nigeria, you are the one demarketing yourself. You are the one. Your actions. You are the one, not me. We have been telling you what is right, but you refuse to listen. Rather, when you commit all this blunder, you look for somebody to blame. Is it me that committed all this thing you did now? Is it me? Is it me? Whatever you want to do, just do it without seeking any opinion. And when the thing backfire, instead of you to correct yourself, you start looking for scapegoat.
All right, Barrister, let's get into our final topic of discussion. Minister of State for Petroleum, former Minister of State for Petroleum, former Governor of Bayelsa State, Chief Timothy Silva, has denied allegations linking him to a coup plot, describing the claims as baseless and politically motivated. Well, in a statement by his media aide, Julius Bakoro, Silva reaffirmed his loyalty to President Bola Tinubu and commitment to democratic governance, dismissing the reports as part of a smear campaign ahead of 2027 elections. But Bakoro confirmed that Silva's Abuja residence was recently raided by suspected defense headquarters operatives, resulting in significant property damage. He noted that neither Silva nor his family received any explanation for the operation, as the former minister was in the United Kingdom for medical checks before traveling to Malaysia for a conference. The statement emphasized Silva's long-standing record of peaceful and democratic engagement, insisting that his political rivals were behind the false allegations. It reaffirmed his unwavering support for President Bola Tinubu and the All Progressives Congress, APC, stressing that no act of political mischief will damage his reputation or integrity. Barrister, do you by chance have an idea why the home of Silva was raided? And now we have been told that men suspected to be operative of DSQ, that's Defense Headquarters, they are not even sure where those people come from. And Silva is saying, look, my political rivals, people that are looking at 2027 are the ones doing this. What more do you know? What should we know?
Look, everything should not be linked to political conspiracy. Everything should not be linked. As a matter of fact, no military coup can be carried out without civilian collaborator. No military coup is not possible. It has never happened. It can never happen. So, if your name is mentioned by the architect of this coup, then you come and clear your name. It's not enough for you to stay far away somewhere and be talking. Come and clear your name, because there was this rumor that a certain NDDC man sent $20 million to his own account and they suspect that is for the preparation of the coup or whatever. So those things should be sorted.
That's just mere rumor.
That's what I say, rumor. So come on.
But the NDDC person, was he arrested?
Of course, now.
Okay, he's part of
yes. $20 million. What is this for? What business are you doing with the NDDC? Come and tell us. These are things we are talking about here.
Barrister, NDDC has always been a special purpose vehicle.
Let him come and clear what the $20 million is for.
But is it curious that in the midst of all this, before the good care, suddenly he was outside the country, not alone, but with his wife?
Exactly, yeah.
Is it curious?
No, is
there an exhaust? Is there any kind of connection?
It was that time he developed sickness now.
Okay.
It was that time that the sickness happened. Are you not getting it?
At that point, they said that there was a former South governor,
that is under watch. And when that rumor came out, they did not mention somebody's name. So he now remembered that he did something somewhere, and he now developed sickness. That
when that thing happened, I had a discussion with a colleague of mine, and he was like, Chukuma, do you know the likely person? And I couldn't hazard a guess. And he said, do you think it could be Rotimi Amaechi? Because, he's falling apart with the president. I said, the president, I know your secrets, and I can expose you. I'm going to deal with you in the primaries and all of that.
Sincerely speaking, my mind never went to silver.
Okay.
Because I remember when he was involved in all this, whatever, the 48 houses that the EFCC confiscated, they returned it back to him. So he was in good books of APC. My mind never went there, seriously. My mind didn't go there. That's the truth.
And he served as minister in the previous APC administration.
But in this type of game, your friend can be your worst enemy. When it comes to power, anything can happen in the jungle.
Anyway, I think it's too early for anybody to make any conclusion on if we have the benefit of that investigation that they are conducting at the moment. But Barrister is also curious, that of the military officers that were arrested, 13 of them come from the north. Is that some form of coincidence
that is
with the discontent that is raging the north?
I'm not surprised. Even if anything should happen again, it will come from there because that's their traditional business. All the coups that happen in this country, the military should be very careful. When Versailles coup happened, remember what happened? The people that did that, they included his name because they believed that with his name, they would let them go because Versailles was a very close friend of Babangida. In fact, from their village childhood. So it was later that the reason for his inclusion was revealed.
And by that time?
By that time, he has gone. Even after he has gone, this man that time, what's that name? This man of Langtam Mafia. He now came and told us, the man who was the chairman of the tribunal at that time, he said, look.
Is it Duncan Bali?
Bali. He said, look, that from all indication that he feel that they made a mistake in executing Vasa in that coup. He said it, and that was after the man was killed.
Okay,
so,
all right.
In this type of thing, they should equally be very, very careful. Yes.
All right, then. Thank you, Barrister. And I'll take that as a concluding thought because we are out of time. And this would be a good place to end this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agomo. We appreciate your presence on Political Lens. Now, on behalf of Backroom Staff, Technical Director, Bus Manager, Sound Engineer, and the Ingest Manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemduto. I'll see you again tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. But stay with us and don't go away. Nena will soon be here to take you through issues. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM, Voice of the People Television, Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. On today's episode of the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Tinubu approving 15% fuel import duty amid public outcry over hardship, to economists urging CBN to introduce higher Naira denominations. Also, Anambra APC governorship candidate Ukachukwu blames poverty, security failures for baby factory surge. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. After this short break, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. In a bold policy shift, President Bola Tinubu has approved a 15% import duty on petrol and diesel imports, directing the Federal Inland Revenue Service and the Petroleum Regulatory Authority to implement the measure. The government says the move is meant to protect local refining capacity, stabilize the downstream sector, and align import pricing with domestic realities. But the decision has drawn sharp criticism. A Delta APC chieftain warned that the import tariff may compound the struggles of ordinary Nigerians, estimated to raise cost by as much as 99.72 naira per litre, deepening the current cost of living crisis. He further argued that the timing is poor and may place an undue burden on citizens already reeling from economic pressure. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and a senior political analyst. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
My pleasure. Good evening.
Yes, sir.
For the first time.
Yes, for the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, joining us virtually is Waya Kenneth Ogenovo, a human rights activist and a publicity secretary, Talakawa's Parliament. We'll get to join, Waya will get to join us later on in the show. Let's start with you, sir. Of course, you already heard what and I'm sure you already know about it even before now. What would you think is the government's rationale behind introducing a 15% import duty at this time when Nigerians are crying about economic strain and all of that?
You see, no right-thinking government would expose the local industry to the vagaries of imports. Number one, if you are importing, you are empowering another country at the detriment of your own country. It is only expedient to import when you don't have capacity to produce locally. It's just like expatriate quota. The local content law says you can only bring in an expatriate who will be repatriating our money in dollars to his country where you don't have that particular requisite skill, domicile in the country. And when you have that, you have to place 3 Nigerians under the expatriate to understudy that expatriate within 3 years. And within those 3 years, one or all of these 3 should have been able to take over the responsibility of that expatriate. It's the same thing that is happening here. That man from Delta State is talking from beer parlor argument. Now, you have 650,000 barrel capacity per day in Nigeria. The barrel, 1 barrel of crude will produce 154 liters of fuel. I don't know if anybody can do the arithmetic for me. Just multiply 650,000 by 154. And as of today, in this country, our consumption, you have the answer?
55.44 million.
Barrels per day. I mean, by liters per day.
55.4, yeah, 44 million barrels per day.
Our rate of consumption in Nigeria today, as we speak, hovers between 40 and 45 million liters per day. Which means at 650 barrels per day, Dangote can take whatever is required on daily basis in Nigeria. Then why the import? Don't forget that government of Nigeria has a stake in Dangote. As at the last count that I can remember, it's about 7.6%. The agreement between Buhari government and Dangote was that federal government will contribute equity of 26% to that refinery. And what that tells you technically is that Nigeria has a stake in that refinery. Would you now want to kill your own baby to feed the baby that is coming from outside?
So, sir, are you saying that whatever it says that Dangote is doing can be able to feed, for lack of a better word?
You have done the arithmetic yourself. Dangote, as we speak, his refinery is 650,000 barrels per day. And it's also saying that in due course, it will increase it by 50,000 barrels. Well, that will make it 700 barrels. And ultimately, it wants to get 1.4 million barrels per day. And supply of crude has increased to Dangote because when Dangote wanted to start that refinery, our daily production was between 1.3 and 1.350. Today, we are on 1.8, 1.87. So, if you are, despite the fact that Buhari, when he was around, used part of this money for future collateral that will last up to 2031, which is about 600. Deduct 600 from 1.8, you still have 1.2, and Dangote is taking 650. So we still have enough for exports. You see, we need to go down, deep down. It's not just a question of saying, we no go agree, we no go agree. On what basis are you saying you no go agree?
Okay, I will come back to you. Okay,
yes, I've not landed on my thoughts.
Sorry, sir.
Now, the people that are importing, what is the quality of fuel they are importing? Okay. Because if we are going to bring in the quality of Dangote fuel to this country today, they won't sell at the rate Dangote will sell. Because you pay insurance, you pay freighting, you pay tariff, and you also pay for transloading, because the bigger vessel cannot berth in some of our jetties, our ports. So you have to transload from the bigger ship to a smaller ship for you to navigate to our shores here. Now, when you factor all those taxes, they are going to pass it to the consumer. Then you ask yourself, why is their fuel cheaper than the one that is produced in Nigeria? The simple answer to it is either they have low quality or adulterated. But because this thing does not affect the engine of our cars immediately, it takes time. And I've tested, well, those who knew me before now on this channel will say that at a point I was against Dangote. Because I knew Dangote, at that time, Dangote was not ready. So they were playing games using NNPC, keeping us in suspense. We will do it today, we will do it tomorrow. But now Dangote is ready. Those who are making noise, they are making noise because, particularly that man is making noise because with this game-changing process, don't forget, Bua Petroleum is coming up in Akwa Ibom with 450,000 barrels. So why do we need imports when the whole of this country will be saturated and we'll still be exporting? Okay. So why are we importing?
I was actually going to ask you that, don't you think, because there's been some in some quarters, some person have said that monopoly, that that this would make monopoly.
Engender monopoly.
Exactly.
Yes. If you say monopoly, fine. But monopoly at what cost?
Are you saying we are better off being monopolized than having to import?
It is even better if we are monopolized.
Why do you say that?
Our foreign exchange will not be dissipated on imports. Those who are going to work in Dangote refinery, at least will have about 70% Nigerians. And so we will strengthen our local industry. Again, most of these people that are championing all this, what they are saying is, they don't want to change. But unfortunately, change has come. There is no reason for anybody to keep tank farms again. And if they don't import those tank farms, you will be useless. That's why they are still insisting on importation. Okay. Because they want those tank farms to continue. Look, for some of us who started journalism when it was in the crude form, there was a time that the typist is the one that will type your story in the newsroom. And you have to bribe the typist. Sometimes you buy that typist Coke. But suddenly, computer came. It rendered the job of typist in the newsroom across the country redundant, and they had to go. There was a time in the industry that lithographers would have to do cut and paste. Computer came and it took off their job. The same way Dangote and Bua has taken away the job of all these tank farms. It's better they go and look for what they will do with those tank farms now before it is too late. Let them sell it as scrap because it's not going to be useful.
Okay, and we'll come back to you. We have our guest join us virtually. Our guest is Waya Kenneth Ogenovo. He's a human rights activist and publicity secretary, Talakawa's Parliament. Thank you very much for joining us, Waya.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, I'm sure you listened to part of our discussion, and you know we're talking about the import duty that is being approved, 15% import duty on petrol and diesel imports that is being approved by the president. And okay, in your own opinion, do you think that this is would you say this as part of the government's larger revenue drive, or would you say this risk worsening inflation and public hardship like some quarters have mentioned?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I actually think that it's not all about the government focusing on IGRO drive or revenue drive, okay? It's about the impact it's going to be having on the populace. That is the common man, or what I call the hoi polloi, the downtrodden, which is the common man. And who I represent from the angle of being an activist and a people, friendly person. I think inflation by 15% just towards though the government termed it because of a revenue drive or increase, and even the revenue we're talking about, we don't even feel their impact, for God's sake. All the money they've been generating, how has it translated to developing or improving the plight of the common Nigerian? Their impact is not being fed. They're all gathering with nothing that they're doing with the money that they gather. Now, let me tell you something. At this 15% inflation rate now, 50% interest rate or whatever it is, petroleum products and diesel is going to increase, which is directly going to exacerbate the already exacerbated fate or plight of Nigerians. For example, in some places, I based in Benin, but I'm currently in Delta State right now. Petroleum is going for as high as 950 naira or thereabouts per liter, which is very, very outrageous. And we are a country who produce this petrol by ourselves. So when you now increase again 15% to this current hardship we're going through, it's going to be stemming or going above 8,000 plus, for God's sake. So they are trying to generate revenue according to them, but they indirectly inflicting pains on the common man. So whatever they're doing, they should try to look at it and try to see what is going to translate to in the tail end, to the common man, because we are always at the brunt, we are always at the receiving end, for God's sake. Because the government of the day, though we really thought, as at the time they were campaigning, especially this APC-led government, we thought they were representing the people. But all their policies is just towards, themselves and themselves alone, which is very, 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 very appalling. It's very, very unfortunate. Sometimes I wonder If these people who are leading us, if they have this human side in them at all, if they just sit down, they enact policies, they don't even care a hoot about how it's going to impact the common man. They want to just generate revenue. And ask me now, all this money they collect, what do they use it to do? No. What do they use it to do? Nigeria under the wash of APC, instead of progressing, we are obviously retrogressing.
Okay.
Because I have not seen. Yes. Go on, please. Sorry.
You can conclude on your thought, please.
Okay. So the 15% import duty on petrol, can you imagine? Because now it is now on import duty on petrol and diesel. The president is so fast to give assent and consent. Can he not translate that same energy now into attacking or combating insecurity? We cannot ply our roads freely again. Insecurity looms supreme. People are hungry. Prices of goods are daily skyrocketing. He does not care about that. The National Assembly, I don't know what they're doing. They just sit and discuss frivolities. Matters that don't favor, the populace. Matters that will not in the end cushion the effect of the already exacerbated plight of the common man. But if it is to approve things that are unhealthy, things that will not even take us anywhere as a people, provided the thing they are approving now will bring, more income into their coffers, immediately do give consent and assent to it. But to attend to the direct pains and plight and pangs of the common man, they don't attend to those. So I'm appealing to them because as a human rights activist, and from the civil society organization angle, we'll keep appealing to them. Worst comes to worst, we go on civil disobedience, which by that I mean a protest. But until then.
Well,
yes.
one of the things, or one of the reasons that the government has given for this move is to protect local refining capacity and, of course, stabilize the downstream sector. Are you saying that you don't see anything good come out of this new decision, a new action by the government? Don't you see maybe light at the end of the tunnel? Don't you think that there's really something? It might not be easy for Nigerians, but don't you think that there's something good that will come out of this?
Optimistically, of course, I would have wanted policies that will make things good. But any policy that will be enacted by making life unbearable or even worse than the way it is, I don't think it's something I should applaud at this time. Except if there is a proactive measure put in place to cushion any effect that this approval of ease will cause. That was how they removed fuel subsidy without considering, okay, how do we put in palliative measures to make people not to suffer much? It just made a pronouncement, like a junta, as if it's in the military regime that fuel subsidy has been removed. I think there were supposed to be palliative measures in place before you make such pronouncements. There was supposed to even be the need for all the alternate part-time session, which is discussing with your ministers. Even then, he has not even had ministers. He just came into power that very day made that pronouncement. So if there's going to be something to do first to cushion the effects, because anything that makes this approval now comes to reality and is being approved that 15% ad volume import duty on petrol and diesel, automatically petroleum will increase. And you know what that means? Immediately petrol and diesel goes up, automatically foodstuffs has gone up, transportation has gone up, housing has gone up, because those are kind of the drivers of the economy. Anything that affects that sector automatically translates. Even the market woman will tell you, not be like this, she someone before you go say, no, you don't know, say petrol don't go up. Though she does not deal on petrol products, but automatically the effect is rubbing on of her. So if they want to do anything at all, they should put in palliative measures to cushion the effect. That is my humble submission and admonition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to you later. Let's come to you, sir. You know, of course, the government has always promised to cushion post-subsidy hardship. Don't you think that this move contradicts their promise?
Government is not going to intervene in this matter. Okay. This is a choice. It's a matter of choice.
How do you mean?
Is it that you patronize homemade goods? Why is Trump imposing tariff as much as 30% on imported goods to America? That some countries are even retaliating by also imposing import from America, a tariff on import from America. It is to protect the local industry. If there was no assurance, if there was no steps taken to ensure that Dangote, and with the coming of, there's a refinery in Benin that is going to do about 75,000 capacity.
But those are promises. Are they going to?
They are there. They are coming up.
See, Nigeria.
I am telling you that Boa.
Are we going to continue living on promissory grounds? We want realistic, visible.
Let me tell you. I am not a spokesperson for government. I'm not a spokesperson for government. But the reality here is, it is not government that is even fighting now. Government is using those who are supposed to be well informed, that are not well informed, against that policy. That policy is, if you don't import, you won't pay 15%. It's not compulsory that you must import. Today, 20 retail outlets, MRS and the rest of them, they have aligned with Dangote to be offtaking fuel from Dangote. Those ones are not going to import. This one has rolled out 4,000 trucks. And the minimum the trucks will take is 33,000 liters. Multiply 33,000 liters by 4,000. And wherever the man is taking the fuel, he said because he's using CNG, that he's not going to take a kobo. If not for that Dakma and Pengasyan disruption of that, by now, Dangote would have permitted the whole of the country, such that the man that is in Delta will be buying the same price as the man in Lagos. This is not a question of we want to do. The trucks are there for everybody to see. And the gantry of Dangote, where you take fuel, takes you just about 4 minutes to fill a truck. So it can load over 1,000 trucks in one day. Imagine every day 1,000 trucks get out of Dangote. They know that their import will fizzle out because Dangote would ordinarily use the advantage of not paying insurance, not paying transloading, not paying not paying tariff, not paying other taxes to reduce the price of its fuel. Initially, they said they don't want regulation in the downstream sector. Government approved. And suddenly, Dangote came on stream and it crashed the fuel. They said, no, we cannot allow this. So now we are going bankrupt. We are going bankrupt because what we imported is not the same as what Dangote is selling. Another problem. Then they came up with Dakma, Association of those who have tank farms. They came up with that government should pay them. Dangote should pay them 1.5 trillion. You are in the country now. From what source? What is the essence of that debt? That's what government wants to remove. So if you still know that you can purchase this fuel in Nigeria at lower rates, and you go ahead to go and import from Venezuela, and then the landing cost becomes 1,100, whereas Dangote is supplying at 850, and the retail outlet is selling for 900. Now, would you bypass the outlet that takes from Dangote at 900 to go and buy 1,100? They are just protecting their business, and they are making it look like if the government is stifling them. Let them go and look for alternatives to their tank farms. It's no longer useful.
Okay, what would you say are the potential benefits and challenges? Yes, you said that this is to promote our domestic refining and all of that. But what would you say are the potential benefits and challenges of promoting our domestic refining in Nigeria?
Number one, prices will come down. I can bet you.
Prices will come down. How?
Yes.
How would that be? Why? What
now,
would you
see?
That would be like an immediate.
Let me tell you. This is the oil price in the international market. Dictates how much fuel is sold, and the determining factor in this is that sometimes the price of crude in the international market will go up. Once it goes up, it affects how much it will be sold at pump price here. And when it comes down, didn't you notice that sometimes the price of fuel will go as low as 860, and suddenly it will jump to 930, 940, and then come back to, as at today now, it's 912. But there was a time in the last 2 weeks that it was 930, 935. It's according to because that sector has been permanently deregulated. So it's what you buy that you sell. Now, you want federal government to protect you against the local industry when you have to source foreign exchange that is affecting our naira-dollar ratio. When we have somebody that is exchanging naira for crude here, refining here, not paying insurance, and you want him to be exposed. So that you come and deliberately bring more than enough fuel to make a glut that will stifle his business. I mean, this is simple logic.
Okay, let's move on to the next issue we have today. A new economic report by Quarters Economics has urged the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to introduce 10,000 naira and 20,000 naira single denomination notes. According to the report, the steep depreciation of the naira has made current denominations cumbersome, especially in everyday cash transactions. Introducing higher value notes, the analysts argue, would restore portability to the currency and reduce the logistical cost of printing, transporting and handling large volumes of low-value notes. Let me come to you first, Waya. Do you think that this is what we need at this time? Would larger denominations really solve a real problem? Or will it just acknowledge the naira's loss of value? What do you think?
I have said before, I don't know how this APC government, how they really think. I don't know who advises them. For God's sake, as in for crying out loud, we are even saying that having 1,000 naira notes in circulation is even too high. We're even advocating that our coins should be returned so that our naira, the real value of the naira, will be regained or retained. So that Nigeria will be a Nigeria of how it used to be, according to the stories our fathers and our mothers told us when our economy was very, very valuable. Like I've traveled to a few places. They still have coins in some countries, unlike Nigeria here. And all these large notes that we have is responsible, first of all, for inflation. Now they want to print higher denominations, 10,000 naira notes, a single note of 10,000 naira, and a single note of 20,000 naira. Then the question is, to what end? To what end? They're giving instances of when the 1,000 naira note first of all came, it was equal $7. But right now it has become valueless. And now you think to solve that problem, you have to go and print 10,000 naira notes, 20,000 naira notes. Don't we have economists? I'm not an economist, but as a layman, for God's sake. I know for sure that this is definitely going to call for inflation and our naira will become more valueless. It will only give room to those who want to steal our money to continue stealing. So that in that case, they cannot steal in bulk and carry to wherever they used to carry them to. Because stealing in 1,000 naira note, that one is like they cannot steal much. So what they want to do now is to begin to produce 10,000 naira notes, a single note, and 20,000 naira notes, a single note. They want to just crumble this economy. What is even happening, for God's sake? Who are advising APC people? Because I wonder sometimes if it's the way people think normally, that is how they think. See, was it a bad thing? Was it a bad thing for though he imposed himself on us, President Tinubu? I thought somebody like that should come and give us more people-oriented, friendly policies to even make us forget how he came into power, because it was clear they didn't vote for him. Now you want to make a single note of 10,000 naira. Thereby taking us from fry pan into the fire.
Okay.
I see nothing good about the policy, for God's sake.
Okay.
They should go back to the drawing board. All these things they are just initiating, they are what is going to make us, suffer more as ordinary citizens. Though they don't even care how we feel, but it's going to make us suffer more. And we are saying no to such. Please let them work on the naira. Let them strengthen the naira, for God's sake. Imagine our neighbor Ghana. You will be so surprised that 50 Ghanaian cedis is more than 50,000 5,000 naira in Nigerian currency. It's more than, which is very alarming. Before during the Ghana must go era, though I had stories, though I was still very tender, I had stories that our currency was so good. I even had a relative who traveled to Ghana. He gathered so much and he said he wanted to come back to Nigeria to live there, to start life as a big boy. He came with a Ghanaian woman. They had one child then. When the man got back to Nigeria, they changed money, lo and behold. What he changed the money into could not even rent an apartment for him. That was how our naira was before. But now, if you take Ghanaian just 5 cities into Nigeria, you're going to be getting about 5,000 plus.
Okay.
Our naira has now almost become as worthless as a tissue paper. Now they want to make it worse by reintroducing 10,000 naira notes. They brought these kind of stories before, 5,000 naira notes, and Nigeria chopped them down. Now they are bringing another one, which is even worse than the one they initiated before. It was
okay, we'll come back to you. You seem said to have a different opinion about all of this. So what's your take on this?
Let me start by telling my colleague there that Ghanaian CD was redenominated to arrive at the artificial strength it has today.
Artificial strength, sir.
I was going to talk about
because they had to cancel 2 zeros at that time. Those who had 10,000 CDs at that time, when they cancelled those 2 zeros, became 100 CDs. That's what Ghana did some 16 or 18 years ago. So it didn't just come to that. Now, the issue of either we want to have 10,000, 20,000 naira notes. This was not initiated by government.
Yes, very true.
It was raised by somebody. And let us not make it look as if it was government policy or CBN policy that they want to increase the naira denomination to 10 and 20,000.
It was a proposal.
It's not even a proposal. It's just a suggestion.
Exactly, suggestion.
By
that's the word.
A non-state actor.
Yes, that's the word.
So that should effectively put paid to whatever insinuation that is coming from any quarter. Now, What is the effect of higher denomination on the economy? An economy that is cashless in principle and law. The truth about it is, if not for the irresponsibilities of some of these banks, today nobody should carry more than 5,000. As I speak with you, anytime you open my wallet, you can't find 10,000 naira in my wallet. Maybe 5,000 naira. Maybe I want to buy corn, roasted corn on the roadside. The woman may not have POS. That's why I carry such amounts. That's why there are no more armed robbers. You now have kidnappers. It is armed robbers that shifted their profession to kidnapping. Because if you get to anybody's house today, you hardly can find 100,000 naira. So why dissipate your energy and do night vigil to get to a person's house and you find only 20,000 naira in his house? So there are some things that we don't have to just criticize for criticizing sake. The law is there. Do you know that ideally, if not for the irresponsible bankers who circumvent the law, an individual cannot withdraw more than 150 from an account in one day. And you cannot save more than 150,000 cash on the counter. You have to pay 3% interest on that cash you are bringing in. Is that not enough policy to discourage mass handling, huge volume of cash? So why should it be a bother? CBN will not even react to this because it's not coming from a known economist. Somebody can just sit down in his beer parlor after taking 6 bottles of beer and say anything.
So are you saying that
the
this
media
does
will
not...
just pick it up?
So
in this era of social media.
Are you saying that this doesn't hold water?
It doesn't make any impact.
Any economic impact in any way?
If I were to be the spokesperson of CBN, I wouldn't even react to it. I would dismiss it. Because it's not coming from a known economist. If somebody like Patu told me, Alfred
Bismarck
Rwani, if those ones are talking, then we now begin to interrogate. But somebody who is faceless, who just stood up from his bed and called all these social media rats who call themselves journalists, and then they put it up there for people to debate. I won't glorify such person to debate much on this. But the laws are there. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your submission there. Let's move on. The APC governorship candidate for Anambra State, Nicholas Ukachukwu, has criticized Governor Charles Soludo's administration over rising incidents of baby factories and illegal adoption rings, attributing the surge to deepening poverty, insecurity, and government neglect. He claimed that the worsening economy has driven some residents to desperation, using criminal network as a means of survival. Ukachukwu also accused the Soludo government of underfunding security agencies, pointing out that over the past 3 years, the state has failed to provide even 10 vehicles to the police, army, or DSS. He recounted how his own factory was forced to shut down after expatriate staff were kidnapped, arguing that insecurity has crippled business operations and economic growth in the state. The Anambra election is scheduled to hold on November 8th. Let's come to you first, Waya. How credible do you think this Ukachukwu's claim that poverty is a key driver behind the rise in baby factories and, of course, insecurity in the states? How credible do you think this claim is?
Well, in as much as I agree that insecurity is actually rocking the nation supreme, but I would want to see his claim, though true, but is politically motivated, I must say. Because I only have a problem with our politicians. Because before embarking into politics, they are well-to-do already. Because it's not a small person that will be able to buy political form, especially expression of interest to contest, especially for a party like APC. It shows that the person is made already. So for somebody like Ukashuku, who has industries and companies according to him, what has really been his impact, as in his input to supporting the government in terms of insecurity? And from what he has said, he is also affected too by the same insecurity. Hence, he's saying that he locked up his warehouse and his factories and the rest. So there's something we call CSR, corporate social responsibility. Somebody of his person should have been able to say, okay, since the government is lacking in this area, let's try and see how we can at least assist the government. Because when they want to contest elections, sometimes you think they know everything on how to fix the society until you give them the baton. You know, the same way APC came, they promised us heaven and earth until they are giving the baton or they are giving the steering, you know, to pilot the vehicle. And now we now discover that driving is not by mere saying, but it's practical reality. Now they cannot do anything. So for somebody like Ukachukwu, since he knows this much, why has he been quiet until it's time for him to contest the election? And what has been his quota that he has really contributed into state building? Because it's not enough for him to criticize. You know, he should have been able to do something even from the position or angle of a citizen to see how, you know, security or insecurity could be curbed or nipped in the bud. Because people like this now that are always talking, when you give them now the baton, they will obviously not do anything. We've seen that before. We've seen that many attempts, yes.
All right. Okay, so let me come to you. In the build-up to the elections, we know the elections is just some days away. It's November 8th, to be precise.
That's my birthday.
Oh, wow. Okay. Happy birthday in advance, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so would you say that Ukachukwu's message on social decay and insecurity would resonate with voters and, of course, the youth demographics? We know that so many things are happening in Anambra State at the moment. We've seen the copper who had come out to talk about what happened to him and all of that, and of course the security outfit, how they've been embarrassing people and, you know, doing all sorts. So do you think that this would, you know, make these voters? Do you think it would resonate with them and make them come out and then vote out the incumbent governor?
You see, it's not going to really make any much impact. The deciding factor in election, particularly at governorship and presidential election, will not factor these complaints. The fact is it Soludo's problem that people are giving birth and trading their children? Agune Chamber was established by Soludo. Did they make it work? Is it not the same Anambra people that were condemning it? So why are they not turning around now to say it's not providing security? Non-criminals were arrested by this Agune Chamber people. And they said, no, they are too high-handed. They are this, they are this, they are this, they are this. You see, a spectator is a better footballer on the field of play. Look at the space. You would have given the ball to this one that is coming so that he can just score the goal. But put him on the field. He won't run more than 2 minutes that he will be exhausted. And he cannot even put his feet right on the field of play. But as a spectator, he's an expert. In fact, he plays more than Ronaldo, and Messi put together. So, Ukachukwu is coming very late in the day to use those things as tools of campaign. And I don't see him making any impact on the electorate for him to change the game.
Okay. So we know you just mentioned that you don't see him making impact, but we have different persons vying for the seat of the governorship seat in Anambra State. We have, of course, the incumbent governor Charles Soludo. We have the Labour Party's candidate George Mogalu, APC's candidate Nicholas, of course, Ukachukwu that we just mentioned, PDP's Judas Ezenwafo, and then ADC's John Nwosu. What would you say are the chances of these different candidates against the incumbent governor?
You see, for you to defeat an incumbent governor, there must be some things that will be in place. Number one, there must be a cohesive and united opposition. Two, you should have been pointing out the incumbent's deficiency 2 years to election. You have not seen that. You are coming 8 days to an election to say you want to denigrate an incumbent who has the state's resources at his disposal, both human and material, who has the connection. While you are spending your money, spending state's resources, and you say you want to defeat him. And it's good for Soludo that there are 3 other strong contenders. You know what it will relate to? Soludo does not need more than 40% of Anambra votes to win election. Then the other 3 will split the 60%. It has happened in several places. In Oyo State, it happened. Former governor, the late Ajimobi, he didn't win up to 45% in his 2 elections, and he emerged as governor. Because there are 2 other contenders who share 30-32. And that's one of the funny parts of our politics that people don't know. When you array strong forces against the incumbents, all the incumbent needs to do is to hold on to his structures, and it will defeat you with just 40%.
But if you talk about structures, does Soludo really have enough? Is he really confident in the structure that he has put in place? Because if he has, he won't really be proposing the reward that he had proposed for persons or for words with the highest vote. Don't you think that is out of, in quotes, feeling that the voters will not come out to vote or will not come out to vote him?
You see, there is voter apathy in Southeast generally. Look at the registration, pre-registration that is going on. Abia is about the last out of the 36 states of the Federation. Osun is second. Why is Osun second? Because they believe in the current governor that he can do better in his second time. So they are ready to come out en masse because what Aregbesola or Oyetola couldn't do, the person they even never gave a chance to do has surpassed their achievement. So they feel that the only way, you imagine if pensioners will roll out the drums to thank a governor for paying their pensions that have been hanging for 13, 14 years, that a lot of them have died in the process waiting for this pension, and somebody is coming to pay. Teachers that were paid half salary, they called Aregbesola Afsat. Afsat is a Muslim name. And you know the interpretation they gave it to him in Osun, that because he pays half salaries, that's why they say Afsat. So nobody has told me that Soludo is owing workers. So he has workers in his kitty. Nobody has told me that he has pensioners arrears of years. Nobody has told me that gratuities are not paid.
Okay.
So where are you going to hold him?
Thank you. That is where we'll have to wrap up for today. That's all for today's episode. Thank you very much.
It's always my pleasure.
And thank you very much, Waya, for joining us virtually all the way from Delta State. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and electoral governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nena Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries, 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and right here we're going to tell you all things trending, all things topical. Now, I'm not flying solo. I got my co-anchor here. He is Ikechukwu Agu. Hello, sir.
Good evening, Vivian. Yeah. Good evening to our viewers. It's good to be here.
Absolutely.
Thursday. I think the last is this the last event? Last of the month?
Episode?
Last episode of the month?
I don't know. You're the one that's very good at calculating these things.
Well, I know
I think so.
It should be.
Yeah, because today is the 30th.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, this is.
Victor just told us there's a show tomorrow. Thank you
very much.
So without further ado, guys, if you're very new or if this is your first time coming aboard, accept a very warm welcome from us. Now, if you're game, let's get this show on the road. Very first hashtag is fuel subsidy. Okay. Former Governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, has just dropped a bombshell. He said that the then ACN, which is actually a part of the APC now, that they knew that former President Goodluck Jonathan, who was the president then, was doing very well, and that his planned proposal to remove the fuel subsidy was actually a good economic policy, but that the ACN decided to manipulate, the narrative and deceive Nigerians and to ensure that Goodluck Jonathan is voted out of office. Now, the video trending has Fayemi Kayode smiling and laughing and people clapping hands while he was talking about this thing, and it has generated a lot of chatter online. Now, I'll put up the very first post that's going to introduce us to the audio you're going to be listening to, talking about how the ACN, according to Kayode Fayemi, former governor of Ekiti State, who also was once upon a time a minister under former President Buhari, the late Muhammadu Buhari, he said it was simple manipulation, and that was how Jonathan was kicked out of office. That's it. Fayemi, that's the big header there. Fayemi admits ACN opposed Jonathan's 2012 fuel subsidy removal for political gain. So this is it for context, guys. Former Ekiti Governor Kayode Fayemi disclosed at the Oxford Global Think Tank Leadership Conference in Abuja on the 28th of October this year that the Action Congress of Nigeria, ACN, predecessor to the All Progressives Congress, APC, rejected President Goodluck Jonathan's 2012 fuel subsidy removal despite its economic benefits to politically undermine the government. This admission came in response to Emir Mohammed Sanusi II's comments crediting President Bola Tinubu for the 2023 removal, while blaming past opposition sabotage. Nigerians on X have since accused the APC of hypocrisy amid ongoing economic hardships from Tinubu's policy. Take a listen, guys.
We in ACN at the time in 2012, we know the truth, sir. But it is all politics. Even when what President Jonathan is doing, which 10 or so years after, all the political parties in this country agreed with. They even put it in their manifesto. Subsidy must be removed. Subsidy must be removed. Subsidy must be removed. We in ACN at the time we in ACN at the time in 2012, we know the truth, sir. But it is all politics.
This is one of the most unpatriotic statements.
Did you catch him laughing at some point? Now, some of the response you're going to be saying, or responses you're going to be saying, it would be that his laughter while talking about something this important and pivotal in the history of Nigeria's democracy. So I take you back to X now so you listen to the comments, how netizens are reacting to this particular one. Shall we do this? Let's do it. So, Oseni Rufai, you don't know him. He is the popular on-air personality. He says a lot of people abusing Obi today have benefited from him in the past. Be careful what you believe in politics. It's all propaganda. Just like a governor revealed that they know or they knew Jonathan was right on subsidy removal